Order. We done got behind already. Not enough time in the day. Welcome to each and every one of you that are here.
How you doing, buddy? How are you, sir?
Welcome to everybody that's here. We'll do our invocation. Ask Supervisor Mike Carter for that. Allegiance to the flag, Supervisor Cundy for that. Let's all stand, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Great to see everybody here today. Hope you had a happy Valentine's Day. And with that,
Chris
let
did.
us... What?
Chris did.
Chris did? Oh, good.
Wink, wink.
And with that, let us pray. Lord, grant us the wisdom and courage to know and to do what is right and good and true. May we speak out when it's time to speak out and listen patiently and receptively when it's time to listen. May we always be guided by the spirit of community, by the spirit of justice, and by the spirit of love. This we pray in the name of all that we hold sacred and holy, all that we hold good and right and true. Amen.
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 I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic which stands one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
All right. Okay. All right, do any of the board members have any additions, amendments, or deletions to the
Consent agenda or regular agenda?
to the agenda? Yes, sir.
Mr. Chairman, I would like for this board to set aside some time today to have a discussion on public safety and some of their, what I would call immediate needs. Have that
Okay,
added to the agenda.
okay.
Mr.
Uh,
Chair,
in-
oh, I'm sorry.
Go ahead. I was going to say, is anybody else?
Oh, okay. And you're probably going to raise this, Chairman Thompson, but the schools, I believe, have a brief presentation.
I was going to bring that
I
up.
thought you probably would.
Well, I was going that, we were going to had about 5 minutes. You all should have a thing here from the schools at your desk. We're going to it probably won't take no more than 5 minutes to go through that. The money's already there and in there, so we're going to talk. We want to add that to the agenda. Madam Clerk, we'll do the school request at the end of the consent agenda. We'll do that there, and then for Mr. Mitchell's, we'll do that when we have other matters by supervisors. We'll add that there. Anything else for the agenda?
You want to do the public safety discussion and other matters? Is that what you
We'll
said?
do it right before then, right there.
Right before, okay, perfect,
Do it
thank
all.
you.
We
Yes,
gotta
sir.
have a place to put it. That's where we'll put it.
I just misunderstood you.
Anyone else got any additions, amendments, or deletions to the agenda? All right, all in favor, as it stands, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Need a motion and a second.
Oh, that's right.
I make a motion that we approve it.
Need a second? All in favor, said aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Thanks, Madam Clerk, for that. All right, now, when it comes down to the consent agenda, if you have any questions or anything prior to this, it's asked that you consult with staff, and maybe they can get resolved. But what is your pleasure on the consent agenda?
I move to accept it as it is.
Second.
All right, got a motion and a second. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, same sign? None. I'm gonna ask, member of the school board, who's gonna present this? Dr. Cobbs is, okay. She's gonna come forward. We're gonna put a couple minutes in here for that. You should have on your, paper there, everybody at their desk, their podium should have, their request. And Dr. Cobb, leave it up to you.
First, thank you all for allowing time for us to come today. We really appreciate it. In November 2021, the Board of Supervisors appropriated carryover funds in the following amounts for the secure entrances projects at Burnt Chimney and Snow Creek. Burnt Chimney, you appropriated approximately $104,200. $80,000. Snow Creek, $518,760, totaling approximately $623,000. The estimated construction cost from this budget was approximately $515,000. Bids for these two projects were open on Thursday, February the 10th. The lowest bid received just for the construction cost of the projects was approximately $446,000. With a 10% contingency that is needed for projects of this scope, the total construction cost approximately $710,000. With the original budget for construction estimated at $515,000, the amount of $195,000 from 2021 carryover funds will be needed to fully fund the project. We respectfully request the Board of Supervisors to give its approval for the appropriation request of the $195,890 from the school's carryover funds from 2021 so that the contractors can be released to order materials and begin preparation for the project. Start date of May 2022. I also have Mr. Turry and Mr. Spencer with me today if the board has any questions regarding the project, or the two projects, rather.
So we got this money in your budget to take care of the
It's
request.
we had approximately over $400,000 left in the carryover funds.
Right.
So we're requesting that amount from the carryover funds. Yes, sir.
Anybody got any questions for Ms. Cobb? Anyone?
Mr.
All
Chairman,
right,
if
thank
I-
you, ma'am. Thank you
Yes,
for your.
sir. Okay.
All right, what's your pleasure?
Mr. Chairman, if I can make a comment, please?
Sure.
I know that, you're fine, Bernice. This carryover amount is setting in with us in the county coffers, and I know the schools are gonna be looking at bus replacement. I'm wondering to keep them from having to come back, if some, good deals on buses come up, and they have to waste a month or two, with coming back here. If it would be at the board's pleasure, I would like to allocate the carryover for this project, to be designated for this project, as well as the balance go in the school's, school bus reserve, so that we can, if that's at the board's pleasure and discretion, of course.
Anybody got any comment?
I got a
for
comment,
Mrs.
Mr.
Smith's
Chairman.
request? Oh, go ahead, Ronnie.
I was going to bring this up as well. Been brought to my attention, and it was confirmed before the meeting. The school system is in dire need of some school buses, so I would support what Ms. Smith is talking about, so that if they're able to actually find some, because we understand the availability is pretty slim. If they find some, they can get their hands on them and get them. So I would support that as well.
The only problem that I have with that, if something comes up, if that money's designated for something such as the schools and something else comes up, then more important, I know that the school bus, the buses are bad, but that concerns me if we designate the money now. I'd like to see it to say the same, and if they come up with the request to come back at that time and ask for it, so that the money, if something else, I mean, we had no idea to know that the bid was gonna be over the amount that it has gone over. And if we'd appropriated that money for school buses, then we're gonna have to find that money somewhere else, or undo what we did and reappropriate it. And to me, it's just a matter of waiting till the next meeting to come around. Mr. Mitchell?
Yes, sir. My only thought is, I think the request should come from the school board,
Okay.
and we've not seen that request. They might have something else that they are looking to designate. And this money normally goes into their budget as carryover. And I just question whether this board, without a request from the school board, should
Anyone else brought up anything? Ms. Smith, was that just a discussion, or was that a motion to do with the money? You just open it up for discussion.
Open for discussion, but I will say, Mr. Mitchell, I think your point's well taken. And I had just opened that up for discussion, but I'm prepared to make a motion for the allocation of this amount of money when the board's ready.
For the 195.
Yes, sir.
Any more discussion? Okay, go ahead.
Okay. I would make a motion that the Board of Supervisors allocate $195,890 from school carryover from 2021, or is it 22, excuse me, for the purpose of closing the gap on the construction budget for the middle school, or the burnt chimney, excuse me, I'm just getting this very confused, I apologize, for burnt chimney and Snow Creek estimates that came back in. I apologize.
You got a second?
Second.
First and second. Madam Clerk, since it's involving the money,
What we voting on?
Madam Clerk, will you read the motion back, please? It's in regards to the school board amount that was asked for, Mr. Gundy.
On the motion made by Supervisor Smith to allocate $190,000 of the school carryover funds from the year 21 to 22 to close the gap on the burnt chimney and Snow Creek projects. Seconded by Supervisor Ronnie Mitchell.
Okay.
Madam Clerk, we do a roll call vote on this since it involves the money.
Supervisor Ronnie Mitchell.
Yes.
Supervisor Smith.
Yes.
Supervisor Tatum.
Yes.
Supervisor,
Yes.
Supervisor Carter.
Yes.
Supervisor Leland Mitchell.
Yes.
Chairman Thompson.
Yes. Thank you. Mr. Daniels, VDOT.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the board. Good to be with you on a day that sunglasses might be appropriate and no snow. We've got a fairly short agenda. I'm gonna hit some highlights and then any questions you may have. So on page one, you'll see that we completed our Highland Lake Road culvert replacement, and we've got that road back open. Like many of our culvert replacements, I think Mr. Tatum had brought it up before on Dry Hill, but when we complete them, we still may have some final paving to do. We get them back with a stone surface. Sometimes like Naff Road, we did pave it, but there may be some follow-up paving to do when the weather is more cooperative. Highland Lake is similar to that. Fair Mountain is still closed. We're replacing a culvert with a box culvert. That project actually got extended from our original planned completion date. We're looking at about March 4th now. Weather has extended that a little bit and a few other issues. But it is underway. Dillon's Mill, the pipe replacement is complete. And then your report shows that we're going to begin Dudley Amos in mid-February. We've actually started that work once we completed Dillon's Mill. We started that on February 8th. On page two, I'm going to jump down to project status. So our Brooks Mill Burnt Chimney Road roundabout is advertised. We'll receive those bids on March 23rd. One item that's not on your report is our Timberline Road, which is Route 865 in the Ferrum area. It is actually advertised, and we'll receive those bids February 23rd. So we will see that construction take place this summer as well. One good news item, if you remember, I was talking in a past meeting about the number of contractors, specifically tractors, that we had pushing snow in Franklin County. Well, not only do we push snow in Bedford and Franklin County, we go all over the state. So we had employees on January 27th through January 30th actually go to Williamsburg residency in the Williamsburg area to help with snow removal down there. You may remember there was a fairly significant storm forecasted for the eastern part of the state. We positioned employees towards the eastern shore, if you will. Our guys specifically in Williamsburg didn't get as much snow as they originally thought, but they did work there for a few days and came back to us. And of course, that's a good experience, especially for our younger employees. And specific to Franklin County, we had employees from Glade Hill go down to Williamsburg. So I wanted to mention that. And with that, that's all I have for this month.
Any questions for Laura?
Thank you. Mr. Daniels, good afternoon.
Yes, ma'am.
Could you just briefly speak to, under land development and permits, the Red Barn line item, the review of an as-built for the entrance. Can you tell me about that?
I may have to solicit some help from Mr. Casella, but I can say that with any development or land use project, we will review the as-built plans, which an as-built plan is a set of plans that is developed after construction takes place. Surveyor goes out, ensures that the road is where it's supposed to be on the plans, if you within the right of way, the ditches are appropriate, and then they'll mark any changes on the as-bills, and then we retain those as-bills for the future maintenance of those roadways. What we have found, just as a reason for as-bills, we've actually found where roadways were constructed outside of the right of way, and more specifically ditches and what have you, and you know, you may not know that driving down the road, but what it causes is we would actually be maintaining an asset on private property, and in effect, we would be trespassing if we didn't get consent to enter that property. So that's part of the reason for as-built. Now, I don't know, does that answer your question? If you got more specific?
You know, this board spent a lot of time on the master plan for that subdivision, and when I saw that, I didn't know if something had changed.
No, as-built, and Brian,
Per our
correct me,
last
but
review.
as-built are just to confirm that everything is where it was supposed to be
Okay.
as part of the original plan set, and we know what we actually have in the field. Because there are field changes that do happen occasionally, and those are documented on as-bills.
Thank you, Todd.
That's exactly what happened in this case. They constructed some things that were not on the original plan, so we had them come back and show how it was designed to meet with our standards. So that's what the point of this as-built was.
Okay, thank you all very much. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
I just have a couple of comments, Mr. Chairman. With all the snow, y'all are doing a great job. To all your people, thank you for all their hard work. Appreciate you taking care of Dillon's Mill, and just thank you for everything, for everybody who's involved with the naming of the bridge in Callaway. I appreciate all the efforts on that too. That's the cool things we get to do, right?
Sir.
Yeah, so thank y'all for everything. Really appreciate it.
To that point, Mr. Mitchell, Mr. Chairman, if I will, so that process, and I just spoke with Supervisor Leland Mitchell, that will go through our office, and then we actually forward that to our central office, and it goes to our Commonwealth Transportation Board, so it will be on a future meeting, and once they adopt it, then we will go through the process of ordering and installing signs, just as.
Thank you.
Mr. Cundy?
Daniels, how you doing today, sir?
Doing well.
I appreciate everybody in the department and everything. I think y'all do a wonderful job. Snow removal was good this time, and I love seeing them farm tractors. But my question is on the roundabout on 834 and 670. Now, is it going to be set off to the side and built, or is it going to be interfering with a lot of traffic? You're on 122, you started built it over to the side, so I just wonder if it's going to be.
And it will be offset to a point. There may be a little more interaction with traffic at this particular intersection than we had at 122, but it's similar. If you think about the intersection, we've got the store on one quadrant, we've got that older house on another quadrant, but we've got a quadrant that is pretty open. So we're able to do quite a bit of work out of traffic. But there, like with any construction project, there's going to be some delays, and especially when we start tying in to the current roadway system, there will be some delays. So,
Okay.
But
Well, I'm just curious how you was going to do that, because I know 122, you didn't have much traffic problems because it was built off to the side, and I didn't know how this one was going to lay.
I agree with you. There may be a few others that don't agree that we didn't have many traffic problems. But overall, 122 did go extremely well, and we hope Brooks Mill and Burnt Chimney will do the same.
I appreciate it. Thank you.
It was seamless, Todd.
Anyone else?
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Appreciate it. Brian Carter.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Members of the board, so for your finance report for the month, this is through month ended January 31st. That's going to be 7 months of the fiscal year, about 58% of total budget's what we'll be looking at. So overall general fund look, all of our revenues are exceeding at least that number for the most part. The only one that continues to plague us is the revenue of use of money and property, which is the interest earnings on our deposits. Depending on what the Federal Reserve does, that interest rate may get a little bit better here in the coming months. So as far as the expenditure side, we're within a reasonable realm of that 58.33% where we would expect to be at this point in time of the fiscal year. So for graphically, just to show the revenues, you can see historically it's trending the same way. We have nominal revenue growth overall when you look at the big, and so you can see the line there. For the red line is the new year, so we're a little above where we were January last year, but still very consistent. So breaking that down to categories, you can see property taxes are up, and that is mostly due to personal. You can see other local taxes are up a little bit, but not a whole lot, a few $100,000. And then state revenue is up slightly, nothing to write home about there, kind of consistent with where we would expect to be. So to break down a little further on your real estate tax, see through January, we're about 500, almost 550,000 above this point in time last year. It's about a 1.3% increase. We are ahead as far as percent of budget. We're at 98.8% of budget. Last year was a little bit of an anomaly because we reduced the budget, then we added more back to the budget to try and restore some funding mid-year. And so really, but looking back 2 years to 1920, you can see we're at 97.9%. So we're about a whole percentage point ahead of the budget where we want to be. So that's a good sign. So personal property tax is what I was mentioning. That's about 1.3 million almost over prior year. It's about 11% increase. And remember, these are as of the January 1st assessments. We do not prorate personal property. So, of course, we know that hasn't gotten as far as the assessed value. We know those have gone up. We know nobody can find a new vehicle, so the used car market is up. So we're about 105% of the budget now, which is a good sign because that gives us a little bit of a buffer for inflationary pressures like fuel and operating costs that we may actually come back to you to ask to appropriate additional money to put into the department line items to help cover some of these items because they are facing those pressures. Local sales taxes, we're seeing growth, which is good growth. It's actually healthy growth at 7%. But even then, that's still $268,000. So we want to see that's 4 and 5% is good growth. 7% is very healthy growth, and so we're glad to continue to see that. But it is definitely moderated from this point in time last year, where we were recognizing for the first time ever all the internet sales taxes. So it's moderated. So meals tax is up about 14, almost 15%, $113,000. You can see percent of budget, we're well ahead, so we're actually trending very well compared to where we thought we would be. And the occupancy tax is the same. Now, that is up 36%. Most of that is due to the increase in the tax rate more than normal growth, but that's about $60,000. So we're still seeing all the indicators right now are still trending well for our tax collections. On the expenditure side, you can see for January graphically, pretty even. On January, we had a little bit of a reduction in expenses. You could see it ebbs and flows, nothing really particular that we can specify on that. Could just be timing of some invoices. By category, you can see that pretty much everything is in line with maybe up a little bit from where it was last year. Public safety, the function of it being the exception, and that is still the CARES Act money. And so that will continue for the rest of the year as we normalize from the standpoint of the big push to spend everything by December of last year or 2 years ago. So health and welfare, we're seeing we're kind of even across all the categories. CSA, same way. We are seeing still expensive, very complicated cases come through. So probably at some point you're going to start to see the outpace the prior year. There has been really no change in fund balance. So now what will happen, that year-end surplus is part of the total. So we're accounting for that anyway for the school system. So if they come back later and ask for money for school buses or other things, that's actually already accounted for out of that. So we still have $7.8 million above our minimum fund balance policy. So as far as economic update, we had another very difficult inflationary month. January was at 7.5% year over year. That's the highest increase since February of 1982. The Federal Reserve has all but guaranteed interest rate hikes to try and slow it down. Of course, it's a delicate balancing act between slowing down inflation and causing a recession. And so part of that will come across as a good sign, which is we may actually earn a little bit more on our money. But I wanted to put the bullet here. As you can see with our school system, cost of construction is going up. We have capital projects on the horizon. They still have capital projects on the horizon for the school board. It's very difficult to project right now and estimate what that's going to be, but we don't see it going down anytime soon. Same thing with vehicle equipment purchases. If you can get them, it's certainly more expensive than it was last year. And so as far as the increase, the other thing is increase in borrowing costs. If the Federal Reserve raises interest rates, it's going to raise our cost to borrow money. So the quicker we act if we have needs, the better off we're going to be, because they're planning to raise the rates 3 or 4 times this calendar year is the latest. Okay, so state update, General Assembly is still in full session. And so, of course, there's a lot of bills out there. We really don't know the monetary impact yet of any of these on the locality. So we are still looking at, they're still talking about really a 10% increase over the biennium, the 2-year state budgets, that's 5% a year. That's still talking about that for compensation board funded positions. That mainly includes our sheriff's office as far as dollar-wise in the budget. There is still talk of raising the minimum pay. Last I heard it was 20%. That would equate to somewhere around $42,000 from a compensation board standpoint. The school system, it's only the SOQ positions right now. Similar thing, 5% over the biennium. Of course, then you still have to look at the non-SOQ positions, just like the county has to look at the non-compensation board positions. So far, still hold harmless on the ADM, the membership for the enrollment. And there's competing bills right now on the grocery tax as far as what that may do. So one estimate, we really still don't know. I actually read something today where the Department of Taxation was still trying to figure out, should it pass, what the impact would be. It sure would be nice to know what that impact is before it's passed. But either way, I think some of our estimates is from our partners at the state, it could be upwards statewide, about 17 to 20% possibly of revenue, of the local revenue, gets reduced if they eliminate our local 1% out of the grocery tax. So keep in mind what that means for us. That's $1 million to $1.5 million out of our budget. That is a significant shortfall that we would have to address. So we're hoping that right now it seems like it's trending to keep localities whole, so we're hoping for that. There are several other bills that may be funding localities for different various functions. Didn't want to list them all here. We're trying to track them because at this point we really just don't know what's going to come out of the joint combined assembly as they start prioritizing their bills and negotiating. And with that, certainly be happy to answer any questions.
Anybody got any questions?
Mr. Chairman?
Yes.
Can you go back to the fund balance slide, please?
Yes, sir.
Just want to make sure I comprehend this, which I think I do. So the 21 million is what we're required to keep. That's our policy, correct?
That's our policy, correct.
The 7.8 million is there for whatever this board wants to use it for, correct?
That's correct.
All right. I would like to remind this board that is the citizens' money. The capital expenditures and capital projects in this county, like you're saying, interest rates are going up. There's no reason why we can't use some of this money for some of the stuff we school buses.
Right.
It's not like we don't have the money for capital expenditures. Anything capital-wise, I'd like to see staff say, hey, we need to jump on this. Let's do it. Right. We've obviously have the money, and then twice your tax collections coming, for capital projects and expenditures. 911 center. You know, that's a couple $1 million if I recall correctly. There's no reason why we shouldn't be asking the sheriff to start that right now, which I think would help with retention in the 911 center, which we're currently struggling with. You know, basically working a closet, if you want my opinion. So what's frustrating to me is that this county has money to do capital projects and capital expenditures, but it's like we treat it like it's our own personal savings account. Drives me crazy. Capital stuff that you guys know your departments need, get them out there in front of us. Let's vote on these things. Let's do it. All right?
Sure.
Anyone else?
I do. Wait, good. Good, Mike.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'd like to remind the board, 2 years ago when we had the real estate tax increase, I tried to use money out of this remaining balance instead of increasing real estate taxes. Davenport came and gave a presentation. We were not to use that money. So now it's changed. We can use this money for anything. I don't understand that.
Well, let me clarify. The board can choose to use the fund balance for what they want to. Now, would I recommend it is a different answer. So the question was, is that the board's money to use? And the answer is yes. Would I recommend, and I know would Davenport recommend that we use all of that down to the minimum? I don't think that's probably good, prudent fiscal planning. But there certainly may be some capacity in there. But you always want to leave a cushion. The economy could turn very quickly. You don't want to be caught in the middle of trying to make that up. But no, from a board standpoint, it's ultimately the board's discretion on how the county's money is spent.
Anyone else? Mr. Cundy?
Frankly, I think your money should stay where it's at, and I'll tell you the simple reason why. We got inflation nipping at our butts pretty hard. We got a compensation thing coming through. And I don't think we need to do anything with this money till we see what goes on in that. Just because I say I don't even need to spend it. That's me.
Anyone else?
Mr. Chair.
I,
I'm sorry, go ahead.
Go ahead, Ms. Smith.
Please, go ahead. I just wanted to make a comment, Brian. You had touched on it earlier in your presentation regarding the increased cost in fuel and materials and so forth. You know, as I continue to dig down into the budget we're currently working on, there is a general theme, and I want the board to pay attention as you review your budget materials. There is a theme across every department that you know requires fuel, and it can be for various purposes or equipment. Especially we see it in public works, we see it in general properties. But these increases are really quite real in the fiscal year we're in, and they're not going away. If anything, they're going to get worse in the upcoming budget. But I just wanted to call the board's attention to that because there is a clear theme, if you will. And I think we need to provide attention, and we're going to have to resource those areas properly.
Anyone else? I think that it behooves us to, before we make any decisions or get into any kind of a talk about this, to wait until after we have our work session here at 3:30. We've got Mr. Rose here, and he's our advisor, and to talk to him about that, I'd like to talk to him about the proposal that I made for part of this to remain in the fund balance and things of that, and wait until we get our expert opinions and before we start spending a bunch of money, because we're in uncertain times for real. Mm-hmm. And so, with that being said, I think we can wait until our budget work session and make decisions at that point on everyone's request. Okay. Any more questions to Brian here in regards to his report?
I have one more question.
Yes, sir.
How much money do you say we stand to lose on the grocery tax?
Some of the estimates from our state partners are 17 to 20% could be what is impacted. Now that's statewide. We really have no idea on our local. But if we lose up to 20% of our sales tax, that's anywhere between $1 million to $1.5 million. We collect about $6 million in sales tax.
How much?
It's about $6 million in sales tax a year. Yeah.
So we're running close to that $7 million we got over on.
Yes, sir.
I appreciate it. Thank you.
Ma'am, Ms. Smith.
I just wanted to make one more comment to my colleagues. As we look at, the conversation around fund balance and with Davenport's guidance, we need to remind ourselves that the fund balance is important to the rating agencies in terms of how we're evaluated in our bond rating. And importantly, as we work through capital budgeting in this budget cycle, our capital spending should be very disciplined according to the priorities that this board sets, and then the larger capital projects moving out and phased in over a year's period of time. But I think that we need to make sure that as we plan for capital expenditures, that it's guided by strategic planning, and it's guided by our annual capital planning, so that it's deliberate and that we're making informed decisions. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Just a quick point of clarity. You said that the grocery tax, what we stand to lose is approximately 1 to 1.5 million a year. The 6 million you were saying is what we total that we take in.
That's correct.
Okay, I just want to make sure I had that clear. I was hoping that we would stand to lose 6 million.
No, that's the total collected. So if the estimates are accurate, 20% of that number, $1 million to $1.5 million. Yes.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Appreciate that. All right.
Go ahead, Mr. Chairman, I'm sorry.
Okay, we're at the point now for our pay study with Evergreen Solutions. I'm going to ask the county administrator if he will
Yes.
make the introductions there and
Yes,
whatever
Mr.
he needs to say about this.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And I know the board has, this has been a priority of the Board of Supervisors for some time. Last year, this board signaled to the staff that doing a market pay compensation study was long overdue here as with the county. It's been many, many years now since we've done a market compensation classification study to make sure that our county employees and the positions that they hold are within the market. And I would say, Mr. Chairman and members of the board, since that time, we are in an employee market, if you will. We've seen that nationally, both in the public sector and the private sector. It's highly competitive to both attract and keep and retain employees. And so I was thankful that the board recognized this last summer and last fall and appropriated the money for us to do this study. Finance staff has worked diligently with Evergreen Solutions, and a representative from Evergreen Solutions is here with us today. And Brian Carter specifically in the finance department, and Pat Barnes in human resources have worked specifically with Hugh and his team over the last many months. And so, Brian, I may ask you maybe to do a introduction of our guest speaker here today. He arrived last evening and is here present with us today. And this is the interim results briefing for the board. And I will let Brian and Evergreen Solutions walk the board through that. So, Mr. Carter.
Thank you, Mr. Whitlow. So, yeah, as he said, so after last summer when the board approved for staff to award the request for proposals to Evergreen, so we began this process. It is a very lengthy process, as you would expect. So we're certainly at a point today to where we can kind of give an overall presentation of the results. Want to be clear that there's certainly going to be more decisions to be made by the time we get to a budget adoption, so this isn't the end of it today. There's a lot of decisions that will need to be looked at. There's a lot of things from an implementation, phasing, and then we'll have to finalize all of the detail for every specific position. But overall, the results are kind of what Evergreen will present. And so who we've been working with, Ms. Barnes from Human Resources and myself, is Hugh Oliver at Evergreen. He's the representative today. He's certainly been instrumental in helping guide us along, and so we're looking forward to share with you what he has to present. Thank you.
Good afternoon. I appreciate the opportunity to be here today. My name is Hugh Oliver. I'm a senior consultant with Evergreen Solutions. Today, I'm going to spend some time sharing with you the interim results of the compensation and classification study. I will give you an introduction to Evergreen. We'll talk a little bit about the study process. We'll give an overview of the outreach phase of the study. Talk briefly about the current conditions, what the current pay plan looks like, some of the structural things that we found. We'll talk about the compensation review, which is really the market salary survey, which is really what drives the next steps in the process. And then the final steps to complete, where we go from here and what comes after today. So a quick introduction to us. Evergreen Solutions is based in Tallahassee, Florida. We're a national public sector consulting firm. We've worked in 46 states nationwide. We've completed more than 1,000 studies like this that we're completing for Franklin County. 800 of them have specifically been comp and class studies. Most of our experience is within the public sector, either with local governments, some work with K through 12 school districts, higher education institutions, and then some state-related agencies as well. So we're going to start with an overview of the study process. I'm going to start by telling you what we've completed, and then we'll talk about the steps that are yet to come. So the first step was to assess the current conditions, and that really involves an assessment of the current pay plan, looking at the structure, the way classifications are distributed throughout that pay plan. We conducted an external equity analysis, which is a fancy way of saying a market salary survey, to determine the competitiveness of the current pay plan. And then using the results of that analysis, we developed a rough estimate of costs to implement a new, more market competitive pay plan. As a part of the process, we looked at the individual classifications, where they're presently assigned within the pay structure, where the market data tells us that they should be assigned in the new pay structure. And then we developed the most appropriate methods for implementing the revised pay plans and ranges. And then the final step will be to estimate the projected cost for implementation, and then to estimate the annualized salary cost to maintain these pay plans year over year going forward. The remaining steps in the study, as Brian mentioned, this is a very preliminary review of the findings. We still have to identify the specific implementation approach that we want to follow, identify the cost for that, provide the draft and the final reports, outlining an overview of the study process, and then to present the final numbers and the final study results to the county. The first step in the project process is what we consider employee outreach. Employee outreach is made up of three different components. Number one is a general employee orientation to introduce everyone to Evergreen and what we're doing. Number two are employee focus groups, where we meet with groups of employees from each department just to assess their feedback about the current compensation structure, benefits, just to really get an idea of where some of the challenges might lie and where the opportunities for improvement are. The general feedback from the outreach summary is that employees are on the whole satisfied with the benefits. Particularly health insurance is viewed favorably, as are the time off benefits, and there's overwhelming support for participation in the VRS retirement plan. The general concerns that we heard were difficulty competing with surrounding localities. It's important to note that given the size differences in some of those surrounding localities, it will be difficult to compete with the specific salaries that those localities are paying. But all of our figures are adjusted for cost of living, so this is a cost of living adjusted comparison. So it should make an apples-to-apples comparison to some of those larger localities. Some of the other feedback we received is that there are some perceived inequities in hiring pay practices across departments. I will say, and I've shared this with Brian and Chris and Pat, that take that with a bit of a grain of salt. That is a common concern that we hear across a lot of organizations, that there are perceived inequities in hiring pay practices. Oftentimes in practice, that's not the case. Usually when we hear that, it's because some employees have been grandfathered in under certain processes. When this is shared, we like to talk about it, but kind of caution that it's not indicative of an issue that might be underlying. So the next step in the process was to review the current conditions. This is what we call our assessment of current conditions. There will be a chapter in the report dedicated to this process. Essentially, what we found is that all employees are currently in an open range plan, meaning that there is a range minimum, a range midpoint, and a range maximum, and there aren't specific steps that progress employees, what we would consider from left to right throughout the plan. Currently, there are 39 pay grades with a consistent range spread of 60%. When we say range spread, we're talking about the difference between the range minimum and the range maximum. So there's a 60% difference there. These 39 pay grades do include a designated pay grade for constitutional officer classifications and other classifications that follow the Virginia Compensation Board pay plans. They are included in the recommendations, and the goal, in speaking with county leadership, is going to be to include those classifications within the proposed structure to better align that within the county. The next step in the process is the compensation review. Again, this was our market salary survey. We identified a number of peers to solicit feedback from. Of the peers on the list, we received data from 14 of them. On that list were 81 classifications. That represents a subset of all classifications for the county. In selecting those classifications, what we look for are to take a cross-section of positions in various departments, at various pay grades, and at various levels. Very rarely will a market salary study include all classifications on the list, simply because when you go to the peers and you say, here are 400 classifications, I need your salary data for them, they're not very inclined to give you data for 400 positions. So we look at the ones that we're most likely to obtain benchmark data for in the market, and then we complete a regression analysis based on that, and then that provides us with the recommended slotting and structure in the proposed pay plan. The average number of matches across classifications was 5.5, and that's important to note that not all peers have matches for all classifications. So across those 81 benchmark classifications, this is what we found. The market differential, or the differential at range minimum, midpoint, and maximum, this indicates the county's current salary compared to the average at market minimum, midpoint, and maximum across the survey. So what we found is that the county is 9.6% behind market at market midpoint. And midpoint is what we typically consider the market rate, because that's where employees expect to be paid as long as they're performing satisfactorily and competently in the role. So what these figures tell us is that presently the county's pay plan is less competitive at range minimum, but more competitive at range maximum.
Mr. Oliver, if I may back that slide for the board for clarification.
Please.
Again, the market study results that you have determined thus far is the differential at minimum 11.3, midpoint of which really is that sweet spot, if you will, for the market of about being off of about 9.6%. That being said, that is fair to say that some positions likely are off the market more than 9.6%, and then there are others that are off the market less than 9.6%, but that is the average, the overall average for all positions.
Great, yes, sir. Great point. So that represents the overall average across all classifications surveyed. To Chris's point, there are going to be some classifications that come back that show a larger differential, some that show a smaller differential.
Thank you.
Thank you. So this is our rough estimate of annualized salary costs, and what we wanted to include here was what we consider a floor and a ceiling to adjust to the current market conditions and to address some of the concerns that we've heard from county leadership about current compression and equity concerns. So the implementation option that Evergreen is recommending is a move toward market implementation, and remember market being the range midpoint. So the way to think of this is a move towards range midpoint that awards employees for their total tenure with the county. There are a couple of ways to do this. One way is to award for total tenure. Another is to award based on their time in their current classification or the time in their current position. By awarding for total tenure, you are effectively rewarding the employees who have been with the county for longer. So it's effectively rewarding longevity. In order to upgrade the current pay plan and to implement that move toward market implementation based on total tenure, we project that the cost will be around $1.5 million. On the high end, we are proposing an alternative implementation that would include some version of a step plan, which would affect the public safety group. We understand that that's something that they were looking for as a part of the study. Projections now put that somewhere around $2.5 million. Step plan implementations are frequently the most expensive to implement just because of the way that you have to do that. So there is a bit of a variance there, but this represents what we view as the ceiling and the floor for the costs. And we will be firming this up over the next 1 to 2 weeks, and we should have a better idea of exactly what each implementation is going to cost, depending on which route you want to go.
Mr. Oliver, if I may again, Mr. Chairman, just for the, would like to point out for the board's consideration, again, that this, as we see the numbers here, to move toward the market, again, floor to ceiling, $1.5 million to $2.5 million. But you'll note the footnote at the bottom of that. That does not include the cost. That's the cost of base salary only. That does not include the cost of benefits. And so if a pay plan, as an example, if we move forward in implementing some of this, there is the VRS component of the employer match and so forth, FICA, et cetera. So the actual floor is not necessarily $1.5 million. It's a percentage above $1.5 million. If it's 20% or so for FICA, the employer match. So we're really looking at around, potentially $1.82 million as a floor. And I just like for the board to understand that and not necessarily just grab on to that's a bare minimum number. We have to factor in the cost of the benefits. Mr. Chairman, I think one of the supervisors has a question.
I don't know if it's for you or for him. So 9.6 is the magic number right now. What percentage gets ate up with 1.5 million?
I'm sorry, I don't follow. We phrase that question again.
So you're saying a total annual adjustments of 1.5. Out of the 9.6, what do we gain of the 9.6% when we implement another 1.5 million towards salaries? Might as well call it 2 million.
So that 1.5 million does represent closing that gap, that 9.6% gap at midpoint. So that's what the 1.5 represents.
So 1.5 represents 9.6%. That takes care of basically your study for the average.
It represents closing that gap to midpoint, yes, sir. Not all employees would receive the specific 9.6% adjustment,
right.
But it would close the gap to market, yes, sir.
All right, thank you.
I have a question, Mr. Chairman. Just for clarification, this is entitled Move Towards Market Total Tenure Implementation with total annual adjustments, plural. So does that infer a prescribed amount of years that we would need to continue contributing 1.5 million? And are we aspiring to get to that max level? Is that what is inferred with that?
That is a great question. So that total annual adjustments is the total implementation cost to move to that plan immediately, which would be the cost this year. The 2.5 represents a completely different strategy that is a bit more aggressive, I suppose.
But my question is, when you say annual adjustments, now, does that infer that we should have multiple years of $1.5 million in contribution to move towards that aspired maximum level, or is that just to keep up?
That is the one-time implementation cost. The total annual adjustments is, to your point, probably not the most clear representation of what that means. The projected annual cost is something that we would develop as a next step. These are the implementation costs.
Thank you.
Yes, ma'am. Sorry, it took me a moment to follow that.
Yeah, I'm sorry, Mr. Chairman, but I got one more since we're on this slide. And the reason I asked the question is I figured it would have cost a lot more than that. I'm shocked that takes care of the 9.6. And you might be getting ready to touch on this in following slides, but the biggest question I have, this gets us to current competitive salaries, if you want to call it that. The thing I'm worried about with the pace of how everything's going, I want you to tell this board what you would recommend to try to catch up and then maybe even work to get in front of the problem.
And those are the details that we're going to work out together with Brian and with Chris and with Pat over the next couple of weeks. I think really the actual implementation is going to be somewhere between 1.5 and 2.5. 1.5 is really what closes the gap to market right now. And then to get more competitive will be something between that and what we're projecting is the ceiling cost.
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
I'm good, thank you.
Mr. Oliver, I've got a question. I'd like to go back to page 8 in your, since we're doing questions now. I count 19 different entities here that you were using as a study. And then you said earlier that you was trying to compare apples to apples and oranges to oranges. How did you go about with the breakdown to get that to happen when with all of these here, they've got different tax breaks, different tax brackets for property taxes, different, the crime rate is a whole lot higher in Roanoke than it is here. What is Evergreen's solution to make with these 19 apples to apples and oranges to oranges?
That's a great question. So we use the National Cost of Living Index to adjust all peers' data based on a calculated index. So it is
Based upon what?
based upon a calculated cost of living index. So we use a cost of living multiplier to adjust that.
And what's that multiplier based upon?
It's tied to a national cost of living index data that we receive every year. It's COLI.
I have one more question, Mr. Chairman.
Okay,
Can I ask one more question?
yes, ma'am.
With respect to the 2.5 million, where you get into the more sophisticated models, talking about step plans and all, will you be delivering any type of information that speaks to merit-based scales versus just graduated scales on performance versus, you know, how that would be implemented?
It will. That's another piece that we will be finalizing with the leadership team is the implementation and exactly how you want to progress salaries through the range. There are a few different ways to do that, either time alone, performance alone, or a combination of time and performance.
But you'll be giving us those models? Okay, thank you.
Yes, ma'am. Great question. Thank you.
She got another great question. Okay, so go ahead.
All right. Fantastic. That is actually all that I have. So if you have any additional questions, I'm all ears.
Is there anyone else got any more questions? I didn't know that was the end of this presentation.
I'm good, I'm excited to see what else he's got to say.
Go ahead, Tim.
I just want to thank you for your work on this. I look forward to seeing the final product. I agree with Mr. Mitchell that the number was lower than I was expecting for this point. But I think probably for me, a more important number, you know, if it's going to take 1.5 million to get us to that happy medium, or 2.5 million to go over the top a little, that's just one time. What's it going to take in the future, every year after that, to keep moving in the right direction? Because if we stop, if we throw this money at it one time, we're going to be right back here 3 years from now doing the same thing. Because the cost of living keeps going up, because we just saw Brian's report where inflation is at over 7.5%. And so that's what I'm going to be looking for, is that year-to-year number after the initial investment that we need to make. And but thank you for what you brought to us, and I look forward to seeing the final product.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Tommy?
Yeah, my question is, I know you're concerned with us, but how do we stack up to other counties?
The variance is pretty wide, and it depends on the classification and the specific comparator that we're looking at. But the overall average is reflective of the trends across all classifications. So it's up and down depending on which job you look at and which peer you're comparing it to. There's a lot of variance in that.
Well, like I said, this is overall review, so overall, how do we do against other counties?
Slightly behind.
Slightly what?
Behind market.
Okay, I appreciate that.
Yes,
Thank
sir.
Anyone else?
Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, everyone. I appreciate your time.
Appreciate it a whole lot.
Maybe I can have some great
All right,
questions next time.
We might get ahead a little bit.
break time. Break time, let's take a 10-minute break. Mr. Steve Sandy's gonna come and present our next speakers. Steve?
All right, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Today, we wanted to give you an update on the redistricting process. If you recall, back in November, we gave you kind of an update on redistricting, and that's that activity that occurs every 10 years with the census. And this year, there was a lot of changes. Things were a lot different due to COVID and the census data not being released on time. And then we had the whole issue of the state redistricting and the federal redistricting. So it's taken us a couple of months to kind of get through that. And now we're coming back to you today to talk about the local districts. Eric Schmidt from our GIS office is going to come, as well as Kay. And Eric's really going to talk about, kind of recap what we talked about in November, some of the things that were decided in November and some of the direction, and then also talk about what the state has done with the redistricting at the federal and state level, and then kind of leading into our local election districts changes and the redistricting at the local level. And then we'll kind of wrap that up with some of the next steps that we'll have moving forward to help Kay meet her guidelines and her regulations that she has to follow, as well as some of the state and federal voting act regulations and so forth. So Eric is here, and I'll turn it over to him.
My script. Thank you, Steve. Mr. Chairman, members of the Board of Supervisors, for the record, Eric Schmidt, Franklin County GIS Coordinator. Steve said we want to provide you with an update today on our local redistricting efforts and to answer any questions that you may have on our progress to date. First of all, we'll do a quick review of what we talked about in November. In November, we talked about the Redistricting Committee provided an update on the status of redistricting at the national, state, and local levels. There really wasn't a whole lot to update you on at that time because of the issues that Steve mentioned. But we sought and received the Board of Supervisors' approval of a list of proposed local redistricting methodologies. We set a tentative and flexible timeline for the process. That was also recommended and accepted. And all of those dates were certainly tentative due to the uncertainty of the delivery date for the 2020 decennial census data from the federal government. We had not received it at that time. And additionally, the outstanding state-level redistricting decision by the Virginia Supreme Court, we were waiting on that as well. So those two were pretty major components that were outstanding the last time we spoke. So since November, we have received the data from the U.S. Bureau of the Census, and the Virginia Supreme Court has settled the new state and federal districts for Virginia. We have made significant progress based on the approved methodologies, and we're ready to begin the review process of our local district and precinct adjustments. The timeline, however, has been cut drastically due to recently imposed deadlines by the state-elect. And so this update today will share what the state has done, its impact on us locally, plus we'll offer a look at the impacts of what we have on the map. So, U.S. House. Drum roll, please. Franklin County, as you can see, is now consolidated in the 9th district. We are with most of the rest of southwestern Virginia. On the state senate, we are now in the 7th district. Once again, we are consolidated within that district. As you'll recall, on the state senate side, we used to be split between senate districts. That is no longer the case. We are with our neighbors to the southwest. Likewise, for the State House of Delegates, we are now in the 39th district, which includes a southeastern portion of Roanoke County, but again, we are consolidated in one district as opposed to the way we were previously. At the state and federal level, this means we have no split districts in Franklin County, which for our process greatly reduced the amount of complexity that we had to absorb. So, just looking back at the local redistricting requirements, the Virginia Code authorizes us as the governing body to redraw election districts that are composed of contiguous and compact territory. We have done this as best as the population numbers and other requirements allow. The governing body of each county shall establish by ordinance as many precincts as deemed necessary. That said, we have been able to maintain our current just 7 election districts. No precinct shall have more than 5,000 registered voters. We have not exceeded this. No precinct in the county shall have fewer than 100 registered voters. We have met that requirement. Such governing body shall establish precinct boundaries to be consistent with any subsequent changes to the congressional districts, Senate districts, House districts, and other local. Obviously, the state and federal part of that was pretty easy. So that was a bit of a non-issue. Split precincts are no longer allowed. We really held our breath on this one because that could have had if the state level data had gone a different way, that could have been a real challenge for us. At one estimate, we were looking at potential of 35 precincts, and that's up from 23. So we were glad that they went the way they went. We have complied with this rule, and the state elect has also ruled that they have the opinion that towns do not constitute a split precinct, and that was significant as well. And I'll go into a little more on that later. So we have also used the local redistricting guide, and we're confident that what we're recommending meets the letter of the law as well as the spirit of the law. So the initial steps that we have taken, and these were the ones that we laid out to you all as our methodology moving forward. We were to establish a local redistricting team. Our team has been established and is functioning. We were going to acquire the ESRI GIS redistricting software. In my world, that's a tool that we've used heavily to do this and to do it as well as we have. We have made a lot of different hypothetical models, and the availability of that tool allowed us to do that. So we really got it down to the best possible model, we feel. It has been critical to our success. We were to review and analyze the initial data. We have done so, but those data did identify certain challenges, but we're addressing those. We draft local redistricting guidelines. Those guidelines are in use. Other local considerations, we were hoping to account for trends in future population growth. The time constraints have hindered our opportunity to accomplish this degree we'd hoped. That said, we have still been in full compliance with what we're required to do. We had hoped to get a little fancier and do some more gee whiz analysis, but unfortunately there's just no time. We needed to consider the lease impact to current district and precinct structure. We have made every effort to do this and have limited the impacts that could have been. We've limited those impacts substantially. Consider availability of polling places in terms of ADA, bathrooms, parking, staffing, etc. The very good news is that all existing polling places should still work, so we feel like we've addressed that issue. That was something of a home run. Control costs where possible. Costs have been controlled. We're still trying to control the cost of a second mailing if possible. More on that later. Our local redistricting methodology, we have used a combination of GIS solutions because some of the data we have to do on our desktop in an isolated kind of what we call skiff mode due to privacy. We have done that. This point is important, and I want to make this very clear because we are modifying existing districts and existing precincts. We are modifying those. We are not making wholesale changes or starting from scratch in this process. And I think that that's an important distinction because I think sometimes, I'm not saying with this board, but I know that publicly sometimes when you talk about redistricting, people think you're starting over from scratch. That is not the case. We've taken all of the existing districts, all of the existing precincts, and we have made appropriate adjustments to bring them into compliance with the new rules and the new data based on the U.S. Census. That said, this doesn't read very well, I apologize. There are actually census block boundaries on there. They're just in too faint a gray. Some of the blocks are large. The Census Bureau saw fit to reduce the number, we mentioned this back in November. The Census Bureau has seen fit to reduce the number of census blocks across the United States. In Franklin County alone, I think they reduced our number of census blocks. I think it was over 15,000 census blocks. I'm sorry, 1,500 census blocks were reduced. So we just don't have the level of granularity that we once did to make some fine-tuning changes. That said, I think we've worked around it fairly well. The addresses of elected officials and appointed officials have been taken into account. I'm happy to report that everyone is still within the, would still be within the districts that they currently represent. And lease impact to registered voters is a goal. This was huge for us. We felt like this was another home run, that 90% of the households in Franklin County will not be impacted by any changes. We really wanted to keep the disruption of the voters to a minimum. Change is inevitable. It's unavoidable in this process, but we tried to keep that impact as light as possible, and I feel like we've done that. And importantly, because the state's going to review everything we've done, we have remained compliant within their guidelines. So, local impacts of the 2020 census. Franklin County has lost 3% of our census from 2010. We can talk about that, why that may be, what may be the causes of those, but at the end of the day, those are the numbers that we have to work with. So 2 districts gained, 5 lost, and there was a geographic shift of the remaining population. So you can see here that even though overall we lost 3%, there was a shift kind of to the northeast. That said, the significant losses in the Snow Creek and Blue Ridge districts were a challenge in that everything had to kind of move up. And we'll look at that in a little more depth here. So now we must equalize the population for all districts. So our target number for this process is 7,782 people. That's not voters, that's people within each district. If you look at the chart to the right, that is taken directly from our ESRI GIS redistricting solution. That is where, under the current model we're recommending, our numbers stand. So you can see that the delta from the target deviation in that right-hand column is we have a 5% plus or minus threshold to play with, and we are well within that 5%, which again, when it comes time for the state to review what we've done and approve it, the closer we can be to that target, the better. So we have watched that very carefully. So what we have here is the previous graphic with the proposed new districts superimposed over the top of it. I'll refer with the mouse here a bit as well. Can you all see the mouse? Or is, okay, I wasn't sure. So Snow Creek lost population and Blue Ridge lost population, so they've expanded a bit in total area. Now some of this looks like robbing Peter to pay Paul, but when you look at an area like this closer to town, the population density in these areas is higher. So what we have to do is we have to basically trade census blocks for census blocks. And we also tried to take into account, say like the transportation network, how would people get to polls? And we tried very hard not to disrupt that. I can't guarantee you that somebody won't drive past one poll to get to theirs. Given the geography of Franklin County, you've sometimes got to go around your elbow to kiss your ear. We all know that living here. But we have tried to keep that to a minimum as much as possible. But you can also see here where Snow Creek has grown north, Blue Ridge has grown north. Those are unavoidable. Boone and Gills Creek gained in population, so they have actually contracted a little bit. They had to, so you see this area that used to be Gills Creek that would become part of Union Hall. Boone is a little different because it looks like Boone gained here, but Boone also lost this area, and a lot of this area shifts. So this is roughly to the 220 corridor, and we tried this. Mr. Thompson, your district was a particular challenge to try to get around, but we worked on this area over and over and tried, and this is the best thing that we could come up with, and it will certainly work and put us in compliance. Blackwater, Rocky Mountain, Union Hall remained very similar in total, in their totals. I mean, they lost a little bit, but not much, 1 or 2%. But they had to shift to accommodate the growth and the contraction of the other districts. And this is one of the challenges when you have what we call kind of a hub and spoke configuration. Rocky Mount is the hub and the rest of these are spokes. This is such a network, or a kind of a fabric, if you will, that if you tug on one side of the string, it's going to have an impact on the other side of it, of the fabric. And that's unavoidable. So still, though, we feel like if you're looking around the periphery of these districts, it's not the wholesale changes that we were afraid we were going to have to make when we first saw the number. So this is a cleaner look of what's being proposed right now in the context of the county. And it doesn't look that different from what we currently have from the 2010 redistricting work. These areas highlighted in blue, the green outlines are what let me say this too. We are in the final process of working with Kay's office and on the GIS side, and we are making sure that these precincts not only are in compliance, but actually work well for the voters as much as possible and for the running of an election. So we have Kay's experienced eyes looking at these and working with us. So what you see here may get some fine tuning still, but that will all be done this week for sure. But these blue areas are the areas where households would be impacted. But all the rest of these areas, there would be none. So no new precincts or polling places are required, and that's a significant operational savings. And I mentioned this before, but towns do not constitute a split precinct per the state elect office, and that is more good news. And we got Mr. Gwynn's opinion on that as well. He concurred with what the state and some of the other area jurisdictions had their opinions. The impact of this for us is that had towns been ruled a split precinct, we would have had to have made Rocky Mount West, Rocky Mount East, and the town of Boone's Mill their own precinct. And I'm not sure that the town of Boone's Mill would have even been in compliance with the state rules. So it was very good news when they came back and said that the towns were not a split, because now we don't have folks right up here having to drive down to Pig River to vote. So that was we were glad. Thank you, Mr. Quinn. So our immediate next steps, we will be submitting a form. I believe Mr. Gwynn's going to be submitting a form for us to acknowledge the state district changes. I think that it's pro forma. They just want us to say, yes, we're aware, we know, we accept, even though there's nothing we could do about it even regardless. But this process enables the registrar's office to begin making the required updates in the state VERIS system. The state VERIS system is the state's voter registration system, and it's based on road segments. I'm not going to get too deep, but we are going to have to make tens of thousands of record level changes in VERIS. That's going to take a fair amount of time, so the sooner we can get rolling on that, the better. So this is a big one. VERIS is kind of the hidden monster in the room. February 18th, which is this Friday, it's our plan to make this information available to the public for review and comment. We'll continually gather and share the comments that we receive with our own redistricting committee as well as the supervisors. And then March 15th, I believe there is a scheduled public hearing to go over this and solicit feedback. There is one public meeting that is required, and that will be it. So with that, I'm going to step aside and hand off to my tag team partner, Kay Chitwood.
Good afternoon. Eric's done a wonderful job with bringing you up to where we are for redistricting. The critical dates and targets that is actually going to affect the registrar's office is, of course, the March 15th public hearing. The March 21st deadline is where we have to meet state requirements. That's the deadline. So we have a short turnaround time to meet that, and that's for the June primary filings. The other thing is if we have any, with the local updates and VARs, we have over like 5,400 streets that will have to be updated and about close to 40,000 voters. This affects every voter because of the district change and the numbers changing for those districts. The other thing is we're trying to, I won't know until later if we're going to have a June primary. If it is held, we would have to get out notices by April the 18th to let them know of the congressional changes. May 6th is when we start early voting. June the 6th, we may have to do another mail out prior to the June primary if it's held. And of course, the June 21st is the primary election. The other good thing on all of this is that 10 years ago, some of the options that we have available to voters now was not there. One, of course, they could go to their designated polling place. The other thing is the vote by mail. This option no longer requires a justification, though some restrictions apply, so that would be a help to the voter. Also, with the early voting at the government center at our office, we're offering that still for 45 days prior to the election date. So that's a couple things that we didn't have to help the voters for the last redistricting.
So that concludes our presentation, our update. So we are available, whether it's me or Kay or Steve, if you have any questions.
I've got a question here. The election, is there going to be a special election this November for like the delegates and everything, or will that carry over until next year?
We don't know at this time. It's still
You
a
don't
court.
know the answer to
Right.
that?
Mm-hmm. That'll
When
be up
will,
to the
when
courts.
will we know these answers?
Well, I wished I knew, Ronnie,
wish-
but I don't have that at this point. I don't have it.
Okay.
Mhm.
Oh, okay, well, that answers that then. All right, is there anybody got any questions?
I do.
Tim?
Would you be able to make available to each of us a map of our proposed district showing the roads and everything, so we'd have a little better idea of where
Yes,
we?
sir.
Okay,
Yes, sir. We'll have those available. We'll have maps available for review for you all, for the public, districts overall, whatever you need.
okay, thank you.
Well, that'll be by Friday, but
Okay.
yeah.
Anyone else got any questions or comments? All right, Steve, you got something else?
Yes, sir. So we do have one action item. We would like you
Gotta
to
do a public
authorize the scheduling of that public hearing for March 15th, so we can keep this process kind of moving forward.
March 15th to March 16th, Madam Clerk,
15th, sir.
15th.
Did
I need,
is it wrong in your packet?
You ready? for
No,
the
it's correct.
Okay, all right.
I wrote down the wrong number.
Oh, okay. Thought maybe I
Or I
did.
got
for
it,
you.
I just wrote it down. We need a motion,
All
yes.
right. Mr. Chairman, I make a motion that we authorize county staff to schedule the required public hearing to consider comments on proposed changes to local election districts as presented for the Board of Supervisors to be held on March the 15th, 2022, and for the staff to make proposal local election district maps available for public review at the Franklin County Government Center and on the county's website by February the 18th, 2022.
Need a second. Got a motion and a second. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, same sign. It passed. Thank you. Mr. Burnett.
Thank you,
And
Mr.
Beth
Chairman.
Sims.
So I'll take the first item on the agenda, which is the farm leases for the Summit View Business Park. As the board is aware, we have worked with farmers on the Summit View Business Park for a number of years, ever since we bought the property. We have two different contracts that we typically do. One was the Southway farm that was purchased from the Sink family back when we first did the project. And then also a contract for the Fike farm, which was a separate piece of property that makes up the Summit View Business Park. So what we did in the last couple of months is worked on a bid process for farming the two contracts. We have, up to this point, been able to utilize a first right of refusal that we had when we first purchased the properties. Those ran out at the end of December as part of the contractual obligation, and therefore the board needs to bid these contracts out and award them for the first time this year. So the first property that we have here, we have the Southway farm lease. You'll see a lot of X's and green check marks there. Nothing probably tells you more about how much has happened at Summit View over the last 5 years than this map. It was that everything on here was green check marks that farmers could farm. And as we have developed the park, we've taken farm acreage out of that contract for other uses such as buildings and infrastructure. So the Southway farm lease is about 147 acres or so. It's split up into crops and hay, and we have, and when we opened the bids on Friday, we had 3 bidders. Hayes Farms, which is actually owned by Aaron Long. You all probably know Aaron from Procon. Don Sink, who has been farming this property, and he's one of the property owners that we purchased the Southway farm from, and then Whispering Oaks, which is Seth Jameson, who has been farming the Fike farm. The high bidder on this property contract was Don Sink at a total cost of $4,920. On the Fike farm, this is a much, much smaller farm, just about 24 acres or so. This is on the south side near where Valley Star Credit Union is and the 24-hour library. We had 2 bids on that, one from Hayes Farms and one from Whispering Oaks Farms. The high bidder on that was Hayes Farms at $1,320. Both of those high bids are recommended by staff for approval. So what we would ask, if the board is so inclined, is to award these 2 contracts to the recommended high bidders, and that way we can move forward with a farm lease with each one of these entities and get them started by March the 1st.
Anyone got any questions or comments to Mr. Burnett?
I have a quick one, Mr. Chairman.
Yes,
Mr.
ma'am.
Burnett, just for my information, I am so used to dealing with Virginia procurement, accepting low bid. So I am guessing, is there a section in state code that addresses leases on high bid? Or something that I could read up on?
I would have to defer to Mr. Gwynn on that one. We've just typically taken high bids when we've done leases in the past.
It's preferable.
According to, is it under Virginia Procurement Act for leases?
I don't think so.
Okay.
I just think it's a preferable way to.
Okay, we can do it. I'll talk to you offline. Thank you.
Any more questions or comments? All right, I'll open the floor for motion.
Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Chairman, excuse me, go ahead.
I just have one quick clarification. On what you're showing up here now, 1 and 2 is on the Fike farm.
Correct.
And normally have these been in leases? And we're taking them out of leases because we're planning to do some work on item number 2. And I believe item number 1 is basically completed.
Actually, area 1, 2, and 4 are the actual leases that we're doing this time. We took out, if you'll see on the map, the boxes with the X's. Those were 2 fields that we did take out this year. This is where the South Connector Road is going in under construction right now, and this area is where we have the pad site that's being built right now.
That's great.
Any more questions? All right, what's your pleasure, gentlemen?
Make a motion to approve.
Ma'am? Sir?
I said I make a motion to approve.
Second.
Well, I'm gonna read it, if it's all right. I make a motion to approve, to authorize execution of farm leases at the Summit View Business Park as recommended.
All right, we get a second?
Second.
Madam Clerk, we want to do let's just do a voice. All in favor, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? So moved.
Thank you.
All right, Ms. Sims?
Sorry, I'm trying to multitask. Is this it? Thank you. All right, so y'all have something in your agenda about the Tobacco Commission grant. As you all know, we applied for a Virginia Business Ready Site Program grant through Virginia Economic Development this past fall, and we were awarded $1 million for that. The price tag for the project is about $5 million, could be more now. And so we're applying for the Tobacco Commission, we're applying for 1.5 million. So that would get us up to 2.5 million, and would give us a good start to some grading at the Dogwood site. So this is just an overview of Summit View. This is the award letter that talks about what we got from Virginia Economic Development, which we think will bode well for the Tobacco Commission grant, to show that if Virginia Economic Development awarded us grant, they obviously see the use for it. And so we're going to kind of use that as leverage in our Tobacco Commission grant. And then once again, here's the aerial of the Dogwood site that we would be doing the work on, the grading work. And then here are the costs. Like we said, it's estimated at about $5 million to do the grading work there. And just, I'm pretty sure everybody knows this, but the Dogwood site is that big 100+ acre site, which there are very few of in Virginia. And then, of course, here's just a pretty picture coming out. So does anybody have any questions or anything?
Anyone have any questions or comments?
Beth, what is the timeline on this?
So the grant is due March 2nd.
And when do they award? Do you know when they're going to award the grant?
They're usually pretty quick turnaround. May or June, yeah.
Okay,
Yeah.
thank you.
Yeah.
Great
sorry.
work, by the way.
Yeah.
I'd say, I think this would be a good place to bring this up right now. We had, as a matter of information, Madeline and I went to the legislative days week before last, now in Richmond. We were lucky enough that we met with the governor. I talked to him for about 7 or 8 minutes. We met with Senator Stanley. We met with Delegate Williams. We met with Senator Suderline's aide. And they all said the same thing. The governor shook my hand and he said that he had already talked to his secretary and was aware of the Summit View Business Park, and that they were excited to partner with Franklin County on a project. I was instructed to come back. They were asking for a detailed document stating what it was that we needed and the benefits of what we were asking for, what the benefits were for what we were asking for. Staff, is that pretty much everything, Marilyn? Staff is in the process right now of putting that document together, and we're hopefully gonna ask for enough to at least do that 100-acre pad and maybe more. And then Marilyn's gonna try to get an appointment that we can hand carry that back, and especially to the governor, and hopefully get that what was gonna be put in it, what the benefits were, about the projects that we've already got started for housing, about the housing summit, how many jobs we hope to bring to the area. And I will tell you, it was a very interesting session, and very educational, just to let y'all know what was going on.
Mr. Chairman,
Yes, sir.
I'd like to just say that the business park and all this hard work has got to be directly attributed to our outstanding staff
Sure.
that we have. And I think it'd be appropriate if we give our staff a hand and just let them know how much we appreciate it.
And there's still plenty of work to be done. Business parks are very long-term projects.
Absolutely.
They do know about it, and the governor in his little talk that he gave, he plainly said that Virginia was open for business. And that was very encouraging. All right, we need a motion and a second on this.
Mr. Chairman,
Yes, sir.
I make a motion to approve, authorize staff to make applications to the Virginia Tobacco Region Revitalization Commission, Southern Virginia Program Grant for the prescribed project at the Summit View Business Park, and authorize staff to submit documents as necessary to achieve this submission.
Second. Second. All in favor, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? All right, thank you.
Mr. Chairman, can I ask a quick question before we move on
Sure.
to this next category, or a break, I guess? With respect to, you saying a document's being prepared by staff to maybe take advantage of the governor's incentive fund, which is what I guess this is going to be. Are we going to convene a discussion as a board about looking at the Summit View Master Plan and how we as a board would look at things and decide if the master plan we have now is what we want to see, or whether we want to suggest alterations to that master plan?
Are you asking for a meeting to go over
I'm
that?
asking, is that being considered, that we could convene? If we're going to ask for a project out of the governor's incentive fund, it needs to be a big deal or we won't get the money. And I just don't know that since I've been on this board, we have not convened around the master plan on the business park in a discussion environment. And I didn't know if, Mr. Whitlow, maybe you can say if that's an appropriate strategy or whether there are other strategies in mind.
And we're scheduled for a work session next Tuesday,
A budget work session,
Yes.
Mr. Chairman,
and that was to meet at 2:30, correct?
2:00 next, we are scheduled to have a budget work session next Tuesday at 2 for budget matters. We haven't scheduled anything, regarding the business park, but certainly if that's a, matter of the pleasure of the board that would want to do so.
Can we meet a little bit earlier or stay later to do that? How about everybody's schedule? Suit you to come earlier or stay later?
A little earlier would be all right with me.
Earlier for you, next Tuesday?
Next Tuesday.
We're supposed to be here at 2:00. You gonna come earlier or stay later?
I don't know what that schedule looks like too. I can.
No, so I just wanted, it happened a while back, but when y'all appropriated rollover funds, October? I can't remember, I'm sorry. But y'all did award some kind of planning money for economic development, and we applied for a grant to leverage that money. So we do have money budgeted to do anything, so I just don't want to get us too far ahead of ourselves. Because we do have some money, sorry, coming up that can help us, like we can bring in outside industrial park, business park consultants to come in and kind of help us.
Oh, okay, Beth, I
Yeah, sorry.
understand. Okay.
Yeah, I know that was a while back, so I just want to make sure we don't get too far ahead of ourselves on making any decisions.
Well, that's a really good point.
I took this to mean that you just wanted a review of what's already been done.
And that's fine, we can do that, and we can, yeah, I'm happy. We
Bring
can.
everybody up to speed on where we're at this point.
I think
I think
Really
that's good.
interfere with
Yeah.
with what that was talking about.
I think
that's a
probably
good idea.
Beth, is the specialized work that the consultant would do is not only to overview, but talk to us about future development at the business park and what's recommended in this day and age.
Yeah, and they'll look
Cetera.
at Commerce Center too, and so
Right.
we applied for countywide funds for that.
And, Mr. Chairman, I do think just a fundamental review would be helpful. I know it would be helpful to me in light of they're going to be doing, it sounds like, a master plan study, and then we'll be prepared to consider additions, perhaps. Does that make sense?
That's what I thought we were deciding, whether we was gonna come earlier and do that or stay later to
Okay,
do a review.
that's fine.
Come early.
Early. I think the consensus is to come early, an hour enough.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, if I may, I know Beth mentioned the consultant work that can get underway and so forth. Just want to make sure that we have the expectation of the board and then that we have the time and the staff capacity to meet that expectation for next Tuesday to put whatever we need to do to review the park with the board in the amount of time, because I know certainly I'd have to get with the staff, and maybe I can do so and report back maybe later in the evening, if that's the pleasure of the board, but I would like to get with the staff to make sure they're going to have the time to put stuff together between now and Tuesday.
That's my concern, Mr. Chairman, is with budget and everything we're asking the staff right now. Is this?
Yeah, hang on.
Yeah.
Mr. Whitlow, my concern, the reason I made that suggestion is because I was hearing Chairman Thompson say that staff is preparing a document
Right.
for potential, for how we would send a request to Richmond.
Right.
And my only point is if that document is going to make suggestions to something additional to the business park,
Right.
that I don't want that just to be in an isolated discussion.
Sure.
That was my point.
Sure.
So whatever exercise gets us to that, I'm fine with.
I got you. And Mr. Chairman, if I may, I think a lot of the internal team and the discussion that we have in the document, this may help Ms. Smith's concern, that we're working to put together is really centering around the 100-acre pad to know that
Okay.
we've secured
Okay.
$1 million. The board just approved a resolution to go after another $1.5 million from the Tobacco Commission. And so our discussions internally really have been, specifically on that 100-acre pad, the return on investment, and showing that to the legislators and the governor's office, the amount of the investment that the state's putting into that. If there's additional investment that we can leverage from the state, we want them to know that.
Okay,
And
I
then
got you.
us to demonstrate that return on investment. And Beth and Mike, I hope that summarized kind of our, path forward. It's what we're putting together for the chairman. If that helps, we can continue moving in that capacity, and maybe later, as Beth mentioned, working with the consultants when we go back and revisit some of you and in its entirety as to, what's working well, what we can enhance and so forth. I think that would be value added. from that
Yeah,
standpoint.
from my perspective, Mr. Whitlow, after kind of dicing this out a little bit.
Sure.
I think it makes sense for us to maybe do that fundamental overview prior to or part of this exercise with the consultant.
Sure. And
Is
if,
that okay, Mr. Chairman?
Sure, whatever.
and if that's
You
the
don't
ple-
trust me?
No, it's not that. I just don't want to take up staff time right now, and that wasn't my intent. But just that we get that scheduled.
And so if that's the pleasure of the board, then what we can do is just have our budget work session at 2:00 and then make sure that we're looking longer view with the park in general and work with the county staff accordingly, if that's the pleasure of the board.
So do we come at 2:00 or at 1:00? Ms. Smith?
2:00.
All right,
I'm deferring.
take a break. We'll convene in B75.
ahead, sir.
All right, do we have a second?
Second.
All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Any more? All right. We can do that resolution now. Yeah. All right, the board has a resolution that we want to read. Oh, we got sound now, don't we? I don't have to talk. I'll blast y'all out. We got a resolution that we need to read in recognition for volunteerism in the county. Whereas, like many counties in the Commonwealth of Virginia and in the United States of America, Franklin County has benefited greatly from the spirit of volunteerism among its citizens. And whereas the contributions of volunteers to Franklin County and its citizens are so numerous as to defy an accurate count. And whereas volunteerism in Franklin County ranges from neighbors helping neighbors to individuals serving the entire county by giving their time to serve in ways as diverse as joining volunteer fire and rescue companies, serving in churches and charitable organizations. Whereas the Board of Supervisors of Franklin County believes it is incumbent upon every able citizen to volunteer in some way to serve its fellow citizens. Now, therefore, it be resolved that the Board of Supervisors of Franklin County this day thanks, commends, and lauds citizens for their spirit of volunteerism in the past and encourages volunteerism in Franklin County by recognizing the great and essential benefits received by the county and its citizens from the efforts of volunteers. We want to thank each and every volunteer for their service to our county, and we greatly appreciate it. All right, now.
What's that say? Accepts the deed.
All right, now we need to recess for our previously advertised public hearing as follows. An application for rezoning from George Vogel, applicant on behalf of Coves Land Holding Incorporated. I thought we'd already done that. We need to do an adopted motion on that. All right, I need a motion on the resolution.
So moved.
Second.
Second. Madam Clerk, we do a roll call vote, please.
Supervisor Smith.
Yes.
Supervisor Tatum.
Yes.
Supervisor Cundiff.
Yes.
Supervisor Carter.
Yes.
Supervisor Leland Mitchell.
Yes.
Supervisor Ronnie Mitchell.
Yes.
Chairman Thompson.
Yes. Who's going to read that? Mr. Gwynn, are you going to, or Ronnie, you got to on the Russell Street property?
Yes, sir.
Okay, go ahead.
I move that the board authorize the county administration to accept the deed to the property in the town of Rocky Mount on behalf of the county and the county attorney to record the deed for the property on Russell Street.
I second the motion.
All right, got a second. Madam Clerk, we need to do a roll call vote on that, please.
Supervisor Tatum.
Yes.
Supervisor Cundiff.
Yes.
Supervisor Carter.
Yes.
Supervisor Leland Mitchell.
Yes.
Supervisor Ronnie Mitchell.
Yes.
Supervisor Smith.
Yes.
Chairman Thompson.
Yes. Okay, now we'll go back into the advertisement of the public hearing on an application from George Vogel, applicant on behalf of the Coves Land Holding LLC and Coves of Smith Mountain Lake Owners Association. Ms. Spencer, Carrie Spencer is going to present this.
Evening, Chairman Thompson, supervisors.
Thank you.
This is an application for a rezone in order to revise a sketch plan, proffers and deviations. It is not a change to a different district. It's still RPD. It's just this process is necessary in order to revise sketch plan and proffers. The property is located here on the lake in the neighborhood known as the Coves. The portion that is being requested for zoning is outlined in blue, and it's shows up better in a subsequent slide. This shows you the surrounding zoning. This shows better the area of the Coves that is being requested for rezoning. Nothing beyond this is being requested. It's 8 parcels total. This shows the overall land use for the area is pretty consistent throughout. This is something I presented to the Planning Commission just for information's sake, since we are changing a previously approved zoning. I wanted to make sure that that you were all aware of what is already approved. There had been some confusion. So the the density that's allowed in the RPD district is not changing. 50% open space, minimum lot sizes. The 20-foot shoreline buffer easement is not changing. There had been some misunderstanding about that. It's a inland buffer that's changing. The proffers that were no commercial development or short-term rental, and I didn't, or were previously approved, and road frontages were reduced, side setbacks reduced in previously approved zoning. Don't know. I apologize that this isn't filling the screen more. Is there anything I can do about that?
We can try to escape.
It's okay. At least the map is on here. I think it's the most important bit. Excuse me, this is the originally approved sketch plan for the Coves with the, as I mentioned, lot sizes, widths, and densities. The request is basically to rezone 37.5 of the total 79 acres of the Coves. There's 8 parcels. We're going from A1 Ag and RPD to RPD with revised proffers. About 4 acres are being added to the development from adjacent neighborhoods in order to make them part of the development as well, and so this zoning applies to those. The owner of the Coves has held several fundraising concerts over the past 2 summers. I think the first summer he had 2 maybe, then last summer he had several concerts. Temporary events are a permitted use in the RPD with a separate permit for each event that draws more than 300 people. And temporary event permits require approvals from several, basically the members of the development review team have to approve these before we can approve them. The owner wishes to continue the use of a portion of the open space as a venue for concerts and rezone because temporary events are allowed in the RPD. The only other use that we have that might apply is a place of assembly. So this we feel cleans up the situation where the public expectation is that there will be events through the season on an annual basis. So the applicants also requested some flexibility in lot configuration. Very minor, really. It's all still within the same density as was approved in the original zone. There's two parts of the request. The events venue, which will permit the use of some of the areas as a seasonal events venue with grass parking. The concept plan will be revised to reflect that. The applicant is asking for the standard hour parking spot requirement to be reduced to the national standard. Since the area is grassed and it's level terrain, he may be paint striping the spots but not paving it. So this is just to ensure that he's allowed to park as many cars as he will be able to fit there. And he's included proffers or deviations to address noise, lighting, size and frequency of concerts, accessibility, and to prohibit overnight stays for attendees. You've been given a letter, everyone's been given a copy of a letter with the revised proffers and deviations that were submitted today by the applicant. I will note that your transmittal includes 15 proffers and deviations. The applicant has since organized those better. 5 of those are actually part of a single proffer. So there are actually 10 proffers and deviations, one of which has 5 restrictions in it. And I can answer, if that's confusing, I can answer that later, I can help. The other part of the request is for additional acreage, about 4.5 acres, and some lot configuration, which reduces side and front setbacks to allow for some topographic challenges. He wants to be able to allow additional contiguous land to be considered open space so that he can continue to maintain that 50%. Reconfigure some of the lots within the existing approved density, and to vacate a 30-foot, preservation buffer along the inland perimeter of the subdivision. I've listed the proffers and deviations as are in the letter that's in front of you. This density that's listed here, the residential use and units per acre, is part of the original approval, but it's a reminder here of what the development is allowed. The request would result in an overall total 57% open space for the development. And the area to be partially developed for the venue, I'm sorry, that cut off, would represent about 4% of the overall. Our RPD requirement requires no more than 5% of the gross acreage of the development to be dedicated to open space. Actually, it reads no less than, but I think we know what it intends. This tells you the 5A through E are the restrictions that were added to proffer number 2, that those certain open space areas will be used as a venue for the assembly of general public for paid and unpaid events. And events with more than 300 attendees shall comply with these 5 restrictions regarding lighting, noise, size of events, and the frequency, lodging restrictions, and accessibility. These are part of a operations plan that the applicant put together to demonstrate how he was going to operate these facilities, and it was suggested that at least this many of them became actual proffers for the zoning. The side setback requirements, I've given you in quotes the applicant's justification for the request to reduce the side setback, and all setback requests are about topography. The front setback reduced to 20 foot. The current setback from a private road is 30 feet, so this is a 10-foot deviation. Again, the parking lot dimensions, a 3-acre lot from Commodore Cape being added and zoned appropriately, and lot 74 in the retreat to be added and also rezoned. There, number 8 is, I think there were 14, several lots that are shown on the concept plan that represent what is requested for reconfiguration. And I have a slide actually that will show you how many of those are new lots. The open space areas to be held in common ownership, subject to restrictive covenants, which will allow these proffers that will become conditions to be enforced. And the 30-foot preservation buffer along the exterior boundaries of the coves on the inland side for maintenance of the property lines and installation of fences. The area to be rezoned is here, just shown here as a reminder after listing the proffers and deviations. And this is also the area of the request is a turquoise boundary there, and the highlighted yellow areas represent new lots that.
Could you go back to that previous slide for a second?
Yes, sir.
Okay, I'm good, thank you.
I count 9 new lots. However, up here in the northern part of the slide, there are 4 lots that have been reconfigured into 2 with some additional open space. So I would say 7 additional lots, which still keeps the density well below. That we're going from 33 lots to 40 out of a total of 80 acres. So we're well below our required densities.
Mr. Carter, could you back up back slide? There you go, thank you. Hold on just
Sure.
1 second, please.
Sure.
Okay, thank you.
This is, it's just a 2-part map because it exceeded the design limitations of the paper. This just shows you the area of the request that's included in the coves as relates to the cliffs, to verify the difference between them. The cliffs are not being requested for any changes. This shows you a close-up view of the event's venue with a parking area, or the main areas to be partially developed. The parking area will be grass. The amphitheater is also grass. It's a hillside, open-air amphitheater. A stage that was permitted and inspected and CO'd by our building department. A proposed future structure and drain field areas. There are some building, there's a building called a clubhouse here, which is actually an existing structure. It's just being labeled for use as a clubhouse. This is a different perspective that shows the venue area, which I'm trying to hover over here, as relates to the entrance to the neighborhood and to the venue from Ivy Lane. A couple of things just to kind of for information sake and based on things that have come to our attention. The county's noise ordinance, oh, I apologize for that typo there. The county's noise ordinance will apply to this site, as well as the additional proffer that actually stops concerts short of the time that our noise ordinance would allow. The development review team has started with the beginning of this year actual in-person meetings, which did elicit some good positive comments. I invited the applicant to participate in the meeting so that the members of the development review team and applicant could have an exchange, ask questions, make sure they had a full understanding of what he was intending to do. VDOT's comment was that a commercial driveway permit was already approved because of the size of the subdivision. She is going to drill down to the number of vehicles and just ensure that that permit is satisfactory, and that will be verified to us. Major Sigmund noted that there hadn't been any complaints or traffic issues during the past event. In discussion with the owner, there was some this discussion about submitting a schedule of events at the beginning of the season to help schedule appropriate staffing. Again, this change creates more of an anticipated over the season type of use rather than one at a time. Fire and EMS representative did not have comments, but wanted to make sure that the roads have adequate width and turning radius. As they do, this is a sort of a fail-safe statement to ensure that when it comes to actual development with the site plan, that there aren't any, there's nothing that challenges that need. Lorena Huffman had performed a site visit recently to when this came up. And the properties do comply with all requirements. There's a wastewater system installed on the site. The neighborhood has a community well system and wastewater with some off-site drainage areas, but everything is properly mapped and will be permitted. VDH reminded the applicant that they will, and the food vendors, that they have to continue to submit applications to them on an annual basis. Our staff, our stormwater and erosion control, wanted just to be sure that the stormwater quality permit that has been issued for the neighborhood is not affected by any of the limited development in the events venue area. And it's all, again, an abundance of caution that is happening now that this is becoming a more regular use. Building official commented that the stage had been inspected and permitted. Appalachian Power did not have any objections. He was reminding the applicant that the docks that have been approved have to be continued as single-family residential purposes other than entry points for attendees for the concerts. Lot open space C must continue to maintain frontage along the 800-foot elevation. He would, any docks that are in a new plan that weren't originally permitted will be required to be permitted. This is the operational guidelines or requirements I was alluding to earlier. I'm not sure if this was, if it's in your packet. I think it may be. But this outline serves as the applicant's operational requirements. A lot of this isn't necessarily regulated by zoning, but it's a reassuring sort of input from the applicant to show how the events will be handled. If I'm going too fast past any of these slides, please slow me down. I don't want to just read the slides to you.
Yes, ma'am, everything's fine.
All right. So operational requirements have addressed a variety of issues that come up during the concerts. These 5 are the ones that now have become proffers or have become part of the proffer that allows the events venue. Reiterating that the cliffs isn't included, the lot sizes, density, open space percentages, and shoreline buffer will not be changed. A full site plan will have to be reviewed and approved by the development review team per our regular process. That wouldn't be part of the zoning, but it will be required. And the zoning was properly and timely advertised. I'm hoping that you won't see this actually as advocating on my part. These are statements that are in here because of concerns that we've been presented with, and I wanted to be sure that the public and yourself had the correct request. The Planning Commission did recommend approval of the request with their vote said 15 proffers and deviations as they were initially submitted. Your vote, one way or the other, should be 10. There are actually 10 proffers, as you can see in the letter that was submitted to you, one of which has 5 subparts.
Can I get you to back up a slide,
Sure.
please? Thank you.
This is the part where the questions slide goes up.
Anybody got any questions for Ms. Spencer?
Gotta get you back up that last slide. I'm sorry, I was looking at the other one. So 15 proffers in this. All right, thank you.
The applicant has resubmitted the proffers in a format that is actually 10 proffers and deviations. And one of them has 5 subparts to them.
So
So
you're
they
saying
remain the
they're still-
same as what the planning commission approved. Yes, sir.
Just change the format.
Correct.
Thank you. Has anyone got any questions? Mr. Mitchell?
Yes, ma'am. I've got a question about, on page 2B, the noise ordinance. I read in there that it's 67 dBs. Now, where will that be measured?
At the property line or right of way. It's measured at the, and it's listed here in the ordinance at the bottom. Sound shall be measured at the property line or right of way.
And who will do that?
Typically, and I'm not, I've got to speaking just for my experiences, the applicant will be responsible for measuring that. The applicant might include those types of requirements in their contracts. And the enforcement of it would be based on complaint, being honest how our staff works with issues like this. But the applicant is expected to follow this on his own.
So there's no requirement for anyone else to do it? I know everyone doesn't have a meter. I've been aware that the sheriff has had some in the past that have been used, and I just question, 67 dBs is not a very loud noise. And I guess my question is just, will that be enforced?
And Supervisor Mitchell, the sheriff enforces this ordinance generally. So that would be sort of a policy discussion that the administrative team would have to decide whether to enforce that on a regular basis or how.
Thank you.
Anyone else got any questions for Mr. Mitchell?
This select clearing, is that basically for drain lines, sewer lines, something like that? No, they won't cut a tree
Well,
unless
it's
they have
actually,
to.
selective clearing is more for keeping the area healthy. Clearing of
what?
dead vegetation, it's for keeping the area healthy.
Okay. My other question is that 30-foot buffer, that's basically in the front. Is that correct?
I will bring up a map. Excuse me for making you, okay. The 30-foot buffer
Right.
is,
Okay, it's in the front, okay.
well, it's also here
Right,
and here.
okay.
And along Ivy Road. So it's basically the inland boundary of the neighborhood.
And also, it was noted that the cliff is not part of this.
Yes, sir.
Okay, all right, thank you.
Do we have a representative from the applicant here?
Yeah.
Okay, I'll save my question for them.
Any more questions? Thank you, ma'am. Is there anyone else here for the applicant wish to speak?
Good evening. Good evening. George Vogel here on behalf of my client, the Coves Land Holdings, and the Homeowners Association of the Coves.
Yes, sir.
Those are the two entities which own the properties subject to this rezoning request tonight. And we are here, as Ms. Spencer stated, to ask for a few changes to the existing zoning that applies to the Coves. And really, those requests kind of fall into two buckets. As we get into that, you'll see that we're making certain requests for the events that are proposed to be held over the next season, and a few things to clean up the
development of the Coves that we brought up as we were going through this process. We figured we would clean up a couple of things that would make the development of the Coves a much better development and result in easier construction of certain lots within the Coves. I'd like to start with the history of the Coves, just real quick. Mr. Crumpler, Dennis Crumpler, was the owner of Optima Properties Smith Mountain Lake. That's the original developer that you would see on all the original concept plans. He's still involved. He's here tonight. He is the owner of Coves Land Holdings, which now owns the remaining lots and has been assigned the developer rights from the original developer. Then we have the Coves at Smith Mountain Lake Owners Association, which is again represented by Mr. Crumpler as president. We also have an active board of the Coves at Smith Mountain Lake comprised of existing homeowners that obviously have given him the authority to represent the corporation or the homeowners association. Again, as Ms. Spencer alluded to, the Coves was originally developed in kind of two different areas. One was the Coves, which is a platted, permitted subdivision with existing lots. We then have the Cliffs tracts, which currently exist as three separate tracts. That's how Mr. Crumpler or his entity bought those tracts back in early 2000s. While it was originally part of the concept plan and has been rezoned RPD back in 2006 with the original concept plan, nothing has been platted or permitted at this point. It's simply a concept. We're, again, as Ms. Spencer pointed out, we're not asking for any changes to that. We don't have any definitive plans for the Cliffs tracts at this point. And we are simply staying with the original concept plan as submitted and approved by the Board of Supervisors early 2000s. So what is the Coves? If you haven't been out to the Coves, it's a subdivision that is marked by very steep terrain. It's beautiful views looking down the Blackwater River, but those beautiful views result in some difficult construction techniques, some steep lots. And what Mr. Crumpler and what the developer has tried to do over the years is preserve the natural beauty of the Coves, and when he gets to it, hopefully the Cliffs, and to ensure that the development is built into the existing topography without destroying it any more than he has to in order to construct the homes, construct the docks, construct the amenities and common areas. So if you were to visit the site, I think you would agree that it's very much in keeping with the original intent of the subdivision, which was a natural preserve type development, keeping as much of the topography, trees, the natural beauty as possible. And that was an original intent of the developer, and it's noted by the fact that his landscape architect was a renowned firm that was specialized in green communities. So I want to assure you as the board, and I want to assure the public behind me, that there is no change, no design, nothing that is going to deviate from that original intent of the Coves. I think there's been a lot of concern that some of the language in the application and in the staff report indicates that he is going to develop some completely different project. It is our full intent to keep this as a natural, single-family, high-level development with a few tweaks here and there to allow for the better development and to allow for these events to continue with as minimal impact on the county as possible. So there were a few changes to the Coves over the years, combined some lots, added 3 off-water lots, but at this point we felt since we were coming to the board for the events venue and the amphitheater that it would be good to go ahead and refresh the concept plan, add a few other lots that were in the works, and have that presented to you all as one package.
This little paragraph here is just a statement from the Coves website, stating exactly what I just went through about the nature of the Coves and what it's intended to be. We've already talked about the cliffs, and that brings us to the Coves Amphitheater. Again, as Ms. Spencer pointed out, that's operated for 2 years. There were 2 trial balloon events back in 2000, in the height of the pandemic, when everybody was trying to figure out what was going on in the world, trying to create a different venue, something that allowed the public to gather in a safe space outdoors. Those went off pretty well. We had a full season last season with 15 events, some small, some very small, some larger. But I think all in all, the Coves and their charitable organization sponsor were able to learn a lot from those developments and learn how to do this in a safe and effective manner. And I think that's reflected in what you'll see tonight. I want to bring this slide up. Ms. Spencer already alluded to it and showed it, but I want to point out here that the cliffs is not, this is all what was already on the concept plan back in 2005, 6, I believe. And so looking here, you'll see this semicircle of proposed townhouses. Again, this is nothing different, nothing new, nothing that's been platted. It's something that could come about, but this is nothing that is being part of the request tonight. So I just want to assure you and the public that that's the case. So your proposed changes. Again, I put it into 2 different buckets. You have the assembly for general public events. We'll call that the amphitheater. And the under that guise, we've asked for a parking space size reduction to accommodate more parking in the grassy field that is used. And to we're reconfiguring open space A, and I'll get into that in a minute with the proposed concept plan. We then have the changes for the improved development of the Coves, including those setback changes, adding Commodore Cape, the retreat, and configuring some of the existing lots.
Can you back up?
Yes,
Can
sir.
you back up a slide, please? Thank you. Thank you.
Real quick, just touching on what the amphitheater means to Franklin County and to Union Hall. Over the past 2 years, there's been 5,500 concert attendees. In 2021, the Coves intends on advertising for approximately 50,000 prospective ticket buyers. And those are prospective ticket buyers in order to sell the proposed tickets over the concert series that they currently have planned. 75% of those ticket sales will come from outside of Franklin County. And the current plan over the course of the season would be to have as many as 10,000 guests. And just a marketing side note, in order to sell 10,000 concert tickets, you would have to use social media and advertising efforts to target at least 150,000 prospective buyers. So it is Mr. Crumpler's intent, the good neighbors of Franklin County and Smith Mountain Lake Good Neighbors, the charitable sponsor of the events. It's their intent to spend the money to reach those 150,000 prospective buyers, spend the money that is needed to sell 10,000 tickets over the course of the season. And obviously that would be advertising for our beautiful lake and for Franklin County. And then we have the charity and the benefit that they reap from these events. In 2021, they were the recipient of approximately $19,000. And in order to create that donation to the Smith Mountain Lake Good Neighbors, the Coves donated all of their time, all of their structures, all of their infrastructure to
the events. There was no charge, there was no money coming to Mr. Crumpler or to the entities in order to put those events on. It was purely for the benefit of the charity. In 2022, the anticipated number of concerts is 12 to 15. Average size of the events would be 800 to 1,000, but capped at 1,800. The reason that is a cap that works is because average car brings in 2 people. The most that they could safely accommodate cars in the designated parking areas at this point would be 900 cars. So that's how we get to a cap of 1,800 concert goers. Again, that would be a maximum and would not be reached very often at all. So again, the experience over the past 2 years has allowed us to see that these events can happen in a safe manner and with minimal impact to the neighborhood. We've got the parking taken care of, security provided by the Franklin County Sheriff's Office at the expense of the developer, Mr. Crumpler, and at the expense of the sponsor. The medical will be provided by Gina Care, who will, at the expense of the sponsors, will have them there to make sure that there is medical attention in the event that it's needed. We have traffic control by volunteers, food and water is available by food trucks, and water is provided by the event planners. Sanitation, trash, that's all taken care of in the guidelines that Ms. Spencer alluded to. Lighting control and noise control are included proffers to make sure that we are being good neighbors and that we are not intruding on the neighborhood any more than necessary to put these events on. So that brings us to the proposed concept plan. And I will start with this slide, which happens to be the 4th slide of the concept plan. And the reason I start here is because this is where it highlights the stage, which is here, the amphitheater here, and then the other amenities or other structures that are on site for putting on these events. I want to point out that there is some confusion as to these lines that represent the amphitheater. There's nothing constructed in this area. There's no timbers, no concrete. It's purely a grass hill. Those are simply there to show the contour and the lay of the land. So this is not something that you would call a development within a open space or within, that would be non-permeable. We also have here the clubhouse. I will point this out because it was a question at the Planning Commission, and I think it might be a question of y'all's. This is titled Lot 35. I can't zoom any further, but this clubhouse is an existing residence that can serve as an area for the event goers or for the event talent to meet prior to the show. This is not open space. So this area right here within these lines is an existing developable lot, and it's included in the development area. We then have the amphitheater parking area here, which again is a grass field, a flat grass field, which makes it attractive for the parking. There's nothing to be constructed in here, nothing permanent. When the events go, the parking goes, and it's back to a grass field. Here is another slide depicting the stage, the event area. It shows that the developer and his engineer have come up with a parking plan to ensure the accommodation of those cars. And then I will point out the green line here. That is parallel parking along the roads. In the event that the parking lot is full, they have accounted for cars that can park along the subdivision roads. We have handicap parking here and here. One question that came up was porta potties, which are used for the events. The handicap accessible porta potties are placed in the flat gravel parking lot
next to the handicap parking. The remaining porta potties are placed with, scattered throughout the trees along the edge of the event area. This area here, again, another section of the open space. This is not constructed. It's a proposed mixed-use building. Nothing's been applied for or permitted at this point. And then we get into the second area of the request, the changes to the development, the side setback reduction, the front setback reduction, adding Commodore, Cape, and Retreat lots, reconfiguring some lots, and maintaining the 50% overall density. That has not changed. The 30-foot preservation buffer, I believe Ms. Spencer addressed that and showed you where that is. I'm happy to look at it again with you if you have any questions, but I think that's been addressed. And then, again, no changes to the cliffs tracks. Here is another larger overview of the concept plan, again showing the coves as a whole. Sorry about that. Here, you'll see several new lots. Those are the ones that are outlined in orange. Here, lot 40, and then these two lots over here. The developer has realized in marketing and building and selling lots over the past 15 years, 17 years, that the views afforded up on the hillside are a great opportunity for off-water lots, people that are looking to be part of the community but not be on the water. That has also allowed him to vacate certain lots on the water and reduce the density that's actually along the shoreline. He's done that several times here with lots, I believe 5 was vacated and lot 8 were vacated. There's some thought of doing that on other lots throughout the subdivision. So again, maintaining the current density, moving structures off of the lake frontage, pushing them back up to the top of the hill where it's less impactful on the environment, less impactful on the slope and on the lake. Here is the cliffs track again, nothing changing there. Everything is exactly the same as it was in the original concept plan. And then we have the proffers. I want to address why the format changed between the Planning Commission and today. We presented the Planning Commission with, I believe, 10 or 11 proffers that were part of the application. During our discussions with the planning department and hearing the comments from the neighborhood and from the citizens, we decided to add 5 proffers regarding the operation of the events to ensure, again, that lighting would be taken care of, that noise would be taken care of, those type of things that we heard the concerns of the citizens and the people in the neighborhood and the people across the lake, and we wanted to make sure that we addressed those and made them comfortable as much as possible that this was not going to be a nuisance. Again, lighting, noise, size and frequency, no lodging, no camping. We're not going to have Floyd Fest sitting at the Coves every weekend. And then accessibility for ADA compliant accessibility. So those were added at the end of the Planning Commission meeting in order to ensure that these 5 items were addressing directly the events rather than the subdivision as a whole. It made much more sense to include those under as subsections of proffer number 2. And I think that reads much clearer than it had when it was presented to you in your package. For example, if lighting had been left alone on its own, you would have thought that lighting proffer applied to all the lots within the subdivision and could have created a problem between neighbors when you start measuring lighting at the lot line in between 2 houses on the lake. So that was the intent. Nothing substantive has changed, I don't believe, from what was in your original package and what was in the Planning Commission approved list of proffers, which numbered 15. Again, the other proffers that we've already talked about, changes to the concept plan, everything else. I don't know how to alleviate the concerns that are in the community about this is going to be some drastic change to the Coves, other than to say this is not going to be any drastic change to the Coves. The changes to the development are minimal at best. The events are obviously, I think, what bring a lot of people out here tonight to talk to you about. We're limiting those events. We're limiting the noise. We're limiting the time of day above and beyond what they have to do and above and beyond what they would be required if they applied for a new temporary permit today. Again, the Coves, Mr. Crumpler, the sponsors, they're all trying to be good neighbors and make sure that these events are doing what they're intended to do, which is benefit the community, benefit good neighbors of Smith Mountain Lake, and to create a positive attribute for the Union Hall District. So I'm sure y'all have plenty of questions. I'm happy to ask them at this point, or happy to answer them at this point. If y'all want to start, we can.
Anybody got any questions?
A couple. Last year, 2021, how many events did they have down there? All total?
15.
15?
18.
18.
I apologize.
Okay. And out of those, how many of those was a permit required for?
7, I believe, were applied for.
And out of those 7, y'all obtained those 7 permits as required?
Yes, sir. And one thing that I failed to point out was, this was a joint effort on behalf of Mr. Crumpler and the county to come to y'all tonight to try to alleviate the work that goes into getting permits from every single agency for every single event. Not only is it work for Mr. Crumpler, good work for the charity, it's a lot of work for the county. So this was an attempt to bring this to the board all in one fell swoop to essentially make the work easier for everyone. So, the planning department's been great to work with. Ms. Spencer's been awesome. I think we've come to a great understanding of what the intent is down at the Coves, and I think we've done a lot to alleviate the concerns of the community. One other thing that I failed to mention was during the Planning Commission, the issue of noise came up, and one gentleman mentioned sound barriers, things that could be done to reduce the noise that's carrying across the lake. One thing that we heard, what wasn't expected really, was it's the people on the other side of the lake that are hearing the noise. The noise carries across the water. So Mr. Crumpler, along with Gary Jackson from the Harvester, and knows a lot about putting on events, they have already procured or located sound barriers that can be put up on the back side of the stage to direct the noise back into the hillside, back to the spectators. Not only does it help the neighbors across the lake, but it also makes a better event, a better sound for the people sitting in the amphitheater.
Mr. Bogle, I have one question. What you've gave us here, this new document, has everything been covered today in this document? Has it been covered with the planning and zoning people?
That's my letter dated February 15th.
Yes.
Yes, sir. Everything, I talked to Ms. Spencer about that. We were back and forth regarding that. There was one question on, it was all formatting. Nothing substantive, but yes, I believe everything has been addressed with planning.
Is there any more questions for Mr. Bogle?
Mr. Chairman, I'll go back to my original question, and that is with the sound. I would like to see some kind of directive as to these noises, sounds being taken and recorded And in my mind, I think that the decibels are pretty low, and I think that for the good of everyone, that should be addressed.
I'm sorry, was that a question or a statement, or would you like me to address the noise issue?
I would like for you to say how it's going to be checked or when it's going to be checked. Is it going to be done once a night or every hour? There seems to be no plan in there for checking them. I think the sound is one of your biggest detriments.
Yes, sir, and if anybody from the sheriff's office wants to correct me, they can, but I have a home near Mangoes, which produces a lot of noise and I think has a lot of complaints over the years, and it's always been my understanding that the sheriff's office has a noise meter.
Yes.
And when they receive a complaint, they go to the home of the complainant, and they take the noise meter and measure the decibel levels at the property line of the complainant, not at the property line of the where the event is going on. So I don't believe Mr. Crumpler or the sponsor checking the noise levels at the Coves is going to achieve or rectify the concern that you have about noise at the neighbor's house. And I could be wrong, but that's how I understand how it is enforced in Franklin County.
Mm-hmm. I know the sheriff does, he has in the past had the equipment to do that. And I guess my main point is, will it be done?
At the events, like I said, they are going to take as many precautions as they can. Again, Mr. Jackson has procured the sound deadening backs to the stage. They've also designed speakers that are higher and point down to the ground to ensure that the sound is directed at the attendees and not up into the air, just like they do with lighting. But again, measuring the sound at near the stage or on the property of the Coves is not going to give us the answer of whether or not they're violating the noise ordinance. So I don't see how Mr. Crumpler or Good Neighbors. Okay. Mr. Crumpler just wanted me to point out that also security is being provided by the Franklin County Sheriff's Office off-duty deputies who have access and who could be contacted by the Sheriff's Office in the event that a valid complaint was raised and the noise needed to be reduced. The sound needed to be reduced.
Anyone else got any questions?
Mr. Chairman, I'll make one statement, and I'm going to refrain and have my comments after a public hearing, if I may. Mr. Vogel, I respectfully disagree that this is basically about paperwork and that there are no definitive changes being made. This application is about land use and zoning, and all of the deviations and all of the verbiage in the staff report and all the research that I've done that's significant infers and demonstrates that in the staff report, you're wanting you guys are wanting a permanent event venue. That's different than what is in the 2006 master plan. And I just want to point that out fundamentally. We could probably argue the pros and cons, and you probably disagree with that. But from a land use and zoning perspective, this application is complex and it's a big deal.
Any more questions for Mr. Vogel? Thank you, sir.
Thank you. And I would like to reserve the right to respond to any public comments
Yes, sir.
after they're made. Thank you.
Yes, sir. Ms. Spencer, will you come back to the podium, please? Ms. Spencer,
Yes, sir.
we've been given a document here from your office where you got an email from Mr. Vogel's office.
That's
In
correct.
regards to the proffers and everything. My question is everything that's been presented here tonight on this and the changes that have been made, have they been before the Planning and Zoning Board, or is it coming to us?
All of those changes have been before the Planning Commission.
So there's nothing new here
There is-
tonight?
there is nothing
That has
new.
not been
It's-
before the Planning and Zoning?
That's correct. It's just how it's formatted, how the language is formatted, but it is the same thing that the Planning Commission had agreed to.
Is there any more, did that make any more questions for Ms. Spencer from the board? All right, thank you, ma'am. We'll go back into public hearing. We'll recess now for any public hearing. Madam Clerk, do you have any people signed up to speak?
Yes, sir.
All right, go ahead.
Larry McCarthy. You're welcome.
If you come forward, please state your name and your address.
My name is Larry McCarthy. I live at 888 Three-Quarter Point Road in Wertz, Virginia.
Thank you, sir.
As I just said, my name is Larry McCarthy, and we've owned a home at Three-Quarter Point opposite the Coves for 18 years. Personally, I think you should just deny this application. Its purpose is to expand the concert venue and add more home sites to a development that has already had enough. Most of the Coves is already zoned RPD. This application wants more, with all kinds of deviations from the code to enable it to squeeze many multifamily homes as possible into an area that is low-density residential. It just doesn't fit. The locals and tourists enjoy the concert venue, but it's in the middle of a residential area and should not be expanded. The noise it creates is intrusive, but as a temporary venue, it's manageable. And although a nuisance, it contributes to the local economy and is popular. Keep it as a temporary event with a required permitting process. The majority of the building sites have already been rezoned RPD. Let them build it as it is currently zoned, and have them fill the open spaces with trees and vegetation that will help keep the lake clean and dampen the noise from the concerts, as well as soften the look of the place on a highly visible hillside next to the cliffs. The Cove should try to blend in to its surroundings rather than dominate and overpower them. This is a beautiful residential area that should not be spoiled by a huge concert venue, too many houses and not enough trees. The right thing to do for the area and the existing property owners is to deny this application. If you can't deny it, then please table it for further review. Give the Planning Commission a second chance to do it right, and give the adjacent property owners, such as myself, who are most affected by this, more time to review and comment from our perspective. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Jan McCarthy.
Hello, I'm Jan McCarthy. My address is 3101 Darby Road in Keswick, Virginia. I thank you for the opportunity to speak to you supervisors. Thanks so
Will you
much.
speaking to the microphone, ma'am?
Is this better?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you, sir. Ideally, I'd like you to deny this application as well. And barring that, I'd ask that you send it back to the Planning Commission for further review and table your decision at this time. The Planning Commission didn't notify adjacent property owners in a timely manner. When I asked them to postpone this matter until their March 8th meeting, they declined and went ahead on February 8th and approved it, which is why we're here tonight. So I'm asking you to please give us more time to complete due diligence and suggest alterations that might take all affected parties into consideration. I feel strongly that this plan is not in keeping with the comprehensive plan, nor does it blend with the surrounding area. The proposal and plans are vague and inconclusive. The developer should submit a rendition and include more detailed descriptions of the various components, such as what types of houses will be built and where, how many boat docks, what type and where, what about roads, parking, safety, and access for emergency vehicles? How will the noise, air, water, and light pollution caused by this development be mitigated? And it's important that the original commitment to prohibit short-term rentals in the development be restated in this application, and that it's not eluded by other means like private clubs. The concert venue is in the midst of residential developments, and at the very least, it should remain as a temporary event. Granting permanent event status would make things worse for the neighboring properties, make control by the county difficult and costly, and expose the county to untold liabilities. The size of the venue, frequency of the performances, noise, car, and boat traffic will have a serious impact on the neighbors and the lake itself, as well as county resources. Of all the deviations that the developer has asked for, what real proffers has he offered in exchange? Will they be offering land or building public facilities? Will they be making improvements to existing roads or bridges? And how will they compensate the county for police presence during concerts? There's no doubt that concerts are popular, but I think they're a foil for the rest of the development in which the county is getting very little, and adjacent property owners are losing the peace and tranquility of the lake and the value of their own properties once this overly dense project is built out and occupied. Surely there are more appropriate, less intrusive places in this county to build a tourist area. So please table this application and give us the same time the developer has had while working closely with the Planning Commission. Take it off the fast track and allow us all to take a closer look. I understand this is a difficult and contentious issue, and I appreciate your dedication to our wonderful community and this opportunity to speak to you. Thank you so much.
Thank you, ma'am.
Patty Massey.
Good evening. My name is Patty Massey. I live at 848 Three-Quarter Point Road in Wards. I love the Smith Mountain Lake community, and I appreciate this opportunity to address you, the board. I'd first like to say that my husband is a former professional musician who now makes a living as a local real estate professional. Thus, we're very supportive of music and arts, and have attended events at the Coves. I hope to do so again in the future. We're also proponents of managed growth as more people discover the beauty and convenient location of our great community. With that being said, I'm very concerned that the proposed changes are a drastic transformation of what was originally planned and approved for this community. And the fact that they are requesting community support under the guise of eliminating red tape for the concerts is not only misleading, but it's deceitful to the entire Smith Mountain Lake community who has supported them so well. It's a clear failure by the Coves to be fully transparent with their plans for this community. I believe that the concert venue changes should be studied and considered separately from the other changes that are being proposed within this community, since they're two completely separate uses for this property. We want to be good neighbors and support venues like the Coves. We want to see all Smith Mountain Lake communities flourish and grow within the guidelines that have been established and approved through careful planning, research, community input, and deliberation. Hastening the approval process without the benefit of thoughtful examination and investigation of potential impacts is doing a disservice to the citizens and jeopardizing the welfare of our community. If I could, I'd like to read just the first sentence from the mission statement for the Board of Supervisors. It says, "Our mission is to provide services and leadership in order to protect the health, safety, and welfare of the citizens of Franklin County and to promote an outstanding quality of life." I understand and respect that each of you has a very difficult and a thankless job. But I ask you to reflect on this statement as you listen to and consider the concerns that are being presented by the citizens of Franklin County tonight. There are some valid points being made regarding safety, environmental, and community impacts associated with this proposal. And no, many of us were not informed of this in a timely manner. These matters deserve to be studied and fully vetted. The fact that revisions are only recently being submitted, even as recently as today, is a testimony that additional time and attention needs to be given to this proposal. As our community leaders, I implore you to recommend delaying this vote. The citizens of Franklin County are simply asking for adequate time to study this proposal. One, so that a transparent presentation of the facts can be provided to the community. Two, so we can get complete answers to our questions. And three, so everyone can be properly informed. Thank you for your time, and I want to thank each of you for your service to our community.
Thank you.
Mary Colligan. See the clock better.
Okay.
If you don't
I
mind.
have a heart attack when it beeps at me.
Yes.
Thank you. Good evening. My name is Mary Colligan. I live at 986 Three-Quarter Point Road in Wirtz. I appreciate the opportunity to provide verbal comments here tonight, in addition to those I've already provided in writing. The requested rezoning would be at a substantial detriment to adjacent property owners such as myself. It would not be in harmony with the general welfare of the community. Consequently, I urge the board to deny the application for rezoning, or at a minimum, delay a decision until such time that a full analysis can be conducted of the environmental impacts of the proposal and the findings shared with the affected and neighboring community. I worked as a wildlife biologist for the federal government for over 30 years and spent much of my time reviewing applications, ranging from single-family piers to oil and gas operations. The majority of my work focused on threatened and endangered species. Species and ecosystems become imperiled because we degrade their waters, carve up their habitat, introduce noise and visual impacts, and eliminate movement corridors. Zoning restrictions, setback requirements, and protection buffers are critically important in preserving the health and integrity of the natural system and finding the balance between development and ecosystem health. The requested rezoning would increase housing density and reduce and eliminate setbacks and preservation buffers. Adherence to current zoning requirements, setbacks and buffers, and restrictions on tree removal are essential to promoting an outstanding quality of life to the citizens of Franklin County and protecting the environment consistent with the mission of the Board of Supervisors. The changes requested by the applicant, although I know they characterize them as minor tonight, and I'm struggling to understand that since much of the language, at least in the documents I read related to the setbacks in particular, say they apply to all lots within the subdivision. So they feel more significant to me, at least in my reading of the application, than what was characterized here tonight. I believe that these changes should be fully analyzed. The staff analysis provided to the Planning Commission stated that, quote, most of the citizen concerns that have come to the staff's attention will be addressed during the required site plan review that follow the zoning decision. That just doesn't work for the zoning decisions. Significant citizen concerns about the impacts of the rezoning itself have been submitted, and these can only be addressed prior to a decision by the board. I understand that the board approved the applicant's request for fast tracking. As far as I could tell, that was related to the concert season. Again, the scope and magnitude of the rezoning changes justify careful and full consideration, and that, at least that component of the application should not be fast-tracked. Again, I appreciate your consideration of my comments and look forward to hearing the other public comments here this evening. Thank you.
Thank you.
Pete Kaufman.
Good evening. My name is Pete Kaufman. I'm an adjacent property owner. I live at 763 Boxwood Green Drive across from the cliffs. I understand that one of your goals is to foster the growth of the county. New homes are key to attracting more commerce. So we have the cliffs, some very nice homes, and now we have the concerts. and they've been wrapped up as a charity with our all-time favorite, Smith Mountain Lake Good Neighbors. So the promoters are thinking, what do we need next? Let's make this permanent. More events, more people, more money. We were told by the promoters that there were some 15 or 17 or 18 concerts last year and 5,500 attendees. One, they said, had 1,300 attendees, so the remaining events probably averaged around 260 attendees. Now that just doesn't make sense with people like Ricky Skaggs and Hornsby and McClinton and all the other artists that were here. Do you believe acts like those would draw fewer than 300 people? I'd guess their numbers are closer to 10,000. Good Neighbors, after they fronted the events, marketed them, took the risk, did the permitting, provided volunteers, got less than 20,000. So let's look at 2022. Now we have 20 concerts, likely over 20,000 attendees over the season. Kenny G tickets cost now $100 a piece. That is real money for somebody. Can you imagine 900 cars parked on the open spaces and around the edges of the road, or 1,800 people swarming around that site drinking beer and wine? Would you like to live there? What if something happened? There's only one way in and one way out. But what about those new homes we need? We were told this lake was never intended to be a retirement community. What would happen to home values if that got out? We were told if you didn't like the noise, plan to be away for the weekend. Every weekend? All summer? How about my neighbors who live elsewhere and come here for the weekend? This location is a residential community with only a single road accessing it and limited space. It's simply not suitable for such large-scale events. The disruption will drive out the local residents and reduce all our property values. There's an old adage in real estate, location, location, location. This is not the right location for a major concert venue. You cannot fix that. You need to turn this request down. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, sir.
Adam Moore.
Good evening, Adam Moore, 95 Watersong Circle, Union Hall. Thank you, Board of Supervisors, for allowing me to speak tonight. This statement is on behalf of my wife, Courtney Moore, and myself, Adam Moore. We are residents of the Coves and reside at 95 Watersong Circle. To say we are very sad and worried would be an understatement. We purchased in the Coves thinking it was a quiet mountain lake retreat for ourselves and 4 children. We were led to believe this community would give us peace, tranquility, and be away from congestion and a fast pace of life like we have in Richmond, which is our primary residence. Now we are being told it may be condos, townhouses, or single family in previously designated open spaces, which we are highly opposed to. The current open spaces are our favorite spots, and we feel as though the developer misrepresented the community and should have never put overlooked structures in if he was going to build in those spots. We do not feel that trading beautiful open spaces our kids play in for wooded lots at the edges is a fair trade-off to maintain 50% common area. We are not in agreement with the Coves becoming a concert venue or any other type of venue. Again, we thought we were purchasing in a quiet, gated community for the safety of our 4 children to bike, hike, and be able to just be kids. We have the right as residents to have peace and enjoyment. When we told the developer we disagree with the concerts, he basically stated, do not come those 12 weeks. The concerts are held during the prime weeks of spring, summer, and fall, and we pay a mortgage on 52 weeks, and we should not be told not to come to our home. The amphitheater is also an eyesore. It looks tacky and would decrease the values of our homes. The developer also mentioned that if we were in a disagreement with him, we were free to sell our home. That's absolutely ridiculous. Instead of increasing people wanting to buy in the Coves, he is going to drive people out of the community. The first concert had F words and cussing throughout, absolutely unacceptable. The noise shakes our house, and there's no way to avoid music blaring. Cars ruin the grass. They are allowing hundreds of people through the gate, which is a safety concern. There is no security to protect us. We don't know if people are sex offenders, have weapons, etc. If there happens to be an emergency or violent shooting, there's only one way in and one way out. Often people park on the hill outside of the proposed parking lot and almost go over the massively tall retaining wall, which could cause fatalities. People throw their beer bottles and trash everywhere. We have found used condoms, people wandering around our property. Boaters fly in and out of our cove to hear the music and often hit our dock and throw litter into the water. We are nervous not to be here during concerts because we want to protect our home. Additionally, the advertised trails that people hike on prior to the concert are eroding. We have lost 18 inches of our lot falling into the trail since we moved in. We request the county to send out an environmental engineer. Thank you all for your time.
Thank you, sir.
Kim Kaiser. Yes, ma'am. Paula Schofner.
My name is Paula Schaffner, and I live at 535 Cedar Ridge Road in Union Hall, Virginia. I appreciate the opportunity to speak before you tonight. My home is part of a residential neighborhood that's located within walking distance of the Coves at Union Hall. I'm really concerned now that I have gotten here, more so than what I had written, about the misinformation that is circulating about this project. One that concerns me extremely is that I sent a FOIA request to the Planning Commission, and the county is required to be transparent. And I requested information about the concerts and the permits that were received for the concerts at the Coves. There were 17 concerts, and I was sent one finalized permit and one that was not finalized. Mr. Crumpler, I believe it is, said there were 7. So I guess tomorrow I will be contacting the Planning Commission again to ask why I didn't receive the other 6, because I only got one that was finalized. I discovered that 17 concerts took place between April 1st and October 30th. The first document was a completed permit, as I said, dated April 16th. The second document was dated June the 2nd, and was only a partial permit that was never finalized. The third document was a copy of the Franklin County Ordinance, which is Franklin County Code Section 25-134, that allows an exemption per item J from the requirement of a permit if the attendance at the event will be less than 300 people. Please be aware that several of the concerts, as Mr. Kaufman said, had A-list entertainers that draw thousands, countrywide, nationwide. So it's kind of unreasonable to believe that there were less than 300 people at 16 of those concerts. After the Coves and SML Good Neighbors applied for their first permit in April 2021, they clearly used that item J in the previously mentioned ordinance to circumvent the system. The fact that the Coves and SML Good Neighbors ignored and abused the county ordinance clearly demonstrates their lack of concern for compliance or for simply doing the right thing. An honor system can only work where honor exists. They willfully and knowingly disregarded the established process to acquire a temporary event permit. And now they're asking to be exempted from any oversight for future events. Equally concerning is the fact that my husband and I contacted the Sheriff's Department on 3 different occasions to voice a complaint, yet there seems to be no record of that. Also, some of our neighbors did the same thing. So where are those records? I guess my time's up. The scope and magnitude of the many layers of these revisions contained in the request warrant a thorough examination. So I respectfully request that you deny the rezoning application that is in front of you tonight. Thank you.
Jay Schaffner.
Good evening. I'm Jay Schaffner. I have been blessed by God to spend 25 years at 535 Cedar Ridge Road with that lady.
She's a good girl.
Oh, you don't know. I want to drill down on we've had a couple of comments here about there's one way in and one way out of the Coves, and that's true. And that's the combination of Standerford Road and Rock Cliff Road. It's really one road, but it changes names. Let me just draw you a picture. From Kemp Ford, where it comes down, it's 2.7 miles long. The first 1.1 miles has 3 blind curves, and it drops 208 feet, picture a 21-foot building, down to an 18-foot bridge. The road from there on is also 18 feet, all the way to the Coves, and there's 7 more blind curves, 10 blind curves. And miraculously, VDOT showed up today to trim some of the trees back unannounced, but I'm just wondering how that happened right here today. It didn't take the blind curve out, and there's still 10 of them, okay? So you look at this and you go, 2.7 miles, 10 blind curves, that's 1 per every quarter mile. Oh, the road is so narrow, according to VDOT, because it's only 19 and 18 foot wide, there's no center line, there's no edge lining, there's no lighting, and there's no posted speed limit, which in Virginia means that's 55 miles an hour. This is a dangerous road. It was built for the residential areas that preceded the Coves. It was not meant for the kind of commercial, heavy-duty traffic, 900 cars and per concert. And if you think, okay, what could possibly go wrong? Think about all of that, and then they say 75% of their ticket sales come from outside the county. The people aren't familiar with the roads. They come out at dark, and they're all coming out at the same time. These are dangerous roads. They've been drinking. Don't try to tell me that there's not an inebriated drinker or driver in that bunch. There's got to be. And I had the misfortune of trying to come in against all of that one night last summer, and I got run into the ditch. I don't mean moving over. I mean run into the ditch about 4 times. Okay? When I approached Officer Shockley, who was the one lone sheriff at the front of the venue, he said he would report that to the sheriff, but I don't think it ever got reported. So we're talking about increased density. We're talking about increased concert. Where is the safety factor on pouring off? Even if that was rainbows and lollipops over there, you got to get down to it. The road is not safe for travel, and where is the safety concern, and who's going to be liable when, God forbid, there's a traffic accident or there's something that goes wrong up there and the emergency people can't get there? Who's going to be liable for that? Where's the safety in that? Nobody's looked at that. So again, the last traffic survey from VDOT was in 2017. The next one's not scheduled for 2023. Please deny this, or at least postpone it, and let us do our due diligence. Thank you.
David Peters Jr.
Good evening. I'm Dave Peters. I reside at 535 Peters Pike in Wertz. I am here on behalf of these events. I appreciate everybody's comments and everybody's opinions, but my involvement in these, we are in the construction business. We build houses in the Coves. We also have houses under contract, and these events, in my opinion, have helped the Coves property. The proffers that are offered, or the density is not really being increased at all. It's just a variation of the setbacks to alleviate some of the issues that we have getting driveways in down to the houses, so that we can set the houses off to one side to create longer driveways down into those steep lots. So as far as the venues are concerned, the music that's been offered, I think, has been great. We've taken several friends, family members, and others. We've had good comments, positive comments about everything. I appreciate all the concerns. I don't want to minimize any of those, but I think there's a way through all of this that we can all enjoy and get the rights that we all deserve to have. The safety concerns are always valid. I appreciate those, but I do know that there's been an overly amount of attention paid to making sure that there are deputies, there's safety people, there's healthcare people, and none of those areas have not been focused on or not been looked at in this whole process. So to bring all those up like it's not been looked at is really not being fair to Mr. Crumpler and the community as a whole, I don't think. So I would just encourage you to continue on with this. I know that we all have different opinions, and it's a good venue for the community. That end of the county needs this. We need the commercial growth that's in that quarter, and without bringing people in and without bringing outside people into this county, you're not going to get the growth in that end of the county that we all are hoping for, as far as new homes and new structures, and we all know what that brings to the county. And I just encourage you all to approve this, and let's work through this and make it a good, positive effort on everyone's part. Thank you.
Thank you.
Jeff Dupierre.
Good evening. My name is Jeff Dupierre. We live at 112 Cedar Ridge Road. Our property in Cedar Ridge is the closest property to the Coves. We have attended many of the concerts. We've walked there. These concert series are a proven concept. They've been doing it for 2 years, and there have been no legitimate issues so far, and we don't anticipate any. Like I said, it's a proven concept, and it works, and it is in keeping with the overall development plan for Union Hall to bring entertainment venues in. Thank you.
Lori Dupierre.
Hi, I'm Lori Dupierre. I reside at 112 Cedar Ridge Road. This is my husband. And as he indicated, we are probably the closest to the Coves of anybody in our neighborhood. And we often do walk to the concerts. And I feel strongly that Mr. Vogel has alleviated any concerns about potential issues. And I just wanted to bring up a couple of points here that haven't been made about the Union Hall Village Plan Survey. Back in 2021, this survey was sent out to the residents of Union Hall, asking them to participate in what they would like to see for Union Hall. And I'm just going to bring up a couple questions here. Question number 3, if opportunity existed in or around the village of Union Hall, which of the following would you like to see in the future? Of course, restaurants were number 1, but without the demographics to support that, probably it's going to take a while for that. Number 4, entertainment venues, such as indoor or outdoor music or events. Question number 7, what community amenities would you like to see in the future as Union Hall matures? Number 1, internet. Number 3, community facilities. Number 2, number 3, park, trails, or recreational areas. Now, I feel that the Coves supports both of these. They allow you to arrive early at their concerts, to walk on their trails and on their roadway. And they do provide the entertainment venue. And they are a fundraiser for the children who do need nutritional supplement. 5,800 children received meals based on the donations last year. That's huge. I haven't heard anybody talk about that. I support the streamlining of the permit process to enable Smith Mountain Lake Good Neighbors with their paperwork burden. So I ask you to approve this. Thank you.
Paulette Chitwood.
Whose name's on the permit?
Hello, my name is Paulette Chitwood. I live at 431 Standiford Road in Union Hall. I'm a fifth-generation Franklin County resident. I have 3 family cemeteries within 6 miles of my home in Union Hall. I'm 71 years old. I have lived away in metropolitan areas such as Atlanta. I have lived in southern towns driven, as is Smith Mountain Lake, by summer people, retirees, and developers. Areas like Asheville and Cashiers, North Carolina, very similar to Smith Mountain Lake. I have attended music venues and concerts in both, and I worked with a radio station in the Atlanta area where we put on our own concerts. The Coves organization has done a stellar job at putting on these concerts. I've seen them and I've seen the way they work, and they've done a fantastic job. But tonight I'm here to speak only on one subject, and that's the subject of traffic. I live on Standerford Road. Standerford Road is exactly 50 feet from my front door. I garden daily in the spring and summer. I'm out in that yard constantly. And for the past 2 years, I have seen the traffic come in, and I have seen the traffic leave after these concerts. The traffic moves, it has moved smoothly, brilliantly. I have seen no recklessness. I have not been threatened in any way. The traffic moves, and it's one after another, and then it's done. It's over, finished. I have one suggestion for the traffic situation, and that is to station a traffic officer at the intersection of Standerford and Kemp Forward Road. The whole idea of moving that traffic fluidly and keep it moving at that place, it very much like, remember at Lakeside, little children's cars moved like this? We want to keep that and get them back out on Route 40. So a traffic officer at that intersection would alleviate that and keep them moving. I've had absolutely no problems whatsoever. My in and out has not been affected. I have a closing statement to make here. Is anyone here on the Board of Supervisors old enough to remember when Water's Edge was developed? Everybody thought it was crazy, didn't they? It was the beginning, and it was the beginning of a lot that has benefited this county. The Coves is a new concept. Supporting someone who gives back to this community
Thank you, ma'am.
will benefit you. Thank you.
Sam Brady.
Behind you, ma'am.
Hello. My name is Sam Brady. I'm a 5-year resident of Franklin County and an owner in the Boxwood Green subdivision. I'm also the treasurer of HOA. I was here last week, and I was here a couple of months ago for another reason, and I see a couple of real big differences in the way the Planning Commission handled a couple of requests. Just 3 months ago, our association came before the Planning Commission to request a zoning change from A1 to R1. Boxwood Green is 25 years old, 95% built out. It's 87-lot residential subdivision. We requested that change not so that property could be used differently, but that rather to reflect what the neighborhood actually is. That's residential. The commission denied the request. Citing an overriding concern for individual property rights, Commissioner Crawford asked if we had surveyed our owners regarding the change from A1 to R1. She went further and specifically stated she wanted to see 100% of our owners in favor of a rezone before she'd vote for that kind of change. Somebody else walked that back and said it had to be a vast majority of the owners. All of that was reported in the Roanoke Times. So later this year, after we complete our survey as required by the commission, we'll reapply for rezoning. The point is that we'll reapply in a manner that was prescribed by the Planning Commission. The application tonight before you is for rezoning. Several parcels that are part of the pending rezone application by the Coves are owned by their association. The petitioners requested changes that will have a profound impact on owners in that subdivision. We've heard from one of them tonight. So what's the parallel between the denial of the Boxwood Green application and the Coves application that was approved by the Planning Commission and recommended for your approval? It's a lack of consistency and adherence to established precedent. They established that precedent just 3 months ago when publicly stating that a subdivision requesting a zoning change must have an owner survey and the approval of not just a supermajority of the owners, but darn near unanimity in the ownership. There are owners in the Coves who are not in favor of the application and the proposed changes. I don't speak for them. They have been and will continue to raise their own concerns, but they need to be counted and heard. The Coves rezoning application is further reaching and will have far greater impact than the one that the Commission rejected out of hand just 3 months ago. But let's be clear, precedent is important, and the stated standard of a nearly unanimous owner approval ought to be applied consistently. That wasn't the case. So I respectfully request that you send the petition back to planning for further review. Thanks.
Ed Crawford.
Hello, Ed Crawford, 328 Brooks Point Lane. I live within a quarter of a mile by Crow to the Coves. Mr. Chairman, members of the Board of Supervisors, I'm speaking to you in favor of the proposed changes for the Coves. First, it's a zoning change to have the additional properties to be zoned RPD, which is now would match the existing zoning that was approved in 2006. Second is to have the music venue permitting streamlined in a more cost-effective manner for both the county, I feel, and the good Smith Mountain Lake neighbors, the organization that benefits from the profits. I've attended numerous of these concerts at the Coves, and in one of the concerts was a bluegrass venue, probably the one that had 1,300 people. I noticed that at that time there was a lot of lifetime, long-time residents at that venue, people that needed assistance that were way older than me, that really enjoyed this show. Present along there was Mr. Ronnie Mitchell, Mr. Laurie Smith. I'm sure they enjoyed the show. Something that was different is that I saw lake residents and local residents in harmony. Something that is not always happening anymore in this county. The Coves has a music venue that is a great asset to this county and to Union Hall and to our plan. I live in Union Hall for 43 years now. There are no houses between my house and the cliffs when I bought that house. Now there are numerous developments, including Cedar Ridge, The Retreat, Lake Forest, Boxwood Greens, just to mention a few. I can remember standing on the cliffs and looking across at the wonderful farmland and the farmhouse that's set over there, which now you know is Boxwood Greens. They too have become part of this growth and development these people are protesting against. The lake is the first hydroelectric storage facility, second a recreational lake, as the way I read it was developed. I don't feel any of us have the right to say no more growth, no more development because I moved here. Mr. Crumpler has always demonstrated that the development is an environmentally friendly development, economically sound, and contributing to the community and contributing to the community's friendly atmosphere. He's never given me any reason nor any of my neighbors to distrust his intentions. I hope you will support his efforts and contributions to the Union Hall community. Thank you, and I'd be glad to answer any of your questions anytime you want about living close to the Coves. Thank you.
It looks like Lex Jules.
Okay, I'll move
Repeat
on.
your name again.
Lex Jules.
Les Jules. What's your next one?
Okay, Victor Evans.
Whoever Les Jules is, I'm sure he'd agree with you. Do I get 6 minutes?
That's pretty good.
No and no.
No, no.
We can answer that one real quick. Good evening, County Supervisors. I'm Victor Evans, and I live at 370 Richards Way, North Virginia. That's a resident of the Union Hall District, and I live close enough to clearly hear introductions of entertainers at the Coves Amphitheater. Let me start with qualifying me. During my professional career, I was a public servant for over 40 years. More than half of that time, I served at the local government level, working with human service agencies, businesses, and programs to help individuals and families overcome life-threatening disorders and disabilities. Therefore, I'm intimately familiar with the value and importance of charitable giving to help people of all ages overcome harmful and disastrous conditions so that residents can be safe and enjoy a respectful quality of life. Certainly, these are not things government can do well without the support of charities. To be clear, this rezoning request is not about charity. This is about the county's obligation to ensure that landowners and developers improve opportunities for prosperity without disrespecting the rights of homeowners and dismantling our zoning ordinances for unprecedented approval of something not covered by code, specifically a permanent event venue. This case of a landowner conducting concerts in areas surrounded by residential communities. Having a popular outdoor concert venue can be a good thing, but definitely not in the way it's currently pursued and presented for approval. Our zoning ordinances provide a viable means to support land use to simultaneously protect residents and encourage prosperity. Unfortunately, you were underserved with a staff report from Planning and Community Development that inadequately reviewed the rezoning request to ensure significant legal liabilities were comprehensively identified and addressed. The applicant clearly plans to conduct frequent concerts of up to 1,800 people, 900 cars, and include various large commercial vehicles from buses to tractor-trailer rigs. This comes with obvious problems and hazards with traffic, emergency responses, pollution of all types, and creates a significant adverse quality of life, legal and fiscal liabilities for the county, all of which remain unresolved. Obviously, outdoor concerts are popular and can be culturally and economically beneficial to all concerned. But this one lacks the due diligence to justify approval. Please return this request to the Planning Commission for the thorough review needed so you can make an informed decision. And about that noise ordinance, it clearly states in the noise ordinance that bands are excluded from the limits that they're saying they're going to comply with. Thank you for seeking community input.
Russell Sinneth.
Russell Sinneth, 395 Blue Lake Road, Union Hall, Virginia, and y'all get the tough seat tonight anyhow. I appreciate you taking the time to do the things that you do because I'm sure there's times it's a thankless job. I want to compliment Mr. Crumpler for doing something in Franklin County. I mean, I love to see people come in the county that want to do something. They want to make a difference. They want to build. They want to do concert venues. Do something. And I don't know, we've got the comprehensive plan, and I know that this started back in 2006, and I used the old scenario, the bobbing and weaving that the boxers have to do. Times change, things change, and you know, it's as developed as it is in 16 years, so I don't think even with granting the things that they're asking for in the rezoning, it's not going to pop up overnight, number one. And number two, when we were at the Union Hall meeting that they had about the Union Hall Village over there, everybody wants growth on that side. Now, they're different from the other side of the lake. I understand that. But they want a grocery store. They want restaurants. Well, the only way you get those things is with rooftops. And I live on the lake, and I compliment them for what they've done. I think it's a great community. I'm still a little ticked off. I can't jump off the cliffs anymore, but I do understand why we can't do that. And they're bringing revenue into the county. And let's look at it from the perspective of all of these new short-term rentals we're allowing in the county. People are coming to the Coves. They're renting a place because they're coming from outside of the area. I'm in the real estate business. Hallelujah. Let's show them our beautiful lake, because people will want to live here and do things. But what do those people do? They go to the Whistle Stop. They go to Carl's place. They go to Danny Perdue's convenience stores and buy a chicken leg and a drink. You know, they go to Boland's Hot Dogs or Ippy's. They go to our local landmarks. They spend their money here. Quit hitting that thing. And you know, if it's a cold day, there's a whole lot of Smith Mountain Lake t-shirts, sweatshirts that get sold. So I understand everybody's concern, but I love to see somebody come in to our county and say, I want to try to do something. I'm willing to spend my time, my money in this area to make it better. And I don't know, when we look at our census, and I haven't done that, is Franklin County even growing now? And if it's not, what do we do to introduce people to it? I've had 2 kids that left. They've circled back to come to Franklin County, and I'm hoping and praying that they can find a way to make a living here to stay, because I'd like to keep them around. Thank y'all for your time. Good luck with your vote, and thanks for what y'all do to every time you come up here to do it.
Lisa Litz.
Good evening. My name is Lisa Leitz, and I am a resident of the Gills Creek District in Franklin County.
Ma'am, you speak into the mic. We can't hear you.
My name is Lisa Leitz, and I'm a resident of the Gills Creek District. I also work with SML Good Neighbors. I just want to say that in my experience of living in Franklin County, I've enjoyed the Coves. In my experience of going to the shows at the Coves, organizing the shows at the Coves, it's been a wonderful experience all around. People have been respectful and kind. I've had no problem coming in and out of the venue. I've had no issue with people disrespecting or not following rules. The police officers off duty that are paid to be there have been wonderful, and it's been a great experience. I said last week at the Planning Commission, just so the community knows, we raised $19,000 from the shows last year, and while I understand that a charity being a part of this proposal isn't important, I do not find that sharing that information is inappropriate. I think it is important to know, and for all the people who have been so kind in volunteering. And I want to thank the people who are opposed who have reached out to ask questions and to learn more about Good Neighbors. And I appreciate your time and all that you do for our county. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Is that all? Anyone else wish to speak to this issue? Sir, come forward.
Got one on the right, one on the left.
State your name and address for the record.
Good evening, Gary Jackson, 2042 Three Oaks Road, Wirtz. I'm not quite sure where to start, but I used to run the harvester for the town of Rocky Mount. I retired at this time last year, and I was asked to help bring music to the county, and the mission was simple: to bring in world-class entertainment and raise money for charity. And we started it. And I think it's a win-win for the county. I've heard their concerns. I will take care of their not having to hear the concerts. We're going to spend a lot of money to soundproof this stage. There's a wonderful world that exists between the notes, and people feel it. They feel that sense of joy. They feel that sense of community and respect for one another. You can be on opposite ends of the political spectrum and sit there and watch Ricky Skaggs play and enjoy the day. And I'm not trying, or we are not trying to make this into a major concert venue. But for me, who books the shows. I go to book Ricky Skaggs, and we work out a date. And if I don't know I have a permit, then it's like backwards. What came first, the chicken or the egg? So this request to let us do 12 shows or whatever a year is so I can, in good faith, go negotiate with agents and artists and know that if we pick Saturday or whatever of the month of August, whatever the date is, that I can't go back to them later and say, well, the county said we can't have the concert. It just makes it really hard. So that's what that's about. I'm not trying to hide anything from anybody, but just the way the music business works, you have to, in good faith, when you put an offer on the table, be able to say the date is secure. And that's why we're requesting that we streamline this some. And I thank you.
You said you saw one more. Was there someone else? Come forward, please.
Are you okay?
Good evening. My name is Leo Zevelis, resident of Wirtz, Virginia. I spoke last week. I'm back again to give you further concern. Since first hearing the sounds of concert making at Coves, it has been one surprise after the other. There was no notice or forthcoming then of their intent, or have they practiced it till now. I submitted a letter and spoke last week to your panel of representatives. My topic was of loud noise, not music, that our community was being subjected to. My suggested form of abatement method was of stage sound deadening walls, of which there are none employed presently. The stated concern was responded with words that this noise was to be tolerated because the lake and its community implementation was for recreation. This cannot mean that money-making overrides others' rights not to be abused. Last week's surprise divulgence of a much larger intent of concert size magnitude really ticked me off, both with their audacity to do so and the panels approving their every request. The newly stated 900 car and 800 people limit was approved. Their request of reducing side setbacks of new home construction to 0 approved. Their request to remove the need of buffer zones from plans approved. This is not responsible consideration by Franklin County's Planning Authority. It is dangerous to stage concert events of this magnitude at the end of a single 18-foot wide, 4-mile-long road with its being the only access to this location. There's no traffic study that would point out its potentials of calamity. It has no ability of emergency response due to anything, with roads clogged with 900 cars going in and out. It is a recipe for disaster. To rectify only one road, eminent domain will have to be utilized to purchase land at minimum value for a costly new access to the Coves. The premise being for the good of many, a few must sacrifice. It is the developer who benefits the most. It is my opinion this developer knows that the mix of building a residential community and a concert venue will never work. The premise of selling homes to people whose lives will be violated by the invasion of 1,800 strangers in 900 cars for events 20 times a season is scary consideration. It is my opinion this concert making is just a cash cow to help developer carry cost of making this community happen. It is obvious they don't have space to park 900 cars. That's what vacating buffer zones will be used for. This still isn't near enough. The roads outside the property would be lined with parked cars, adding to the blocking problem already presented. Just imagine purchasing a home right up to a property line with its bedroom windows, able to have neighbors legally be right outside them while standing on their land. This is not a good formula of resident building. Our planning entity for Franklin County, reconsider your approvals given while you still can. We deserve a traffic study to be done, then decide what is right to do. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Is there anyone else here wish to speak? Anyone else? We're gonna take a 10-minute break. Mr. Vogel, you can do your summary at that. Come forward, please. If there's anybody else that wishes to speak, to come to the clerk and sign up so we can get this. Yes,
I'll
ma'am.
be quick. I've just listened to comments. Carrie Jackson, and I live at 2042 Three Oaks Road in Wirtz. I've been listening to the comments and saddened by the feeling that everyone feels like they're being deceived and taken advantage of. How this whole thing came about is a man who wanted to provide donations to food banks, donations to the community, and rather than just write a check, he and Gary Jackson, who successfully ran the harvester, how many people complained about that? That worked out. They got together and they've put together some concerts. 1,800 is a maximum. I've been to every show that's been there. The decimal, 67 decimals. I have an app on my watch. At 70 decimals, my husband snores in my ear. So, I mean, just putting the noise in perspective. These guys have taken that into consideration. They're putting the panels up. We're trying to listen to people that constructively come and offer suggestions. So we are open to that. I just hope that you guys will also be open to allowing this so that we can continue to feed the hungry kids that live at Smith Mountain Lake. Thank you for your proclamation for volunteers. That's exactly what this whole thing is about. We volunteered our time last year to make this happen. We are run basically by volunteers. So it's just one more chance for any of these people that are disgruntled. Come out, volunteer, see what it's all about. Put your time to good use. Thanks.
Is there any more here wish to speak on public comment? Anyone else? Okay, I'm gonna close the public comment. We'll take a 10-minute break. We'll come back, Mr. Vogel, you'll get a chance to rebut, and then we'll go into session with the board.
come for you.
Yeah.
You're just full of great questions.
Come to order. We're getting ready to start back. Please take your seats.
You'll have to move to the other side of the table. You'll miss us.
Oh, no.
Hey, Mr. Vogel?
Yes, sir. Thank you, Chairman. The one thing that came out in several comments, and it came out in the Planning Commission last week, was the fact that Smith Mountain Lake was built and continues to be a recreational lake. A recreational lake includes cigarette boats that go down 100 miles an hour making all kinds of noise. It includes sea-doos that aren't the quietest things in the world. It includes houseboats with people having a good time, playing loud music during the day, being respectful at night. It's a recreational lake. Part of a recreational lake includes venues that have entertainment. This is one of those venues. I've heard a lot of concern that this venue is somehow going to, I guess, get out of control. It's going to turn into something much bigger than what it currently is, and it's going to have a lot more people. It's going to have a lot more shows. It's going to be something that it currently is not. I can tell you that that is not the case. That is not the intent. In fact, the intent was to put parameters on the events that everyone could live with and that everyone would understand this is what is going to happen during a concert season. It's the exact opposite of being deceitful. It's being forthcoming. It's being a solid, responsible citizen of Franklin County and of Union Hall. If you'll give me 1 second, I have a list of the events that we had last year. There was a lot of concern as to whether we were accurately depicting what was going on at the Coves during the 2021 concert season. I'm learning how to use these things.
Just put them on and leave them's the best way.
Crawford and Power had 418 tickets sold. Another one was 294 tickets. Bruce Hornsby, a very national, well-known event, 673 tickets sold. Ricky Skaggs, everybody knows who that is, 527 tickets. Michael Franti was the biggest one. That was 705 tickets sold. Talking to the planners and Mr. Crumpler, the total there was maybe 800 when you added the band, their support staff, all the volunteers, the sheriffs. That was the biggest one in the entire season. Pure Prairie League, 275. Then you go down the list. There was one for 168 attendees. I think I saw one in here for 70-some attendees. They were small events. Those events that are under 300 attendees do not require a permit. They do not require Mr. Crumpler or Smith Mountain Good Neighbors to ask the county for permission. They can have, currently, as the way things are zoned, they can have as many of those as they want. They can have 2 a weekend, every weekend for the entire summer without obtaining a permit. That generates just as much noise as an event with 1,800, with 1,300, or 700 attendees. So, unfortunately, and first, thank you for fast-tracking this. The reason it was fast-tracked is because Mr. Jackson has to book the talent. As he came up here and told you, he has to know that if Ricky Skaggs is coming back, he can have him on the second Saturday of August. If he does not get this approval tonight, he is going to end up booking smaller events that don't need the permitting process to take place. He's going to book more of those to generate the revenue for Smith Mountain Good Neighbors. I'm not sure a denial of this, I do not think, results in the intended consequences that everybody's asking for. It's not going to stop the concerts. They're going to have the events. If they have a bigger show where they need more than 300 attendees, they're going to ask the county for those permits, and they're going to go through the process. So they've got 2 or 3 shows currently booked where they're going to have to get the permitting process started immediately. They're going to go to the county. They're going to ask for those permits. they're then going to start booking shows for less than 300 attendees to fill out the rest of the season. They're not going to need permits for those things. This is us coming to the county to tell the county what we're doing so the county can plan, so the county knows what's going on, and that everybody in the community knows exactly what we're allowed to do, what we're not allowed to do, and what the parameters are. Thank you.
All right, we'll close the public hearing and we'll go into session. What do you want to do? Want to talk about
We
it?
have comments, right?
Yes.
So, first thing I'll say is, the whole decision to fast track, I regret that. I think this board needs to talk about that a little more, and how we go about handling that. I've got a lot of concerns. I don't like how this was done, first of all. I've talked about the acronym NIMBY, not in my backyard effect. I think we need to keep that in mind here. There's a lot of concerned people here, and we need to pay attention to what they're saying. They moved to our county to have that peace and quiet and tranquility, and we need to respect that. There's a couple things I saw on the application that I think are safety concerns. The parallel parking on the sides of the one road that leads into that, we cannot approve that. That is the only way in and out. It is a nice wide road, but by the time you put cars on both sides of it, are we going to be able to get a fire truck in there? I think that's a decision that public safety is going to have to help make. The retaining wall that holds up the parking lot down there, and it was called out that I've attended concerts here. Yeah, it's a lot of fun. I plan on going to more. I think they're great concerts. But at the same time, this is a different animal that we're talking about from what I thought it was down there. Ivy Lane and Rockcliffe Road are very, very narrow roads. I travel them all the time. And I think there is concern for safety there. I respect the fact that you want to spend money to put up some kind of a sound barrier on the stage. I think that's a great idea. I would like to see you guys work more with the people that are concerned about this and see if we can come to an agreement on this. I, for one, will not vote to approve this tonight. I think we should, at minimum, table it.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have got some lengthy remarks, and I ask for your patience. I'll try to make it as short as I can. First of all, I love music. I am a lover of music. I have been to the Coves. I went to the Coves with one thing in mind. I wanted to see the venue. I wanted to see the venue because I have a handicapped daughter with severe disabilities. And I was thinking, this may be a great opportunity to get her out and get her in the public, and she loves music. I go to the Coves, and it is anything but ADA accessible. Gravel does not do it for a wheelchair, ladies and gentlemen. I'll get to the ADA in a minute. When we got this application, I want you to understand that our job as supervisors is to evaluate the application on its merit from a building and from a zoning perspective. This discussion is not an indictment on whether we like music. It is not about the good work of Smith Mountain Lake Good Neighbors. I actually feel bad for them because of the hundreds of thousands of dollars that's been made last year. They got $19,000. $19,000 goes a long way in a local nonprofit. I know that. I've run nonprofits here. But let's talk about really what the reality is. So my my fundamental concerns are based around the fact that we have an RPD zoning district, the majority of it, except this request for rezone lots. RPD is residential plan development. This permit clearly, and with all the deviations, they're trying to establish a permanent event venue, which has been verbiage I've read repeatedly through staff reports, under the auspices of an RPD. The deviations are significant in terms of what they mean to cramming a lot of people and a lot of cars into a place that initially, back in 2006, did not envision a permanent events venue. In RPD zoning, you are allowed to have temporary events. And last year, out of 15, 17 concerts, we only received 1.5 permits from them to move forward. So there was no good faith, in my opinion, driven to follow the rules. So as we address the side setbacks and the front setbacks, again, these reductions to 0 for the side setbacks and this 20-foot setback from the front, those are serious matters, folks. And the 20-foot setback is articulated for fencing. There's no detail in the application, nor is there detail in the Planning Commission discussion and representation from all of the work they did as to what is the fence, how tall is it, how long is it, where is it going to be. You don't see those details. That is fundamental to a zoning and a land use application. There are two, in fact, 30-foot preservation buffers. The first application articulated 1. My planning commissioner last week had to call the attention of the Planning Commission to the fact that there were 2 preservation buffers. And those buffers are in place for a reason. Again, it's an RPD zoning district. With regard to the roads, we've heard a lot about the roads this evening. There was a traffic study done in 2017, but I submit to you that traffic study was done pre any event going on at the Coves. So the frequency and the traffic load from that study is irrelevant to today's standards in terms of the ingress and egress of cars into that venue. So I would submit that we need another traffic study that's current and representative of the activity. The roads, I am very concerned about, having driven those roads. You've heard one of the citizens articulate the 18 and 19-foot widths. I'm very concerned about the continual use and degradation of those roads with tractor trailers, with venue equipment, buses, and so forth over time. The roads are not built for that, and I stay concerned about that. So I would like VDOT to take a look at that and give us some confidence that those roads can handle that. I am also I want to understand if the roads leading into the Coves are part of the state's secondary road system. You don't see these details, ladies and gentlemen, in the staff report or the applicant giving us a full overview of a zoning and land use application. When we get to fire and EMS, this is a biggie for me. Our deputy fire marshal has said he has not completed the evaluation of whether there is an appropriate radius for fire apparatus in and out of the Coves. Radius for turning, of course. But I would submit to you as well that if we have an event of up to 1,800 people, even if it's 600 people, if we have an event at the Coves, and God forbid there's something like a shooting or somebody that has a fatal illness that comes up, God forbid those things happening, and especially if it's a shooting, what are people going to do? They're going to run for their cars and they're going to run for the exit. There's going to be mass exodus out of that venue on roads not built for that amount of traffic. And then over here, I've got emergency vehicles wanting to come in and aid those that need help. Those two can't happen simultaneously in this road, in the way these roads are designed. It's just not going to happen. I also am concerned that our fire and EMS are going to be called out on an as-needed and per-call basis. I know they're going to have a concierge service there for medical support. We've been in this discussion a long time, well, for many months, I would say, here at the board, relative to the lack of redundancy in our EMS coverage throughout this county, and the fact that sometimes people wait up to 25, 30 minutes to have a fire and EMS call answered. What happens when the nearest rescue squad at Glade Hill or over at Cool Branch, there's a major event on the other side of the county, or that they're at 2 separate events and we have to wait to get EMS coverage in to help a patient? Again, Not a good setup for EMS and fire response. I touched on the ADA piece. I have significant concerns about the pathway leading up to the seating area. I noticed in the 2006 plan, it's articulated for gravel. I don't see that has changed in any conditions that's been offered. I can tell you from my personal experience, gravel doesn't work for wheelchairs. If you put gravel around handicap porta-johns, it's not going to work, ladies and gentlemen. I can't bring my daughter there. I can't traverse the path up to the seating area because it's gravel, there are tree roots growing in it, and the lighting is extremely poor. There are hanging lights and trees. Problem with all of that, safety. The security piece, it's my understanding from reading all of the documents that private security will be utilized by the applicant. Private security does not have the ability that I'm aware of, and you can correct me if I'm wrong. We've got our sheriff's office here. They're not going to be issuing citations, correct? Is that correct? Private security can issue or not issue citations?
Private security, it's deputies.
I'm reading from the report, sir. If the deputies are there, the deputies, of course, will not be paid on the county's dime, and that needs to be conditioned and made clear in writing. As Mr. Mitchell spoke about the parking along the subdivision roads, that is, again, going to be an impossibility. It's further an infringement on the property owners that bought houses there to continually have to worry every weekend with event traffic parking at or near their home. And when I look at the site plan and the master plan, I do not see 900 parking spaces. I don't see anything close to it. So somebody's got to tell me where your parking's going to be. How are you going to articulate parking for 900 cars? I'd like to see that. The parking space reduction that you are requesting, I have a question as to whether that space is adequate for an SUV or a large pickup truck. The size and frequency of the events, up to 1,800 attendees. I would not have bought a property near any subdivision if I had been told that up to 1,800 people could be across the street attending concerts up to 15 or 20 a year. It's disingenuous to the people that own property in this area. I am not opposed to a permanent concert venue or an event venue. I think Franklin County desperately needs one. I would like our applicants to refer your efforts over to a place that's conducive and zoned appropriately and not having impact on residential properties. We've got citations. I have had my phone and my email blown up for 2 weeks about beer bottles and condoms and all of the litter from the concerts that the residents in those areas have to undergo with each event. I am not also seeing a business plan for this endeavor. There is no indication of liability insurance, how much is being covered. I would very much like to have some details on the Coves Club, its home share pool, and its getaway club. Is that short-term rentals? What is that? So in summary, don't we like music? And Franklin County needs economic development? Yes and yes to both of those. But this application is not about that. This application is a review of land use and zoning best practices. This application was requested to be expedited. The minute I looked at it, it was clear to me that this application was more than just trying to streamline and minimize paperwork for this applicant. It's multifaceted for a lot of questions that have to be answered, as I've articulated. And further, I don't mind, I will tell you right now, I don't mind, and I don't object to temporary events at the Coves. I went to one, and I went to it to view it for my daughter, but again, I was trying to analyze it from a different perspective as well. So, where am I? I have a list of questions, as you can see. I would request that the board give consideration to tabling this matter so that I can submit this list of questions that can be evaluated and answered, referred back to the Planning Commission. And I'm sure that they will be in conversation with the applicant and so forth. But the Planning Commission needs to come back to us with a vetted application for all areas that we're requested to evaluate. And the development team's responses are not thorough. They're just not. And when I had to ask about that initially, where it said no report, no report, no report, down through the development team, and then was only told, well, the development team, they've kind of gone by the wayside over the last year. Well, that's changed, as you can see. So we've got to get these questions answered so that when we do make a decision, whatever that may be, that it's informed, and that we can show the citizens of this county that we waited, and we waited on the merits of the application, not on whether we like music or whether it's good for economic development. And I would submit that Smith Mountain Lake Good Neighbors could well get a larger portion of money from these concerts if that's the focus. So those are my comments, Mr. Chairman, and as we move through comment, I'm happy to offer a motion at the time that it's appropriate.
Tatum?
I'd like to say, just to qualify from where I'm coming from, I have a little experience when it comes to parking cars. For over 20 years, I coordinated the parking at Martinsville Speedway. I was in charge of parking more than 90,000 people. I rode down there the other day and walked around, looked around your property, and me personally, I think 900 cars, you have the room to park 900 cars. I saw that for myself. I feel comfortable with that. The issue I have is the road handling that traffic on the release. I did ride, that road is narrow, it's not very well marked. That's my issue with the traffic. As far as emergency response, that's questionable. I am also a member of a fire department here in the county and drive fire trucks, and fire trucks take up a lot of room on the road. They're too big for most of our roads as it is. And I'm not real comfortable with the size of the road. But we can't change that. That's out of our hands. What I would like to see, and I applaud your efforts and what you're doing here, I would like to see you get temporary permits for your events like you did last year. Go ahead and schedule the events and implement the noise control, the sound control, implement the lighting controls, implement the controls, and show us that you can back up what you said. I want to believe that you can, but I'd like to give you an opportunity to do that. If you can do that for this year, and we not have any overriding complaints or number of complaints coming in that this is a substantial detriment to the community, then I would consider, approving and voting in favor of giving you the rezone. But right now, it gives me a great deal of heartburn to give a blanket rezone with myself still holding some questions. I would like to get some historical data behind, I want to see that you can handle the crowds. I want to see that you can do what you said. I believe you can. I'd like to give you an opportunity to. And after we take some time and you show that you can do just that, I would consider supporting it. Right now, like I said, it just gives me, I have too much concern of just giving a blanket approval on this. I like to see some events happen. That 1,800 seems like a large number to me down there in that area, especially on that road. I don't know. Let's try to have an event where you have 1,800 and see how it goes. But get a permit, temporary permit to do that. And document it so that we know, hey, on this date we had Ricky Skaggs and he had a bumper crowd and we had 1,800 people and everybody had a great time. The neighbors wasn't disturbed, everything went well, no traffic issues. Then we have some historical data to support it. That's where I'm at. That's all I have.
Mr. Chairman, can I make a quick point of clarification?
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Tatum mentioned that a permit, Mr. Vogel, is required for a temporary event, 300 people or less. I want you to know that. Okay, thank you.
Mr. Cunningham?
Wow, man, that was a lot to absorb on. I tell you what, I still think we got a good planning commission. I appreciate everything they've done. They did work hard on this, and everybody's entitled to their opinion, and I appreciate your opinion. But let me address a few things. Number one, a shooting. I don't care if you got one door or 15 doors. Some of us ain't gonna make it out. So that to me doesn't have a play into it. I mean, because if there's a shooting going on, a lot of people, if a man's got an AR-15 or whatever, don't make no difference with one door or 15 doors. You ain't gonna make it out. As far as tractor and trailer is concerned, now, I was born and raised in Union Hall. I was here before the dam, believe it or not. I know I'm younger looking, I'm sure, but I was here before the dam. And I've watched Franklin County grow on the lake between Union Hall and Pinhook. Now, there is a pile of tractor trailers run on that road. Are you gonna stop them from going too? Are you gonna stop a man getting his concrete? You gonna stop a man from getting his plywood or whatever for building? No. And as far as traffic, my gracious, you've lived here. You know in the summertime you can't get up and down the road for people. So I don't understand this. I mean, sure, cars are gonna come out one at a time or five at a time. But I had 2 farms rented on that road. I never had a problem. And I still travel it today. No problem at all. And if you do this right, if you have the law there, if you have state police or you have whatever, you have no problem getting out and down there. I don't understand some of this stuff. I know that everybody has concerns on the lake. And I know that because I've been a supervisor my 7th year. And I understand what you're saying, what you're doing, what you're asking for. But the man's already said he's gonna put up like a barrier for sound. And I would recommend that the sheriff's department, if they can check for decimals, to check you, to see what he's doing. And as far as the building stuff concerned, part of this is already scheduled. I mean, 2006, it went in. He just asked for a little bit more. And as far as your buffers, well, would you rather see scrawny pines and trees, or would you rather see a nice fence and people coming in and out while you're trying to do your venue? I mean, like I said, some of this just don't add up. But, you know, I respect everybody here. I truly do. And it's my job to try to decipher what is and what isn't. Now, I have spent 2 afternoons with Mr. Crumpler. I was very well satisfied and pleased. I'm thankful that they have the venues and the money goes to charity. I really appreciate that point. As far as across the lake, I feel for you. Shoot, my neighbor put on a hog lot one time right there in front of our door. That was back before zoning. I looked at hogs for 2 summers. But, you know, I think we need to work on this. I don't want to see this shut down. I want to see this to be developed. I want you also over here to be proud of it. I really do. And I think we can work at this. I think we can get it done. Because this gentleman's come in with a good mind, a good onset. He's coming here with trying to respect nature. Some of the log building I was down there the other day in, he could have tore the barn down, but he respected nature. So I'm taking up for him. I am. But that's something else you need to think about. But like I said, I'm not in your shoes, but I do try to understand your shoes. I do. So, you know, that's the, okay. As far as the sheriff's department, I believe Mr. Crumpler said you use the sheriff's department. And like I said, I'm gonna make a suggestion that the sheriff's department check on the loudness of it. You said they was able to do that. And you're gonna spend all this money putting up these sound barriers. Maybe you do need, can't talk. Maybe you do need to put a handicap paving strip so people can bring the handicapped people.
Met the contractor today.
We've got the hearings, public hearing's closed.
So, you know, that's one of the things I'd like to point out to you too. But, well, like I said, a lot of this stuff already happens. The traffic trails already happened. The noise, not in the concert, but the boats, everything on the lake. Well, I tell you, one dude out there's got one boat's got a 454 in it. And I know just as good when he goes up and down the lake. But I'm not gonna run out there and tell him to stop it, because I really enjoy it, if you don't know the truth about it. But, and I'm 71. But, I just think that we need this. I think we need to work maybe a little bit more. And, like I said, planning's done a good job. I'm tickled to death for them. They've never failed me. Matter of fact, when you have 6 people out of 7 vote for something, it's gotta be fairly good. So, that's my spiel. Thank you for listening.
Mr. Carter, you got it.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm going to make this short because these people don't want to hear all this rehashed. I've been on both sides of this podium. I've been on that side and this side, and I want to thank you all for coming up here and speaking, because I know it's difficult. But if you think that's tough, you ought to be up here and try to decide on this stuff. I agree with my colleagues. I have some heartburn on several of these issues, and I'm not going to rehash them all because I think Ms. Smith covered most of mine. Me personally, I don't feel comfortable putting a permanent music venue in a residential neighborhood. I don't think that's suitable, and I don't think it's going to be suitable for the residents. But that being said, where I'm at for my colleagues, I think we should send this back to planning and zoning and get some of these details ironed out and then move forward. And that's all I have.
Mr. Mitchell, you got anything?
I'm good.
I think,
Both ears are clear.
I think what I'm gonna do now is, ask Mr. Tatum to read. We'll go into closed session and consult with the attorney on a couple matters of legal that have been brought up. I think we need to do that.
All right, Mr. Chairman, the Franklin County Board of Supervisors will motion to enter into a closed meeting in accordance to 2.2-3711A7, consultation with legal counsel as of the Code of Virginia as amended.
Need a second?
Second.
Madam Clerk, do a roll call, please.
Supervisor Tatum.
Yes.
Supervisor Condit.
Yes.
Supervisor Carter.
Yes.
Supervisor Leland Mitchell.
Yes.
Supervisor Ronnie Mitchell.
Yeah.
Supervisor Smith.
Yes.
Chairman Thompson.
Yes. We'll convene in the Back. Mr. Tatum, will you please read your statement?
Okay, Mr. Chairman, I certify that only public business matters lawfully exempted from the open meeting requirements under the Virginia Freedom of Information Act were heard, discussed, or considered in the closed session to which this certification applies, and only such business matters as were identified in the motion of which this closed session was convened were heard, discussed, or considered in the meeting to which this certification applies.
I need a second.
Second.
Madam Clerk, will you do a roll call, please?
Supervisor Clement.
Well, yeah.
Supervisor Carter.
Yes.
Supervisor Leland Mitchell.
Yes.
Supervisor Ronnie Mitchell.
Yeah.
Supervisor Smith.
Yes.
Supervisor Tatum.
Yes.
Chairman Thompson.
Yes. Okay, what's the pleasure of the board?
Mr. Chairman, I will offer a motion.
Okay,
I find that the required information for the submitted petition is incomplete. Therefore, I move to delay action until all necessary materials are submitted to the Board of Supervisors as early as our March regular Board of Supervisors meeting.
the date is March 15, correct? Correct. We need a second.
Second.
All right. Madam Clerk, if you will, do a roll call vote on that, please.
Supervisor Carter.
Yes.
Supervisor Leland Mitchell.
Yes.
Supervisor Ronnie Mitchell.
Yes.
Supervisor Smith.
Yes.
Supervisor Tatum.
Yes.
Supervisor Clement.
No.
Chairman Thompson.
Yes. All right, this will be tabled until our March 15th meeting. The attorneys can get together and talk about what's needed and what's going on. So, with that, thank you.
Mr. Chairman, I need to go.
Mr. Tatum, work safe tonight. Got to go to work.
Yes, y'all have a good.
All right, in our, earlier today, when the approval of the agenda, there was a couple things that were brought up to be changed. And one of them's been dealt with. The other one was Mr. Ronnie Mitchell had an urgent request. Mr. Mitchell, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'd ask Director Ferguson to please come up and join us in case we have some questions for him. I am deeply, deeply concerned about our public safety department currently. I appreciate y'all letting me have the time to bring up a couple things. I think we're at a point where I know we're in budget season. I'd like for the board to trust me on what I'm about to say and let us give Director Ferguson some leeway to go ahead and start pushing some things forward for his department. As you're well aware, we talk about span of control quite a bit with public safety. The structure of that office over there is a PS1, which is Director Ferguson, a PS2, a PS3. He has 3 captains. Right now, it's PS1 and 3 captains that are doing all the managing. I know we've talked about the 3 lieutenant spots to help with management. Last week, things kind of came to a boiling point. I think our public safety employees are really discouraged right now, and I'm here to speak up on their behalf. They're doing an outstanding job. It's been a rough couple years for them, dealing with COVID, staffing shortages, and everything in between. Tonight, I would ask if this board can give Director Ferguson some leeway to start planning for if the promotions are from within as far as these lieutenants positions. We need some overhires. You guys know I let you guys know when our trucks are down. It is a daily occurrence. We had someone in the audience read our mission statement to us tonight. I'm glad they did, because the health and safety and well-being of the citizens of this county is part of our mission statement. And Director Ferguson, he holds a lot of that on his shoulders. And there's three things that I want to bring up that I think need some immediate kind of progression and moving towards. Lieutenants, I think we need to start getting aggressive with that. He needs all the help he can get with management. The overhires, and then an education coordinator. That position, Director Ferguson, correct me if I'm wrong, haven't had that for several months now, correct? So it's vital that our paramedics are getting their continuing education just to get recertified every year, and we don't have anybody in-house to offer that. Is that a position that's funded, Director Ferguson?
It was funded till Eric Newman unfortunately passed away back in August, and it has been replaced. But we've used some of that funding to supplement some of the part-time shifts that was covered, some of the Snow Creek stuff and stuff like that. So I'm not sure the money is still there, but that is an FTE that's included in there.
Right. So there's the clarification that I think we need. Public safety needs us right now. We're the leaders of this county. We got to grab the bull by the horns and help the men and women of public safety and try to get some of these positions filled. And I wanted to bring that up, Mr. Chairman.
Anyone else got any comment on that?
I would make one quick comment, Mr. Chairman. This continues to reinforce what I have been saying a lot. We need to continue our public safety work sessions. These decisions, Mr. Mitchell, clarifies them as being urgent. And I think that, I know we're in budget, and I know that our staff is stretched thin, but I think that as we move through budget and on the other side of it, we have got to pick these work sessions back up so that we can make funding decisions comprehensively and in a disciplined manner, so that we know exactly what we're planning for and what we need and have left to do. So.
Thank you.
Anyone else?
Mr. Chairman, I think it's up to Mr. Ferguson to request these people, which he has. And I think for us to do due process, which is the budget. And I'm all for waiting until we come up with the budget before we do any promising to people. I know Mr. Ferguson's dire need. There's no doubt about it. But I have a protocol and a procedure to go through. And I think Mr. Ferguson and Mr. Sandy need to come back before the board and reiterate what he needs.
Anyone else down there?
Thank you.
I think. Go ahead.
I just said thank you. That's all.
I think that I think it's very. I agree with what you said. I think it's very important. I think we're in the budget process. I think Director Ferguson has put in his request. We've heard that. And I think now that we've got to wait until we get the budget back from, we don't have a budget from from staff, from Mr. Whitlow. And we got to get that budget, and then it becomes ours. And then that's when we can work on that and get that in there. We've got to, it's our job, okay, we're going to say we're going to hire 4 people. And maybe we can, but we got to come up with where that money's going to come from. And that's going to be reoccurring money, not one-time money. That's going to be reoccurring, and we've got to come up where that's come from. We had a report earlier from Mr. Rose on where we stood with our budget. He's coming back next week. And I agree with you. It's very critical.
Yep.
But we got to go through the process that's there. And that was thanks for. We need to keep it on our radar. We cannot. We've kicked the can down the road several times on certain projects, but there's a couple projects that we've got now. We can't kick them no more.
No,
we got to deal with it, and this is one of them. And so we've got to wait for due process to go through the budget, and then at that point, when it's said and done, and we've got all the particulars worked out, and we go for it.
Thank you for your comments. Yes. I appreciate that.
All right, Mr. Whitlow, you got any County administrators' comments.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, and appreciate the comments, Mr. Ronnie Mitchell and others from the board. And this kind of goes along in some of the updates with that very thing, because I know this board is working to look at public safety and fire EMS and coverage and our staffing levels. I know that's been a concern of this board and so forth, that we have adequate staffing. And one of the things, and to the credit, I think, of this board and the credit of our public safety staff, recognizing that not only in Franklin County, but in Henry and Pennsylvania and Patrick and really companies all over Virginia, is the hiring of employees and being able to recruit and retain EMT paramedics. And previously in the county, to apply for a position in public safety, the requirement, you had to be certified. And so the leadership of the public safety staff, not only in Franklin County, but Pennsylvania and Henry County, developed, and each board member should have received an invitation, the Blue Ridge Fire EMS Academy. And of course, this Thursday evening at 6 o'clock, 7 of our recruitment class, 7 individuals will graduate this Thursday evening, and that's at the Henry County Administration Building at 6 o'clock. And we applaud all the efforts of public safety, really applaud the efforts of this board to make sure that we, and very proud of these 7 individuals who will soon be certified, if not certified already. I know they'll, Mr. Ferguson's shaking his head. And so, and with that other update, this board, as we updated the board last month to follow Mr. Ronnie Mitchell's concern about the span of control of lieutenants and so forth, I know Mr. Ferguson has put that in his budget, and I hear the feedback from the board as a priority, and we take that very seriously. In fact, this board working with, or the staff rather, working with West Piedmont Planning District Commission has submitted, or in the process of submitting, a SAFER grant application to secure federal funding for additional fire EMS positions for the county. That's over 3 years. So we know it's an issue. Ms. Smith, I know you've mentioned several times about the public safety work session and the need to continue those. We welcome that. When the board is ready, please, by all means, we will schedule that at the pleasure of the board and when the board wants to do that to assist us in these efforts. In terms of other upcoming events, of course, we'll have a budget work session next Tuesday. Also, I'll point out that the Smith Mountain Lake Regional Chamber of Commerce will be honoring several businesses in the county at their annual dinner upcoming in March. We do have some tickets to that event, so if any member of the board would like to attend, please let Madeline or myself know, and we'll make sure we've got that date and time, and we'll get that to you. Also, for the benefit of the public and so forth, just to remind, I've mentioned at the last board meeting, and I will pass this along to the board members. I may get the clerk to assist me here. The Board of Supervisors back in January of 2020 approved to go to twice a year real estate tax collections, which normally the large real estate tax bill is due December 5th. And to go to twice a year, of course, giving the opportunity for citizens to pay half of the real estate tax due rather than all of it December 5th, that opportunity to pay twice a year being June 5th and December 5th. And so the county staff, the treasurer's office, the commissioner's office have worked very hard on that. They will be sending a mailing out to all the real estate tax holders in the county coming up here in the next couple of weeks. And so we'll also be launching that and any information on the county's website if there are any questions from citizens that they may have. So in terms of other updates, Mr. Chairman, I think that's all I have for now, and would welcome any questions from the board.
Anyone have any questions for Mr. All right. Other matters by supervisors. Mr. Leland Mitchell.
No.
No. Mr. Carter.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just have one thing. I'd like to make the board aware, Mountain Valley Pipeline has lost 2 of the same permits twice. The Army Corps of Engineers is stalling. February the 22nd, Equitrans Midstream is going to announce earnings and some profit information. So I think next steps after that, depending on what happens, we might want to contact MVP and see where they stand in our county and what they plan on doing. Just to be aware, I'm just getting that out there.
Okay, thank you.
Oh, the meeting is past Tuesday. There's a couple of things that sort of bothered me about it. Number one was that looked like when we have work sessions, not work sessions, but then we listen to the budget process, we're having to vote on stuff. And to me, it needs to be put a BOS work session and budget review. That way, when I come, I know that what to expect. The second thing was the part that was brought up about the fire trucks, the emblems, not the emblem, but the wording, stuff like that. Don't get me wrong. I think they ought to have the names on them. I think it's a unity thing. If you go to a fire and you see Glade Hill's truck, you see Snow Tree Creek's truck, it's a unity thing. That I get. But when it was called upon, I don't know whether it's oversight or what, but Mr. Ferguson did not speak. Billy Ferguson, Director of Public Safety, was not given the opportunity to speak. And I think anytime it involves public safety, he should be able to have an opportunity to speak and say something about it. The other thing I'm gonna let go right now. Thank you.
Ms. Smith?
I have just a couple things, Mr. Chairman. I wanted to let the board know that VACO has honored me with an appointment to the Economic Development and Planning Steering Committee. Got that notification. I think Mr. Sandy is serving on that as well. I had brought to this board a discussion regarding the Agricultural Development Board that the county has in its codification. And I am furthering that discussion with Mr. Burnett. Before I bring anything back to the board, I thought, Mr. Burnett thought, let's get a meeting with the Farm Bureau, with the extension, and let's figure out what is the need. What would the charge be if I was, to try to make a recommendation to the board moving forward? Because we don't want to be repetitive and redundant in our charges. So we're going to try to kind of huddle a little bit around what that could look like, and if the board's interested in us continuing with that, that's what I would like to do.
We need to, are we interested in her to continue to pursue the talks? I think they're good. I think they're good and won't hurt anything. Mr. Mitchell?
I believe that Farm Bureau generally meets with the board in January.
Yes, sir.
And due to COVID this year, we've not met yet. And I feel like that they'll want to reschedule.
You feel like they want to? I'm
That
sorry.
they'll probably want to reschedule, at least give them an opportunity to reschedule.
That might be a good idea, to give them an opportunity
Yeah.
to reschedule, to see if, maybe they was thinking that when we met with them before, it was probably a little quick, but maybe now that, just reach out to them and see where they stand. I think that would probably be a good idea.
Thank you.
Mr. Mitchell?
No,
Ronnie
sir.
Mitchell? He said no.
I
He
did.
said nothing.
He said no.
As long as there's a fire truck getting worked into the
He's
budget,
good.
I'm in
We'll
good
take
shape.
a break now or something, so we can
Go
regroup.
buy you a lottery ticket.
My only concern, and I brought part of it up from where we went to legislative days in Richmond. It was very good meetings. I think they will be very beneficial to our county. And so we'd already talked about that earlier. The only other thing that was the meeting last week, I have to echo what Mr. Cundiff said. I appreciate Mr. Leland Mitchell standing up. I think when it comes down to something like that for a vote, it's been customary that we table it until everybody can be there. And I think that would be important. And I just wanted to put that out there and say that. So with all that being said, we'll go into our public comment period. Ladies and gentlemen, we've reached the time set aside in our meeting for public comment. Public comment gives citizens an opportunity to address the board in person or in writing on matters appropriate to the responsibility of the board. Speakers must direct all comments to the board as a whole and not to individual board members or employees of the board or the county. Personal attacks and insulting, profane, or vulgar language will not be tolerated. Likewise, commentary on issues that are not within the purview of the board and that are not a function of local government and over which we have no control are not acceptable. Public comment is not a question and answer session, and board members will not answer any questions during public comment. Speaker violates these rules, we'll call you down, give you a second chance, and on that second, we'll ask to be removed. We'll have a time restrictions of 3 minutes. Madam Clerk, will you please call the first one?
Greg Maxwell.
Please come forward, state your name, your address for the record. Say that again.
Said I feel like I'm getting old.
You ain't by yourself.
Don't feel like a Lone Ranger, buddy.
I'm Greg Maxwell, 2551 Ashburn Tappan Road. First, I just want to thank you. I know it's been a while since I've been up here. I just want to go over a few things. First, the majority of people will say, we don't need to change this and we don't need that. And this is the way it's always been. And what I say is the majority does not decide what is right or wrong. One's conscience does. But the idea that we don't need change is also wrong. And as an African American in this county and in the U.S., we do what we have to do now and say what we have to say now so that we can do what we want later. Today I want to talk about something else though. The homelessness problem we have in Franklin County that people know about but don't want to acknowledge. Recently I visited homeless shelters across the state. I visited South Boston, Charlotte Courthouse, Clarksville, Narrows, Charlottesville, and Amelia. I talked with the homeless population and listened to their stories. They came in all shapes and sizes. Then I talked to homeless people right here in Franklin County with my wife and 2 daughters by my side. And even here we struggle to provide for our homeless population. We have been housing, feeding, and providing for some time now. There are residents that have sacrificed so much to spend their time with them. And what I learned and took away was not only do we still need a county-wide community center located centrally that people can go to and get whatever services or resources available, but we also need a space to teach people skills and help with reentry. It's not enough to get people off the street in their time of need. We need to provide them with a pathway to being productive citizens. There's a need for temporary housing for the most vulnerable among us. Now imagine, you get home tonight and your home is in rubble. It's awful. Who takes you and your family in? Where do you go? Plan A might be with your family and friends. But for some people, plan A is impossible. They've got nobody. And when they lose their home, they're forced onto the street. That's a sad reality for some people. We've housed people in the past in our homes and watched as they never got back on their feet. They wanted to improve their situation, but they didn't have the tools or the resources to succeed in doing so. The global pandemic only furthered our need for this. Helping our homeless should not only be a priority for us, but a moral responsibility as people and residents of this county. The idea that came to me was that we could combine the community center with a homeless shelter and call it the Franklin County Center for Community and Recovery. I have already secured 2 potential investors, and they are ready to start the process with your support. Thank you.
Amy Pendleton.
Good evening. Boy, I didn't know it was like this. Sure, it's been a long night. I know you guys have had a rough day. I'm Amy Pendleton, and I live on 600 Wadesboro Road in Ferrum. and I am here to share my concern. I have an Airbnb. My
Ms.
husband and
Pendleton,
I-
speak into the mic, please.
Oh, I thought I was. Oh, hello. Anyways, I run an Airbnb, my husband and I. We built our house in '84 and raised our children there. And after 35 years, we didn't need all the space, so we moved into an old moonshine cabin and remodeled that and live in a teeny house. We oversee our property, so my daughter suggested, why don't you make it an Airbnb? Because I have a large family, he has a large family, they all come to see, so we stay there. So we did, not thinking we'd have any business. But Ferrum College parents are one of our huge participants in our Airbnb numerous times over. We have had people that have crossed from Italy and moved to California and land in DC and rent a car and drive through, and we were their first stop. We had a family from, oh gosh, I've forgotten the name of the country they came from because their daughter was graduating from Ferrum. We got our business license. We have to now pay personal property taxes on a big screen TV that my son and daughter gave us for Christmas because it's in that house, on a iron bed that belonged to my husband's grandfather because it's in that house. I had to count all my dishes and cups and forks to pay personal property on those, which I got at Goodwill. You know, and it's taxed. Then we have the county tax or the occupancy tax that was 5% that has now gone up to 7%. And then I get a letter that I haven't registered my Airbnb and I now need to pay a $200 annual fee. Why? I have a 6 beds, 6 occupants are the only ones that can stay there. I do not charge a cleaning fee. I do it myself. I am a 100% volunteer operator of a nonprofit in this area, and I know what money means. My husband is retired, so we are living on a very tight budget, and the Airbnb money that we get in, which is only $125 a night for 6 people, they can bring a dog because I'm pet friendly. We use that money to pay our taxes, to pay our personal property taxes, to pay our state taxes. And when you keep adding these fees on, I don't know if I can keep doing it. I mean, it's very tiring to just see how many hands are now getting into the pockets. And when we had all these lake people here talking about all these people coming in, they need a place to stay. They're welcome to come to the mountain because I'm not going to the lake for now. But thank you. I appreciate it. And you have my email. Please contact me if you need me.
Thank you.
Ganelle Pearson?
Good evening, Mr. Chairman, supervisors. Thank you for allowing me to speak to you this afternoon. What I wanted to speak to you about was the article that I read about the militia interested in Rocky Mount, Virginia. So in the guise of being full self-disclosure, I am a Vietnam-era veteran. So I was perplexed when I read that article, and I kept thinking that if people want to play war games, they could join, the National Guard or the military, and that would take care of that need. And then I started thinking, I said, well, it would be kind of dangerous if we had a militia and people running around. So in the interest of public safety, how do we account for that? But then I saw an interview the other night that was really troubling for me. And the person who was interviewed represents the red, white, and blue print. And what he talked about was having a militia. You have to first have your militia, and then it was purely political, and this organization comes into your community and totally disrupts your community. Oftentimes, it is funded by outside sources, and they don't even live in the community. And I was wondering if we are considering that. And he said in his interview that They come into small communities, and he had received requests from over 60 small communities to set this afoot. And it is purely political to go in to disrupt your community government. They stack the school boards with whoever they want. And, with COVID-19, there's been so much information about everything. So I just wanted to know if we would consider that before we decide to make a decision, because we have enough confusion and disruption in the community as it is, and we don't need outside forces coming in, removing the supervisors and the general managers and stacking however offices they want, and having complete and total control of our local government. And the citizens in the community have no say-so, because we don't have big bucks to fight, the people who are coming in. Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
Bethany Hopkins.
Good afternoon or evening. To the board, my name is Benny Hopkins. I am living at 901 Hopkins Valley Lane in Rocky Mount. That's over in the Snow Creek area. The lady just said mostly of what I wanted to say, but I was born and raised here in Franklin County, and I served my country and my state 20 years in the military. I did 2 tours in Vietnam, and I've been and lived almost all the way around the world, the different locations. And I tell you, there's no place safe and comfortable and nice to live as Franklin County. It's a wonderful place. I have good neighbors over on my side, and we get along pretty good. I don't understand why we would need a militia. We already have one, which is the National Guard. We pay them every month. They are our militia, and we have our police force. I don't know why we would need a militia unless there's something coming down that we don't know about, where we need all this extra protection. And I have the same issues with a militia. Who are they? Who selects them to be on a militia? And if there's volunteers, shouldn't everybody in the county be able to volunteer or have the opportunity to volunteer if there's got to be a militia? And if things get bad enough, everybody going to be a militia here if things get bad enough. So, but I think that forming a militia, according, with the way things are today and all the friction that's going on, I think that would just add more friction to the people in this county. And I don't really have a lot of information about the militia. Who is it? Where it was formed? How it was formed? How we identify them? And a whole lot of questions about it. So I'm hoping that all of that will get found out. Thank you.
Thank you.
Rebecca Saunders.
Hello, my name is Rebecca Saunders. I live on Nature's Own Road in Barham. I'm here to speak to you today regarding the militia's request for the county to pass the resolution recognizing them as a volunteer organization. To be honest, I was hesitant at first to come up here and speak with you today. I won't lie, the idea of a militia and possible retribution is a concern for me, which seems kind of crazy. I mean, I've lived here now for 2 years. We chose to settle down in Franklin County because it is safe and it is a good place to raise our children, and that's so important to us. When we were on our property, we actually were talking to the realtor, and she mentioned the militia, almost as a source of pride, which seemed kind of strange to my husband and I. We grew up in Appalachia, and we're very used to, living in Appalachia. It's what we've always known. But the militia was something new to us. We had never really heard of it or understood it. We've since spent some time, looking into it. Honestly, I don't understand why they need to be recognized by the county in order to exist. I understand that they do exist, and that is fine. They may continue to, that's their prerogative. But my real concern, beyond safety, is the fact that Franklin County right now is known mostly for the 2 officers who were involved in the January 6th riot. And that's really sad to me because I love living here and I love to be proud of this area and I really want to tell people I'm from here and not have that be the first thing they ask me about. But having that on top of, oh, you guys are the place that, you know, has the militia that's well known because the county provided it, and it's hard to explain to people, it really is. Ultimately, I just hope you guys realize how detrimental it is for our community to be seen as, and I say this as someone who has traveled extensively in my life, the place of hillbillies with guns. Like, not to be rude, but this is truly the overall view of the area when that's all people know about us. And you're gonna lose tourism and economic, you know, fruitfulness because of this. And I just really hope that you consider all your constituents when you consider whether or not to support this. We are a young family, and I think Franklin County needs more young families. And if you want that, you need to understand what it is that people my age are seeking. And that's not to go back, it's to go forward. And that means involving your entire community and everyone in decisions like this. So thank you for your time.
Ed Saunders.
Good evening, council members. My name is Ed Saunders. I live at 245 Nature Zone Road in Ferrum. I'm an OIF vet. I know there's a lot of vets here, and I appreciate all the service. So I want to assess the recent motion to support the Franklin County Militia. I recently read through the Georgetown University letter that I think was sent to all of you, I believe. And I agree with a lot of the sentiment, especially looking through the Virginia law under VA Code 18.2-433.2, specifically item 3. Anyone who violates subsection A of Code 18.2-282 while assembled with one or more persons for the purpose of and the intent to intimidate any person or group of persons. That by that code is illegal. And that is what I've always felt the militia is trying to do. It's, in my opinion, I'm going to be a lot less nice than all the rest of the folks here. It's a terrorist group. This group, if it were any other color outside of white, would be labeled a terrorist group. When you impose your will upon someone else by intimidation, that is terrorism. It's interesting because a lot of people my age fought the war on terrorism. And then we came back and we are the terrorists. I don't understand how that happens, but there's even a phenomenon for it. It's called Foucault's boomerang. We send young men and women overseas, and they come back with all those techniques and tools in their toolbox, and those are the ones they use. I know my own experience overseas is very much colored how I treat things. You know, I oftentimes look around and I say, you know, I'm a hammer, everything's a nail. I have anger issues, I have PTSD. I've had a lot of the issues that a lot of the people that are in the militia have. Because of that, I know the last thing anybody would want me doing is walking around in public with an armed weapon, especially in a conflict like a protest or any rightful, you know, demonstration. The last thing anybody wants me to do is have a loaded weapon. And I know as leaders in community, it's been brought up a lot of times this evening. We want growth. You know, we want people, we want new jobs, we want people that can fill roles like, you know, paramedics and stuff like that. And we aren't going to have that if we are the militia county. We aren't going to have that if you have a militia, a standing militia here. I can tell you right now, I sure as heck wouldn't want to move to Fallujah. I sure as heck wouldn't want to be in Syria. And all that having a standing militia does is say that the local police, the local government can't handle things. We need backup. And I'm asking you guys as council members to stand up and tell them to go, you know, hit the road. I'd say something else, but a lot of profanities. My wife told me not to do that. So I ask you guys just to tell them, you know, they're not welcome here. And I appreciate your very adept way of handling it earlier. So thank you guys so much. Have a good evening.
Bill Good.
Good evening. My name is Bill Good. I live at 13817 BT Washington Highway, and I want to speak for the militia. Instead of me speaking for the militia, though, I'll just let the Constitution of Virginia speak for it. This is Article 1, Section 13 of the Constitution of Virginia, and it says that a well-regulated militia composed of the body of the people, trained in arms, is the proper, natural, and safe defense of a free state. Therefore, the right of the people to keep and bear arms shall not be infringed. There have been bad actors in everything, from preachers to politicians. And that's been ever since Adam and Eve decided to taste test the forbidden fruit. We have a constitutional republic, and as Benjamin Franklin said, if you can keep it. So in this great nation, law trumps emotion and opinion. As stated in the Virginia Constitution, the militia is not only allowed, but strongly suggested. I support the Franklin County Militia, but even if I didn't, I would respect it as a constitutionally created body that has a right to exist. This is not a matter of emotion or opinion, but of law and fact. The people who decided that a militia was needed, the founding fathers, were highly educated. Many were able to read the Bible scriptures in Hebrew and Greek, and I won't ask for a show of hands of the people that can do that. I know I can't. But more than their education, they followed Christian principles and created the militia to protect the people against tyrants, both foreign and domestic. So the militia is actually created by the Constitution. And I don't know who's been attempting to intimidate people. I'm with the Franklin County Patriotic Network, and I'm not in the militia, but I know the people that are there. And even now, we're in the process of, as was brought out before, attempting to help the homeless. We have a Bible study. We have a lot of organizational goals, but none of them are to hurt anybody. Thank you.
Linda Shiflett.
Good evening. My name is Linda Shiflett. I'm a resident of Rocky Mount, Virginia. I also support the Franklin County Militia, and I'm disappointed that you did not see fit to put it on the agenda so questions could be asked and discussion could be had, so that the people even in this meeting could understand better that we're not people who want to intimidate. We're people who want to be prepared to defend ourselves, our family, and every person in this room, should the need arise. We're not an organization of volunteerism. We're a group of people, citizens of this county, constituents of yours, who want to be prepared should, God forbid, the sheriff or the governor of the state say, we want the militia to come help. And under the Constitution of this state and the United States Constitution, that's the right that we have to do, to be prepared. And that's what we're trying to do. We asked in this resolution merely a handshake of do it, be prepared. No one asked for anything that would create a liability for this board or this county. Merely an affirmation of our already given, God-given rights and responsibilities to be well prepared. That's what I wanted to say. And anyone who doesn't know, anyone who is still wondering, get to know people who will say they're in the militia. Talk to them. Everybody in this building is able to be prepared and would be part of a militia if it was needed. That's already been stated. So don't preform your and sit with misinformation. Get it all right.
Bill Pager.
Good evening. Thank you for having public comments. I appreciate each and every one of you, especially at this late hour. I am standing here in...
Sir, will you state your name and address?
Yes,
for
sir,
the
I'm
record?
sorry. My name is Bill Pagan. I live at 877 Hatchet Creek Lane, Callaway, Virginia. I'm in the Blackwater District. I have been a pastor here in Franklin County for 22 years. I've ran the same business for 36 years. I have trained families that have served on 2 different continents in missions, and I've been to 6 different countries leading missionary teams to provide food, shelter, and help in time of need. Of all the people that I've known, many people have told me that you've got to be a pretty good judge of character to get in that deep. And let me tell you, I believe I'm a fairly decent judge of character. I stand for the militia tonight because I am one. I am an executive member of the Franklin County Patriotic Network from its get-go. I serve under that capacity. We start with prayer and the Pledge of Allegiance. We end with prayer. We are now working with the homeless, and I want to admonish that young man that first spoke up here, that colored gentleman. I need to get to know him. We've got a huge influx coming from the militia, from the Patriotic Network, to try to get behind folks like this young man, to provide for those that are in the county. This is going to be a huge move, but this is something we're dedicated to. I would like to thank all of the veterans that are in the building. Many in the militia are veterans. Many are police veterans, state police veterans. Many of them are from the medical community. The training that we receive is from world-class trainers. The training that we receive on the ground is from people that have been there and done that and retired. So we're not a bunch of loose-legged people that are running around trying to show our guns. We're here for number one. Little Linda Shiflett did well. Let me tell you, the Bible said to eat from the old store first. Let me tell you, do y'all remember something? I want you to just take a pause. Remember something? Do you remember 911? Remember that? Man, if anything happens in America, if anything happens to our infrastructure, if anything happens to our communications, if anything happens to the internet, our trucking industry, this nation will fall apart quickly. Well, you can tell that by the protests that went on all over the West Coast and all over the nation. That's what happened when society is left to itself. We're not there to overrun anyone or to push ourselves on anyone, but I'll tell you what we're there for. We indeed are the backbone of this nation. Had it not been for the militia, there would be no America. It was Washington's right hand, and he called on us completely to give our lives. And here we stand again, with your recognition or not. We stand as those people that love God, that love our country, that love you, and we'll come to your aid. Right down the street from where you live, there's a militia member. Right down your church, that's full of militia members. Let me tell you, we're not the people that have been painted here, and I'm afraid your opinion has been stained by the people that have spoke here. Get to know these leaders, get to know these people, and you'll find out who we truly are. I appreciate your comments.
Eric Onspa.
Good evening, Board. Thank you for this opportunity to speak to you. My name's Eric Anspaugh. I live at 429 Creighton Drive, Rocky Mount, Virginia, Blackwater District, served by our supervisor, Ronnie Mitchell. I'm going to say something a little different than the last 3 speakers. I want to thank you all for your service to this fine Franklin County, the community that we all live in, and the hours, countless hours that you all give to make sure that this county is a safe and secure place to live, to recreate, and do business. I especially want to thank you for a resolution that I heard read this evening, a resolution that is far different than the one that was presented to this Board of Supervisors at your last meeting. This resolution. That resolution was titled A Proposed Resolution Recognizing the Importance of Volunteerism, Community Service, and Civic Responsibility among the citizens of Franklin County. So I just want to say to you a word of thanks. I'm thankful, along with many others, that you listened to your constituents who wrote you, who called you, who spoke to you about our concerns, and recognize that this formally proposed resolution was a not so thinly veiled call for a militia and to arms cloaked in volunteerism. We don't need that to be volunteers in this county. Thank you, and I appreciate your work and your service.
Simon Winch.
Good evening, Board, Mr. Thompson. My name is Simon Winch and I live in Woodwinds Road, Callaway. As you can probably hear, I don't profess to be a constitutional scholar, but I applaud the combined genii of the Founding Fathers for the foundation and framework they set in place and by acknowledging our God-given rights. As board members, you have taken an oath to uphold and defend this Constitution. In the current cancel culture and fad of wokeism, the Franklin County Militia's perfectly legal resolution has been inexplicably ignored and rebranded volunteerism. This rebranding offers no affirmation of our rights, and this proposal stands against the Second Amendment and our God-given rights. To say I'm disappointed would be an understatement.
Glenna Moore.
Glenna Moore. Good evening.
Ms. Moore,
I
are you
live in
okay
Rocky Mount. I'm sorry.
Ms. Moore, are you okay to stand there? You want to sit down?
I think I'm okay.
Okay.
Thank you for thinking of that. I appreciate it. For the next 3 minutes, I'd like you to join me on a Black family vacation during America's Jim Crow era. My parents were teachers at segregated Lee M. Wade High School, paid less than white teachers. My parents believed travel was an important way to expose their children to a world beyond the boundaries of Franklin County, Virginia. In the summer of 1960, they loaded my brother Kevin, 6, and me, 8, in our 1957 Plymouth station wagon to travel cross-country to California. We packed the car with luggage, pillows, blankets, and a picnic basket full of sandwiches. You may be thinking that's a practical way to travel for any family, but for Black families, it was necessary because we could not count on white-owned motels, restaurants, and lunch counters to serve us. My parents purchased a map to get to California, but before we started west, we had to go to Washington, D.C. to purchase the Negro Traveler's Green Book. This book showed where Black travelers could eat, buy gas, and which motels would accept non-whites. Along the way, while in the South, we met other Black travelers who advised my parents to do most of their traveling during daylight hours because of the southern towns with signs saying, "Niggas, be out of this town before the sun sets." Occasionally, one of my parents would say to the other, "Your cousins live over there." Kevin and I eventually realized that was code for over there is a Black community where we might feel safe and get information. My parents strictly followed the rules of the road. It was a frightening thing for people of color to be detained by police on southern roads. My brother and I had to control our bladders because gas stations and restaurants frequently did not allow Negroes to use the restrooms. In fact, we saw a sign in Texas that said, "No dogs, Negroes, or Mexicans allowed inside." It was Albuquerque, New Mexico, before we found a motel that welcomed Blacks. Confederate monuments, Confederate flags, sundown towns, and renegade militias never represented racial equality, physical safety, truth in history textbooks, and legal justice to African Americans. Thank you.
Larry Moore.
Good evening. I am Colonel Larry Moore, United States Army retired, and I live in Rocky Mount. I'm a member of the American Legion, Veterans of Foreign Wars, Disabled American Veterans, board member of the Veterans Commission, and a member of the Smith Mountain Lake Military Officers Association. I'm here this evening to ask you not to destroy untold members of this county. Yes, we the veterans here tonight do not want a paramilitary organization formed. One might ask why. The answer is all around you. Every day in this country, between 19 and 21 military soldiers and veterans commit suicide. Every day. America's finest, even with the number of counselors, psychologists, and psychiatrists available to them 24/7, the body count continues to rise. I am certain that if Franklin County will not be able to escape the same fate, the difference will be that the victims committing suicide will be your children, your grandchildren, your nephews, and your nieces. Anger and fear are no reasons to sanction a militia in Franklin County. I ask, no, I beg of you this evening, please do not sanction this militia. Save your families from a lifetime of hate, anger, and resentment. Thank you.
Andrew Whitting.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Andrew Whiting. I live at 179 Tobacco Fields Drive, Franklin County, Virginia. I have a wonderfully prepared speech. And after being called a terrorist and a racist, I'm going to have to call an audible, because here is my problem. See, you want to speak of having a discourse, you want to speak of having a conversation, then come and have a conversation, but don't put labels on people that you don't know. These are your individuals who live in your community that care about you. This Franklin County militia is not about giving and dishing hate. This Franklin County militia is to actually bring about more individuals in the community that are prepared in case of any incursion upon Franklin County. This is not about hate at all. And last I checked, if I'm not mistaken, it's 2022. I don't forget what my people went through, my ancestors went through, but guess what? I can't still stay living there because I gain no growth. So here I stand before you asking you to pass this resolution on Franklin County Militia. I am also a part of Franklin County Militia. And guess what? Oddly enough, not only am I a part of Franklin County Militia, I'm also one of the individuals that helps with recruitment. So any of you in this room that would like to have a conversation with me, please seek me after. And I will give you the full understanding of what this is about. It entails about learning about food storage, learning about actually preserving water, getting involved with helping and learning about how to take care of natural disasters with FEMA foundations. So yeah, here's my thing. What are we going to do? We're going to wait until a disaster happens here in Franklin County to then band together? Is that what it takes? No. When we can be proactive and we can come together now and have a conversation. We can come together now and have growth. I'm upset and hurt deeply at the same time because of individuals calling out racism. You know me, not. You don't know anybody else in this room because you did not take the time to have a conversation, and that's fine. We can have one after. But let's all be on the same page. Let's all grow together. Let's all learn together. Let's all stay strong together. And I ask you to pass this resolution specifically because of that growth and to actually help protect Franklin County in case the police department needs our help. Thank you very much.
Heather Winch.
That's one tough act to follow. Good evening. My name is Heather Winch. I live in Woodwinds Road in Callaway. It has been said the militia serves no good purpose and there is not a need for militia today. In this day and age, in increasing civil turmoil, wouldn't an organization that fosters community goodwill be welcome? If the climate change theory is correct, and we're about to suffer ever-increasing amounts of devastating weather-related events, wouldn't a strong, self-sufficient citizenry be welcome? And what if those same citizens could assist the local government in storm response? Would that not be welcome? In the past 14 months, volunteers of the Franklin County Militia have participated in FCSO Operation Christmas Joy. Our response was so good in 2020 that we were asked to be the sole provider of toys for 2021. Dozens of families and scores of children had gifts as a result of the generosity of militia members. Militia members built a wheelchair ramp for a man stricken with serious cancer. Our members donated Christmas gifts to 2 families that had been burned out of their homes and one with a mother receiving treatment for cancer at UVA. We raised $500 for volunteer fire and rescue squads in Franklin County and presented that to the Director of Emergency Services. We have committed to donating a portion of the proceeds of future fundraisers directly to fire and rescue volunteers. We participated in the Callaway Christmas Parade twice and the Rocky Mount Christmas Parade, spreading candy and holiday cheer to all who attended. We have dedicated a volunteer workday to the 2 canneries in order to help maintain those facilities for all to use. Our members have responded to the requests from the elderly and the lesser able to shovel snow and ice from driveways around the county. Our volunteers prepared and staffed 6 storm response trucks with chainsaws and equipment to assess fire and rescue services during one of the recent ice storms. We notified the county and waited on standby. Members successfully completed the Citizens Academy. We have donated loads of firewood to citizens in need of heating assistance. We have helped with local church and have a safe harvest party by providing traffic crosswalk guards. We've helped local church with a food drive. We provided security for a civic rally attended by hundreds. We provided instruction in first aid, emergency storm preparedness, long-term food storage, water filtration, orienteering, survival skills, operation to family in every corner of this county and some from others. And yes, we provided instruction in the safe handling of effective use of firearms to hundreds of citizens. This is what it means to be a modern militia. Maybe you don't need us, but we believe that life in Franklin County is a heck of a lot better for everyone because of our activities. We're all here to help one another. Fortunately for all of you, our activities are protected by what is called the Bill of Rights, not a Bill of Needs. Shame on you if you do not affirm our rights. Thank you. I am Franklin County Militia.
Chris Montgomery.
Mr. Chairman, I'd like to address one thing before my clock starts, please. It's real short. Ms. Smith, you brought up the Agricultural Board and you asked for a charge. How about mental health in farmers? Their suicide rate is double the national average, but it's unaccounted for unless it's an apparent gunshot wound. I just found that out this past week. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, my name is Chris Montgomery. I live at 164 Oak Tree Lane. I'm here to talk about the Franklin County Militia. I've listened to allegations being made that the militia is a racist and white supremacist. Nothing could be further from the truth. The militia welcomes volunteers from all races and religions. We do not discriminate. We do not hate. We love our nation and our constitutional republic that our founders fought and died for us, all of us. This nation did not start out perfect, and it is still not perfect, but it is the best way for us to govern ourselves and still allow freedom to flourish. What is the purpose? I think my chairman has told you before, but I will tell you what I believe that the militia stands for. The militia is an opportunity for ordinary people to help others in difficult times. This is a way for us to provide for our families in times of need. It is a way for us to defend our families in times of turmoil. It's a way for us to serve one another, to help one another, and it's a way for us to stand up for our God-given rights against anyone who would try to infringe upon them. It's been said that the militia is a bunch of old guys. Yes, that is true. There are a bunch of old guys in the militia, but there are many young men and women, families from all corners of this county who have found a way to prepare for difficult times while also serving their community. I am a volunteer member of the Franklin County Militia. I hold my head high knowing that there are people willing to stand by my side and fight for my rights. I also hold my head high because I have the tools necessary to stand and defend myself. I have that right, and no one will infringe upon it. It's a shame that our elected representatives were not willing to make a statement that affirms our rights. You did the wrong thing, but I hold my head high because I know we will continue to do the right thing and serve to one another and our community. Thank you for your time.
Jerry Connor.
Have to put them on too. My name's Jerry Connor. I live in Wirtz in the Boone District. Last month, after 6 months of requests for a public hearing on our proposed resolution, more than a dozen speeches about our proposal, and constituent meetings with each of the supervisors, the chairman of this board still refused to grant a public hearing about our request. We were prepared to answer questions and give the citizens of this county the opportunity to learn about our proposal, as well as observe how their elected representatives voted on the matter. Several of the supervisors expressed support for our proposed resolution, and yet this board refused to allow a public vote on the matter. This is how democracy dies in the darkness, and the pocket veto of an elected public servant who refuses to affirm the Second Amendment rights of every citizen who lend their authority to govern. Our proposed resolution was no more a violation of the so-called Dillon Rule than the Second Amendment sanctuary resolution. And if that resolution was in violation of the Dillon Rule, why did this board pass it? The answer is simple. The Second Amendment sanctuary resolution offered nothing concrete or with force of law to bolster the rights of individual citizens. It was a statement that offered nothing to the defense of the Second Amendment. It was a feel-good document. In contrast, our proposed resolution was merely a statement that affirmed the rights of the individual citizens to volunteer in any one of 3 statutory defined categories of militia. This would have offered evidence that voluntary service in the unorganized militia is still a right in common practice in Franklin County. It did not recognize a militia. It did not muster a militia. The county does not have that power. Contrary to the ignorant statement, the county would not own the militia. There is no liability whatsoever to the county. It did, however, offer evidence that the collective right of militia service, which is still a recorded right in the Virginia and federal constitutions. It is a right the people are not willing to surrender. Passage of our resolution would have offered evidence to the people of Franklin County that we could still practice our Second Amendment rights in their entirety, including the right to volunteer service in the militia, by merely making a statement of affirmation. But this board is not willing to affirm our rights. Shame on you.
Brian Wood.
Good evening. I'm Brian Wood, Chairman of the Franklin County Militia. I live at 310 Bailey Boulevard in Hardy. In April, I came before this board to address slanderous statements that had been made about Franklin County Militia during public comments. In the months that followed, our members spoke about matters of importance. We also kept this board informed of our activities. We showed you and the community who we are through examples of our actions, many of which have been recounted here tonight. In July, we requested that you consider a resolution that strongly affirmed our Second Amendment rights fully and without infringement. Despite our neighboring county, Bedford, adopting a similar resolution, this board refused to stand in defense of our rights. I was asked to write a simpler resolution by the chairman and resubmit it. I did. We gathered over 1,000 signatures in support of our resolution. I hold them here in my hand. I was prepared to submit them for review by this board at last month's meeting. We were supposed to be granted the opportunity to have a public hearing on our proposed resolution. One of those signatures is from the top constitutional officer of this county, the only county official that has the authority to muster a militia in limited capacity under the Posse Comitatus. The sheriff signed our petition because he understands what a lawful militia is. Despite our speeches, petitions, and grievances, it is apparent that some of the members of this board do not understand, or they are simply politically opposed to that right. Some of the members of this board actively work to suppress our efforts and prevent a public vote. The founders were quite clear when they wrote these words. We hold these truths to be self-evident, that all men are created equal, that they are endowed by their Creator with certain unalienable rights, and that to secure these rights, governments are instituted among men, deriving their just powers from the consent of the governed, that whenever any form of government becomes destructive of these ends, it is the right of the people to alter or abolish it, and to institute new government. It is their right, it is their duty to throw off such government. I believe that you have misunderstood the nature of this exercise. We, the people, do not need your recognition or stamp of approval to exercise our God-given, constitutionally affirmed rights. You see, the Creator granted us these rights, and the last time I checked, no one here is God Almighty. The citizens of Franklin County who choose to exercise their rights will continue to do so responsibly. We wanted to know who among our supervisors would stand and affirm those rights, and more importantly, who stood against the Second Amendment. For those that had the fortitude to stand in support, thank you. We will remember you. For those among you who have chosen to violate your oath of office, your previous support of a feel-good resolution will not save you come Election Day. Thank you.
Shiflett.
Good evening. My name is Ron Shiflett. I live at 805 Patai Road in Rocky Mount, but it's in Sontag. And I'm one of those old militia members that you heard about a few minutes ago. And I really envy the folks that can come up here and read their comments off of their cell phone, because I can't. First, I want to thank you, as many have tonight, for serving this county in the capacity of a supervisor. It can't be a fun job, mostly probably a thankless job, and I'm thanking you for your service tonight. Last month, a fella came to the last month's Board of Supervisors meeting and told you that the Franklin County militia wanted to overthrow the government. That was a stinking lie. Nobody in the Franklin County militia wants anything of the sort. Why would we want to pick a fight with the federal government? That beats me. The truth is quite the opposite. Our existence is to support and defend the U.S. Constitution, the United States Constitution, and the Virginia Constitution. Article 1, Section 13, which you've already heard 2 or 3 times tonight, of the Virginia Constitution specifically makes provision for militias. And the Virginia Constitution predates the United States Constitution by about 15 years, over 240 years, and those things are still in place. It is for self-defense, not overthrowing government, that Franklin County Militia was formed and is training now. 2 years ago, the Franklin County Board of Supervisors affirmed the right of self-defense by moving in favor of the county being a Second Amendment sanctuary. We thank you for that. The Franklin County Militia is simply an extension of the right of individuals defending themselves, their families, and their neighbors against a small threat, to neighborhoods and communities defending themselves against a larger threat. It's simply still just self-defense, a God-given right. We are not an offensive entity and certainly have no desire to overthrow the government. Spring and summer of 2020, we all watched aghast as Black Lives Matter, Antifa, Weather Underground, and others destroyed people's property, their businesses, their homes, looted people's businesses, and yes, some people lost their lives in cities across the nation. Since then, while Democrats are getting their way, things have been rather quiet. Let them not so much get their way, and the same folks, Black Lives Matter, Antifa, et cetera, will be back at it again. And this time, it won't be just in the cities, it will be in places like Franklin County. And this is our purpose, is to be able to defend against a larger threat that no sheriff's department can be expected to be prepared for, and I thank you.
That's all.
That's all I have.
Is there anyone else here wish to speak? They didn't sign up.
My name is Everett Boone. I'm the chairman of the Patriotic Network of Franklin County. Before we started the network, and it was a rumor that there was going to be a militia, I called for a meeting for the sheriff, and I believe Mr. Sigmund was there, and explained to him that if there was going to be one, it had to be done the right way. I have had a number of events. Sometimes the crowd is as much as 400. I have had people come from different states, not particularly on the topic of militia, but they were apostates. That means that they were born Muslim, left the religion, so the whole Muslim world believes that they have a right to kill them. I have used 3 different organizations for security for this gentleman. And without a doubt, the most professional and well-organized group that I have used is the Franklin County Militia. Thank you. And one other thing, when we started the network after the militia, the 2 separate organizations. our bylaws require us to monitor militias, not just the Franklin County militia. We're required by our bylaws to report any suspicious activity that we see. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay.
I'm going to be short. Good evening.
Good evening.
Good evening, board. My name is James L. Jordan. I live on 285 Patterson Avenue here in Rocky Mount. And I also serve on the Veterans Memorial downtown. I see one of my co-workers, many years, Cundance, right?
Yes, sir.
I remember you.
Yes.
Some years ago. Glad to see all of you.
Better
all.
looking.
Well, the reason I'm here.
I appreciate it.
Yes, as a veteran, I've been all over. I met different groups in my lifetime. And I heard about this on the last week. My job is as a volunteer soldier. Now, tomorrow morning, I'll be up bright and early, be in Roanoke every Wednesday, making a speech before another group. I speak before students. They ask me some hard questions. A lot of questions, it's tongue-tied by different groups and everything. I said, look, what you taught at home, you're going to be out in the world one day. I'm going to try to teach you the right way. Now, this group, I don't care for it. I don't care. I'm a United States Vietnam veteran. I don't. You want something that's going to help you. My question to you, for what purpose do we need it here in Franklin County? What you going to do? How you going to help me as a Vietnam veteran? That's what I want to know. We all, like tonight, I heard about, I wish I had an opportunity to speak on the first one. I made a mistake about this, getting this music down on the lake. See, I grew up on the lake. I can tell you every inch of that lake. Well, I'm gonna leave it alone right now. I'm gonna get back to this, but you wanna vote on something that's gonna help us. Now, if it can help the county, we need something that's gonna help us. We're doing good now in Franklin County. We have some little roughs down. People got caught, but one question I wanna say this right now. Last year when they invaded the Capitol, how many here went to there? That's all I'm gonna say. Because if you did, you're gonna hear this. Knock on your door. It may not be now, but it will be. That's all I'm gonna say.
Is there anyone else here wishes to speak? Thank.
My name's Michael Joseph Barciano. I live in Callaway. That's God's country. I'm a born-again Christian. I love the Lord Jesus Christ. And I know He's in charge of everything contrary to what man thinks. Well, I did 2 tours of Vietnam. I volunteered to go because my grandfather, who came from Italy to this country, fought in World War I. My father spent 8.5 years in the Navy fighting in World War II. My brother was in the military, and I did 2 tours of Vietnam. I spent 10 years doing chemotherapy because of Agent Orange. I joined the Patriotic Network also, because it was something bigger than myself. Now, just so you know, in the United States Navy, I was what they call a frogman. I was underwater demolition. And for the young people who don't know, today that's considered SEAL team. So I was a Navy SEAL, the tip of the spear, the guy who goes in and makes the way for those who go in later on and fight. So to be called a terrorist just burns my blood, Because if I didn't go in first, or people like me who did my job, those people wouldn't make it on the beach. And so I want to let you know, I'm part of the militia. I joined the militia for a reason. I have a wife. I have a home. I moved out of what I call the People's Republic of New Jersey. And there's a reason I call it that. My wife came to this country when she was 5 years old with her mother and father because the Russians came down and they ransacked Austria and Hungary, where her parents were from. And they fled to Switzerland, where they came to the United States. Thank you, President Eisenhower. And so I say all that to say this. There was a mention about an event that took place called 911. And the interesting thing about that was when that happened, for at least a month, everybody in the United States that I could see decided God was the place to be, and they all went to church. But after about a month and things quieted down a bit, they all forgot about church and went back to business as usual in their lives. Well, you know what? I don't know how many people pay attention to the news, but I watch the news religiously. And there is a group of people out there who want this country and want to come and take what you have. And we swore to help you not let them do it. Thank you.
Anyone else here wishing to speak? I close the public session. Thank everybody.
I've already spoken, but I have just a couple words to say, please. Yeah, I hear what the militia, what the things that they are doing for the people, and I would like to say that there's a whole lot of people in Franklin County that are doing all of those things, supporting people, helping people, good neighbors, helping neighbors. That's already happening, but we don't have, we're not a militia. Thank you.
This board will stand at recess on February the 22nd at 2 p.m. for a budget work session in room B75.